The two chatted for a few minutes, switching to more light-hearted topics before Percy left. His expression was downtrodden by the time he got home. Freddie was a nice guy, a Redborn like him, who would probably come to the Alchemists' Guild harboring the same dream. And the cruel reality had chipped away at it for years, until nothing remained. Percy's final thought before he dozed off was a resolute one. I won't let that happen to me. Chapter 40. Starry Workers. Percy had experienced a few peculiar things in his relatively short life. More than the average person on Remia, at least. After all, how many could boast of traversing the space between worlds with their soul, or fighting in an alien arena? Still, walking atop a giant mushroom just had to make the list. And it wasn't the first one today either. Each level of the fungal spire contained hundreds of them, the smallest being wide enough to fit a minor village. As for the largest, it was bigger than the Alchemists' Guild. It makes me feel like an ant.
Well, the fact he was here to hunt giant bugs didn't help much either. In any case, despite the novelty, moving up and down the colossal structure was straightforward. Numerous suspension bridges had been built, linking the giant fungi together for everyone's convenience. What was more annoying was that he still had to circle a couple miles away from the entrance to the second level, as he didn't want Mickey anywhere near the crowded places. Only after he estimated to have traveled far enough did he call to the bird. "Over here!" Luckily, his friend didn't need bridges to navigate the spire. It only took his feathered companion around 15 minutes to reach him. As soon as they had regrouped, Percy activated Soul Vision, hunting for the wasps. Sadly, there didn't seem to be any around. "Can you scout ahead?" Mickey didn't need to be told twice, shooting out like an arrow. Hardly another 10 minutes passed before Percy received news of 2 nearby targets on the same mushroom, only a couple bridges away. "Wait for me. Don't attack them." Percy knew Mickey could probably handle one of the starry workers by himself. He was an orange beast, too. Plus, he was smarter and had some unique abilities giving him an edge. In fact, he figured they would have to split up in the future to hunt the creatures more efficiently. That said, today was their first day, so it was probably unwise to undertake any unnecessary risks before learning more about the bugs. They'd still try fighting individually, but they'd remain close to one another to intervene if necessary. Mickey cawed in protest, not sounding very happy about it. Percy didn't exactly blame him for it either. He knew the bird had waited 2 days to get his talons on some tasty snacks fitting for his grade. But Mickey still listened to him in the end, albeit begrudgingly. Once Percy arrived, he reactivated his soul vision to locate their target. The starry worker was much larger than the drones. At about the size of a fox, it was on the smaller side as far as orange beasts were concerned, but it was still massive for a bug. What gave Percy pause was the rather nasty stinger sticking out of the wasp's abdomen. It was longer than his index finger. "Let's not get stabbed by that." Mickey nodded in agreement. From what he'd heard, the creatures were venomous. At least their acid wasn't very potent, so it wouldn't be lethal unless they got hit in a vital area. It'd still be rather unpleasant, though. Redoubling their caution, they spread out by a few paces as he took a few deep breaths, drawing the mana to his second core while guiding even more into his channels. Less than a minute later, his muscles were brimming with strength, and his body spilled out mana. He could practically feel the cyan lines thrumming underneath his skin. "At least the robes are long-sleeved." It was one of the few saving graces of the guild's uniform. It only left his face and hands exposed, and the latter he had fixed by putting on a pair of gloves. Of course, he still very much hoped that nobody would pass through this remote region, but they'd be hunting around here for months. It was best to minimize the risk. "Let me handle the first one by myself." With everything in order, Percy gathered some soul mana in his hand,
tossing the parting gift towards the wasp with a flick of his wrist. It missed. Although annoyed, Percy wasn't surprised. Unfortunately, the insect wasn't sitting still. It was whizzing around, feeding on the colourful motes falling from the mushrooms above, so naturally, hitting it mid-air had been a long shot. The attack also hadn't been subtle. Beasts had keen senses, making it somewhat harder to catch them by surprise. It must have had its manner sense active and noticed the translucent dagger flying past it. Before Percy knew it, the creature was upon him, buzzing angrily. It tried to finish him directly by lunging straight towards his throat.
It almost succeeded, too, as it was faster than expected. It proved difficult to sidestep, even with circulation active. However, it wasn't as hard to divert the stinger with a flick of his quarterstaff. The construct bent and cracked, barely shifting the trajectory of the stab by a couple inches. A bit too close for comfort. Rotating his right wrist counterclockwise, Percy tried to use the rebound force from the parry to slam the other end of his weapon down on the wasp, but he hit nothing but empty air. The creature flew around him erratically, angling for another opening to attack. It's really annoying. Percy's kit was not very suitable against this kind of opponent. His lack of defensive magic didn't afford him the luxury of blocking hits. He'd lose if he got stabbed even once. Of course, the combination of circulation and his second core put his reflexes solidly above a regular orange, which meant he could prevent that if he remained alert. Still, he didn't exactly have a good means of killing the slippery creature either. His staff was too weak, unless he landed a good blow on the wasp's wings. As for his parting gift, it was certainly powerful enough to finish the insect, but it wasn't easy hitting the bug with it. Beyond that, it also cost a lot of mana and time to generate each shot, so he couldn't launch it very often. Just stop moving, will you? 20 minutes, and twice as many parting gifts later, the wasp was finally dead. Percy was resting on his back, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving up and down. Mickey cawed, some ridicule evident in his voice. Hearing his friend mock him, Percy grimaced. What? Think you can do better? Why don't you try taking on the other one by yourself, then? Another 20 minutes later, it was Mickey's turn to lie panting on the surface of the giant mushroom, as Percy stood over him with a grin. Flying in a straight line, the crow was much faster than the wasp. But that didn't account for the difference in agility. The bug could fly horizontally or vertically with minimal effort, making it difficult for the familiar to pin it down. It was also rather dangerous, as the insect's maneuverability, along with the stinger's greater reach, had almost cost Mickey dearly a few times. Eventually, Percy had been forced to intervene, taking advantage of the situation to finish the creature. Mickey cried out again, a touch more softly this time. Yeah, we both suck, Percy agreed. Their first 2 kills on the second level hadn't been easy. It would be a while until they got any good at it. Let's try to hunt as many as possible for today. Depending on how bad it was, it might be better to stick to the bottom level for a while. Percy sure hoped it wouldn't be necessary, but it would all come down to how much nectar they could harvest here, and how much room for improvement there was. After emptying their spoils into a vial, they took off. Like before, Mickey headed out first to scout for their next target. However, they wouldn't try fighting separately anymore. It might be something worth considering in the future, but Percy understood their best bet for the day would be to team up against the bugs. The next 15 hours are going to be so much fun. Chapter 41. A Paw Showing. Percy wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve for the billionth time. Luckily, it trickled down the enchanted fabric without being absorbed, else he would be soaking by now. At least the robes came with self-cleaning runes.
Percy was trudging down the final bridge linking the first and second levels, his eyes half closed and his breath ragged. The wind caused the flimsy structure to sway every so often, but he'd grown used to it by now, having already walked several miles on the bridges in his brief tenure at the guild.
That said, the exhaustion made keeping his balance more challenging. He briefly considered using his quarterstaff as a walking cane, but that would only take more effort. "Let's just treat it as another obstacle to overcome," he shrugged. Today's hunt had been grueling, and the results abysmal. He and Mickey had only managed to kill 14 wasps in total, averaging less than 1 per hour. Evidently, the starry workers were on a whole different level than the drones, both literally and metaphorically. Finding them wasn't that hard. If anything, their larger size made them spottable from farther away, but they were slightly less abundant than their weaker relatives, so it worked out about the same. Killing them was a different story, however. The best strategy they had come up with involved Mickey distracting the wasps while Percy fired parting gifts, praying the shots landed. Despite reducing the size and increasing the quantity of the projectiles, launching 3 smaller daggers with each shot, hitting the beasts came down to sheer luck. He also had to take extra care not to hit his own familiar with the deadly spell, which complicated things even further. Another issue was that he couldn't keep circulation active all day. Everything had progressed relatively smoothly during the morning, but it all went downhill once he grew too tired to use the technique in the afternoon. The final nail in the coffin was that he had only harvested 12 of the 14 glands, as they had accidentally ruined a couple while fighting the creatures. "We made even less nectar than on the ground floor," Percy frowned. Although he had only tested it for a couple of hours, he had estimated they could reliably hunt around 40 drones per day, which would get them about 200 drops of nectar in the better part of a week. Today, they had only earned about 180 from the workers. But there's more room for improvement here. The difficulty in killing the red variants was non-existent, so the only issue was finding them. Perhaps they could get better at spotting the weaker wasps after learning the ropes, but they would still be capped by how fast they could travel. Meanwhile, there was more at play on the second level. There, they could also work on their combat ability and teamwork to increase their gains. "Let's give it a couple of weeks. If we don't improve much, we can reconsider downgrading." He was relieved as he reached the gate, waving at the guards, who returned the gesture. Entering the settlement, he headed straight towards Freddy's spot, craving another honey roll. However, he paused upon seeing a new stand that had popped up at some point. This wasn't here last night. Of course, the roads inside the guild's camp were filled with all sorts of stalls, with people bartering and trading. Not all were open this late, but plenty still were. Beyond that, there was an additional reason this one caught his eye. Percy recognized the owner. A strange phenomenon, considering how few people he had met. The petite girl was dressed in a brand new yellow robe. Her tousled hair was black and only barely reached her shoulders, framing her distinctive glasses. The drowsy girl from the orientation. But what is she doing? True to the nickname he had given her, she was resting face down on her counter. Right next to her elbow stood a translucent jar containing 5 red coins. She clearly hadn't spent any of her allowance yet, nor had she made any effort to earn more. She seems to be serious about not hunting or brewing. Percy shook his head. Curious, he glanced down at the hastily made sign she had nailed on the stand. Buying information on the 3rd level. Even the handwriting was sloppy. Percy's jaw dropped at the sight. She wanted to buy information with her measly 5 points? What for? If she had no intention of venturing out, then how would it help her? Also, what if people lied to her? She'd just be wasting her money. It's none of my business anyway. I'm sure she'll wise up in a couple of days. Besides, losing a handful of points isn't a big deal. Ignoring her, he continued to Freddy's stall. "Hey, Percy, any luck out there?" the plump guy asked with a smile. "Not really. I only managed to kill 7 workers today," he replied, halving the number to hide Mickey's involvement. "That's quite good for your first proper hunt. A bit better than average, too," Freddy nodded. "Really? I thought it was on the lower side." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Most people find the best level to hunt at is the one matching their grade. Locating and killing the wasps can be tricky, so newcomers usually average about 5 glands per day. If you have a suitable affinity and gain some experience, you can get to 20. Percy frowned. This arrangement would work well for people at Yellow. After all, 20 kills on the 3rd level would get them 900 contribution points, which was more than double what they needed. However, that wouldn't cut it for him. Even if he and Mickey improved enough to hunt 20 workers each, they'd only get 600 points in a day, still short of his 2nd dose. Let's not get ahead of myself. For now, I should focus on earning the 1st dose before I run out of elixirs. After that, I can look into alchemy to make up the difference." He paid Freddy a brown chip, a 1/10 of a contribution point, then thanked him for the information and the food. Just 2 blocks from his house, however, he was rudely shoved aside by a passerby. "The hell?" The guy didn't bother apologizing or even glancing back. He kept walking next to another person, the two seemingly locked in a heated conversation. "Nobody mentioned these fucking things would be so hard to find," the first guy yelled. "At least your fire magic is among the best for the job," the other replied. "Do you have any idea how annoying it is to toss stones at them until they hit?" Both wore yellow robes, and Percy recognized the second guy, the one who hadn't pushed him. He'd also been in orientation. "I guess I'm not the only one having trouble with this," Percy smiled wryly. Of course, these people were much closer to their own targets. They were earning more and needed less. Still, knowing he wasn't alone in struggling was a little reassuring. Reaching his house, he took a shower before sitting on his bed. With a sigh, he drank another dose of the elixir, noting he only had 16 vials left. Adding in the ones he could buy with his current income, he calculated they'd last him a month. "We need to kill 27 workers per day so that I can sustain 1 core. That should be my current goal. I have to get there in a month." Having made his mind up, he activated soul vision to examine the state of his soul. "It's not all bad." The corner of his lips curled up. Despite their subpar performance, the soul mana that Mickey had gathered from the wasps had done wonders for Percy's recovery. The crater in his chest had visibly shrunk. There was still some distance to cover, but his healing speed would also increase as they raised their hunting efficiency. "I can probably generate enough mana to feed diluted elixirs to my 1st core already. At this rate, I'll be able to resume sending clones soon." Not only that, but honing his combat skills was a noteworthy benefit in and of itself. Percy would have eventually sought out an environment like the fungal spire to train in, even if his advancement wasn't dependent on it. At the end of the day, adapting his fighting style to his nimble opponents was a welcome challenge. Let's see if I can come up with a couple new spells for this. Chapter 42. Adjusting Tactics. "I'm jumping in!" Hearing the warning, the crow changed direction at the last second, briefly confusing the wasp. Percy dashed towards it, swinging down his staff. Still, the agile bug caught on quickly enough, dodging the telegraphed blow before lunging forward to deliver a hit of its own. Percy flicked his hand, parrying the lethal stinger. Bending dangerously, the cyan weapon appeared about to snap. Percy understood by now that a quarterstaff wasn't great against the creatures. Coming up with a better use for his pure mana was definitely on his to-do list. That said, it wasn't his focus in the midst of combat. He stabbed forward with his other hand, the silver point just barely missing the wasp. "Fuck! I almost got it!" he groaned. The insect was about to counterattack, but Mickey dove towards it, nearly clipping its wings with his talons and engaging it into a new round. Activating Soul Vision, Percy inspected his new weapon again. Its shape hadn't changed much, but it was twice as long as before, resembling a rapier more than it did a dagger. Over the last couple of days, Percy had pondered the greatest shortcomings in his offensive capabilities. While the parting gift packed quite a punch, it was, frankly, overkill in most situations. The difficulty in landing it, coupled with the long preparation time, meant he left himself defenseless for much of the fight. If he didn't have a second core to rely on, he would have probably died already. Even if he had found another way to escape from Rick's group, the starry workers would have stabbed him full of holes by now. Consequently, he had come up with two possible solutions. The first was to continue increasing the number of projectiles he could shoot at once. If he gave his spell a wider spread, he'd be able to hit the wasps more frequently. However, it would still leave him powerless between shots. The second solution quickly became his preference instead.
His current plan was to devise a close combat variant of the parting gift. It wouldn't dissipate after each strike, so his opponents would think twice before approaching, or pay the price. Although, that's not perfect either. He frowned. While it would keep the bugs at bay, making him safer, it wouldn't help him land the hits. If anything, it would make that particular task even harder. That said, he reasoned that he could amend the issue with more practice. The soul constructs were weightless, so he could swing them faster than any corporeal weapon. As long as he worked on his timing, he'd be able to slay the starry workers with some well-executed counterattacks. Perhaps a rapier isn't the best shape, though. Due to the extreme lethality of his soul mana, he only needed to nick a corner of the bug's souls to defeat them. Even if the first strike didn't kill them, it would stop them in their tracks long enough for him to finish the job. Consequently, a slashing weapon might be more useful than a stabbing one. It wasn't piercing power that he lacked. Should I go for a hatchet or a cutlass? He didn't like the idea of the former, as he'd have to waste a lot of mana on the handle. The latter sounded better, but he'd still prefer something with a wider blade, something the wasps couldn't evade so easily. What if I bend the edge a little too? Mickey complained, snapping him out of his thoughts. Right, I'm going back in. He quickly summoned his weapons, but one looked different. As before, the scuffle ended without success, the wasp dodging the modified spell effortlessly. However, he didn't let it get to him, as he knew refining his new idea would take a couple more days. Percy grinned, reforming the blade once more and adjusting the shape as he went. You bastards are in for a nasty surprise. He took a deep breath as the cyan lines shone underneath his skin. Over the past week, Percy had focused on adapting his parting gift rather than killing as many wasps as possible. Logically, this should have caused their daily gains to drop even more, yet it hadn't. Without realizing, he had grown better at maintaining circulation. The increase had subsequently allowed him to fight in his top form for a couple hours longer per day. Today our kill count is going up too. Soul mana gathered in his hand, coalescing into a solid weapon. The blade extended and curved, and kept extending and curving. By the time it finished taking shape, Percy had exhausted every last drop of mana in his sternum, his weapon spanning an arc 3 times the radius of his fist. The new version of the parting gift required the full capacity of his core to cast, taking the form of a sickle.
"Stay out of this one, buddy." Stomping hard, he bolted towards the wasp. The worker noticed him before he reached it, diving for the counter. Percy sidestepped the stab, feinting with his staff. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, the wasp bought the fake out and flew to one side as Percy swung the rod for real, nearly clipping the bug's thorax. That seemed to have pissed it off, as it launched a barrage of lunges towards him, trying to turn him into a pincushion. It wasn't hard to evade most of them with his footwork, and he expertly parried the rest with the quarterstaff. The construct protested, but it held, for now. Another narrow dodge later, the bug seemed to have run out of steam as it tried to put some distance between them. Percy didn't let it, following closely to put pressure on the creature with his rod. Realizing it couldn't keep this up, the bug went for another desperate counterattack, forcing Percy to sacrifice the quarterstaff for one last parry. This was it. The attack left the bug staggered. Percy's left hand was already on its way to the wasp's side.
It tried to pull back diagonally, but he only had to let the weapon travel a few inches horizontally before releasing his grip, allowing the sickle to spin as it flew independently towards the creature. The slash didn't make a sound, but he didn't miss the bug's silvery soul being cleanly bisected through his soul vision. Percy allowed what remained of his staff to crumble away, but he didn't move. The lifeless carcass of the starry worker crashed down on the cap of the giant mushroom, one of its wings nearly snapping as it bent at a weird angle. It's done. He stared at it in disbelief. He wasn't even out of breath yet. The fight had only lasted a few minutes. Of course, he'd already spent a week working towards this, but pinning down the slippery creature by himself, without relying on luck or distractions, had seemed like such a distant goal. But he'd done it. He'd held his own, anticipating the bug's moves, dodging its blows, and seizing the right opportunity to strike back. Mickey flew over him, sharing in his excitement with raucous caws. "Ha ha ha ha!" Percy burst into laughter. "Help yourself, buddy!" He gestured to the corpse. There was still plenty he could do to make their trips more efficient, but this was the first massive step forward. He smiled. "Let's see how many we can get today." 19, he counted, a shit-eating grin plastered on his face. Percy had just finished squeezing the last of today's glands into a vial. This was their best record so far. He had filled nearly 3 tubes with the precious nectar, indicating he was getting closer and closer to his goal. Naturally, he was still 8 kills short, but that didn't seem so unattainable after what he had achieved over a single week. The new form of the parting gift was extremely effective against the creatures. He had already killed a few with it, in both melee range and from a distance, proving it was about as versatile as he'd intended. It was still a pain whenever he threw it and missed, as it left his first core completely empty for a time. Luckily, Mickey could always jump in and keep the bugs occupied until he recovered. It sucks that the status hasn't bothered to recognize it, though. He had expected that. The new variant wasn't sufficiently different from the original to be listed as a new spell, nor was it profound enough to be elevated to a refined classification. Although, I suppose it doesn't matter what it's called, Percy shrugged. Tomorrow, I'll work on a replacement for the quarterstaff. Chapter 43. Elaine. The atmosphere was somber as the crowd of hundreds stood outside, clad in black robes. A deep silence might have been more appropriate for the occasion, but nobody had let the crickets know to stop chirping, or the birds to avoid carelessly flying over the garden. Perhaps the sky should have looked gloomier too, but Remior's sun still shone brightly, oblivious to the bitter sobs of the grieving mother and the occasional crackles of firewood snapping within the pyre. Archibald let out a tremulous breath,
held inside for a touch too long as he watched Serena, his daughter-in-law, scatter her son's ashes in the wind. Fortunately, Abalach was not here to mourn the boy, having died in the tragedy years ago along with the other Redborns. Truth be told, Archibald had a personal preference for burials over cremations. The idea of having a grave to visit, a way to keep the deceased always close, just sounded better. In fact, many of the younger families still performed them to this day. Sadly, this wasn't an option for the older ones, like House Avalon, who had bid farewell to thousands of members over their millennia-long history. If they buried everyone, their mansion would be little more than an island amidst a sea of graves. No, the Avalons wouldn't get a grave. They'd all have to settle for a few words in a book, listing their relationships and achievements. The Yellowborns who lived the longest would get a full page. Some, like Archibald himself, might even get a couple. As for the Redborns and Orangeborns who died young, they'd have to make do with a paragraph. Was I wrong? It was precisely because things like this kept happening that he had maintained his distance from the family. He had to be a leader. Could he afford to break down every time he lost somebody? Putting his own emotions aside was what was best for everyone. If anything, it helped reduce losses such as today's. Little good it did Elaine, though. Archibald's interactions with Percy had made him reconsider his stance. Perhaps his role as the cold patriarch of the family served their house well, for the majority of people. But what about those few who received the short end of the stick? If Elaine had been destined to die young, hadn't he deserved a grandpa in his short life? Heck, didn't I deserve to know my grandson before he was gone? Elaine approached slowly, breaking him out of his thoughts. Her expression was downtrodden. She hadn't spoken a word since Enid helped her back a few days ago, carrying a sack with Elaine's remains in the other hand. She must be blaming herself. He placed his hand on her shoulder, squeezing it gently. By all accounts, this could still be considered a positive outcome for the family. Elaine, the only Yellowborn in the team, had not only survived, but returned home with a new, refined spell. In fact, the pragmatic leader in him should have been overjoyed. From a certain perspective, they should even be celebrating rather than mourning. Yet the mere thought made his stomach churn. Grandpa, where is Percy? I haven't seen him since I got back. A lump got stuck in Archibald's throat. Breaking more bad news to the girl was the last thing he wanted. He left a few weeks ago. He should be at the Alchemist's Guild by now. What? Why? He didn't even say goodbye, she exclaimed, only catching herself after seeing the others' disapproving looks. What happened? She whispered a moment later. The boy probably grew a conscience, another voice interjected. A gallant man approached them, the air around him crackling with power as he stopped just a meter away. What's that supposed to mean? Elaine scowled at him. It means you and Father have already spoiled that Redborn for long enough. It's best he tries to pay his own way in the world. He'll fail, of course, but that ought to teach him that precious resources aren't meant for his ilk, Galahad replied in a casual tone, his words sharp as knives. But he wasn't done. My only worry is that he'll embarrass our house in the eyes of others, but I suppose that's a small price to pay to stop pouring elixirs down the drain. The girl looked ready to snap at her uncle, but Archibald squeezed her shoulder a bit more firmly to stop her. That's enough, son. This is not the time or the place to be maligning anyone, let alone your nephew. Besides, I think you might be surprised the next time you meet Percy. He didn't like Galahad's callousness, but it would be hypocritical of him to get angry. After all, he was the one who had molded his son into this, preparing him to become a future leader of the house. Strictly speaking,
Galahad simply embodied the principles he had been taught, nothing more, nothing less. In fact, one might even argue the man adhered to them even more closely than Archibald himself, never allowing compassion to seep into his thought process. Scoffing, Galahad left. It wasn't until an hour later that the rest of their relatives had too. "Is he going to be all right?" she asked once they were alone in the garden. He nodded. "Don't worry about him. Mickey advanced to Orange, and they needed a good place to hunt and earn elixirs. I'm sure they'll thrive there." His words seemed to ease the tension in her eyes, although it wasn't gone entirely. "Elaine, it wasn't your fault. Scorpion Kings are rare, and you couldn't have prevented the ambush," he insisted after she dropped her gaze. "But it was my fault. If only I'd learned circulation like you and Percy. Maybe," she stammered, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears. Archibald shook his head. "You wouldn't have even managed to activate it in time to save Elaine. Dwelling on it doesn't help anyone." Elaine didn't respond, staring down at her feet. The two remained there for another few minutes before he spoke again. "What are you planning to do now? Will you keep going on missions?" The girl tilted her head up, giving him a firm look. "No. Perhaps you are right. Even if I had mastered circulation, maybe it wouldn't have made a difference. But it might the next time, or the one after." She clenched her fists. "I won't leave the mansion until I master it too." Archibald was sitting cross-legged in the inner garden, basking under the gentle radiance of the jade tree. Tossing the prized treasure a glance, he remembered what he had told Percy over a year ago. "I can't give up the tree on a gamble, let alone you. Even if it was Elaine having a second core, I couldn't do that. The tree might help me protect our family next year. Your second core might need centuries to pay off, if it ever does." The words already rang hollow as they echoed in his head, making him chuckle. Mere months after he'd said that, Percy had brought circulation back from Huehue, helping him grow far stronger than he ever would have through the tree. Let's not waste it then. Taking a deep breath, he spent a moment appreciating the refreshing fragrance with its minty aftertaste, before guiding the dense mana to his channels. Not long after, green lines glowed under his skin, swirling and branching out like vines.
Perfectly at ease, he placed his palms against each other as he sent a wave of mana rippling through his body to bounce off his skin and towards his hands. Within the span of a few breaths, a small, verdant bubble the size of a pea formed, softly pulsing like a tiny heart. Archibald normally only maintained 60 clones, a mere quarter of what he was capable of, to ensure he still had access to 75% of his mana reserves at any given time. However, now that he had the option of falling back to circulation in a pinch, he had decided to double the number of clones he had on standby. The fact he could create them faster using the technique was a nice bonus. As for the tree, its main purpose was providing inspiration to life users when developing their spells. Archibald already possessed a top-tier secret art, combining his magic and his bloodline, but with circulation and twice as many clones, he was aiming to improve upon it. "You kids won't be the only ones getting stronger." Whatever happened, he was the patriarch of the family. He'd keep them all safe at any cost. As for the next poor fool who decided to mess with them, they were in for a nasty surprise. Chapter 44. Opportunity. The thing about quarterstaffs was that they were two-handed weapons. Suffice to say, dual-wielding one with a sickle was more than a little awkward. Detrimental, even, as it got in Percy's way more often than not, preventing him from landing sure blows with his deadlier tool. Of course, he couldn't help it either. He had considered simply not using it, but the parting gift couldn't block incoming attacks, so the flimsy rod was essentially his only defense against the venomous stingers of the starry workers.
which was precisely why he was currently working on changing that. I'm not going to bother with a different weapon. The reason he'd even created it to begin with was Mickey's influence, still fresh on his mind after Huehue, coupled with his first core being unavailable for a long time. The staff had been his only means of attack back then, and it had served him well against the wood goblins. However, his fighting style was still rough around the edges, pieced together out of whatever scraps he could recall from his friend's demonstration. Lacking an additional pair of limbs didn't help him much either, not to mention his grade being much lower than Mickey's, so the poor excuse of a weapon just wouldn't cut it against the wasps. He reasoned it might be worth revisiting the quarterstaff in the future, after his second core advanced to orange, but for now, he'd rather retire it. This time, let's go with something purely defensive. Strictly speaking, his requirements for the replacement were rather modest. He only needed something to block a blow or two in order to give him a chance to counterattack, something that wouldn't get in the way as much. The thought of forming some kind of armor with his pure mana was appealing, though he understood he lacked the capacity to cover his whole body. Instead, he settled for something smaller. Will this even hold? He frowned, scrutinizing his right fist coated in a film of cyan. The construct was poorly made. It was more akin to a cast than a glove, as he couldn't twitch a single finger in it. But he needed to confirm it worked as protection before trying to improve its design. He lifted his eyes, gazing at the bug locked in an aerial confrontation with his familiar, before shrugging. Only one way to find out, I suppose. Activating circulation, he dashed in, telling the crow to disengage. The wasp didn't seem to mind either, more than happy to switch targets. Percy could have dodged the incoming lunge, but didn't. Instead, he swung his hand to brush the stinger aside, bracing himself for the worst. Had this been his first day on the second level, he would have missed, as it was much harder to time the parry with such a small surface area than it had been with the rod. However, he'd grown used to the bug's movements, so the blow connected without issue. He felt the material crumble under the pressure, but it held together better than the staff, at least. That was promising, considering his new construct still had plenty of room for improvement. Pushing the wasp away, he tossed a fleeting glance at his hand. The impact had left a deep, wide, stinger-shaped groove in the construct. Percy quickly directed more mana to repair the cast before taunting the bug to attack again. The two exchanged blows for about 10 minutes as he tested the limits of his new spell, before his stamina began to decline. Only then did he finally seize the next opening, finishing the bug with his sickle. He gestured for Mickey to enjoy his meal, plopping down on the mushroom's cap to analyze what he'd learned. I don't think it's safe to block a direct stab with it, but brushing the stingers from the side is more than doable. The cast lasted a couple of blows before it came close to shattering each time. It was only when Percy had pushed for a third in a row without fixing it that he'd risked getting injured. It cost less mana to form and repair, plus it enabled him to use the sickle better too. It's definitely worth working on, but it's going to take a while to perfect. He'd never made anything so intricate with mana before. The finalized glove would involve lots of interconnected pieces to protect all the joints in his hand without impairing their movement. Still, if I can use both constructs with the same hand, it's going to make everything a lot easier. By nightfall, the duo had taken 20 wasps down, surpassing their previous limit once more.
Just over a week after joining the guild, Percy had already reached the higher end of what was viewed as possible for an orange core. He was still far from his goal, but at least his new constructs were much better suited for hunting the bugs. Moreover, he was getting more accustomed to both their fighting style and to keeping circulation active for longer. And his personal kit wasn't the only thing he was working on. Mickey had yet to kill a single wasp by himself, but he was getting closer. The agile opponents were a terrible match for the crow, which was why Percy was still reluctant to let him fight unsupervised. That said,
The familiar had not gotten himself in trouble over the last couple of days, continually improving at dodging the last-minute lunges of the bugs. In fact, he'd almost managed to clip their wings a few times. Percy estimated the crow would achieve his first solo kill before long, at which point they could split up and adjust their strategy. Entering the settlement, his attention was drawn to a crowd that had gathered around somebody. He counted a couple dozen people, most of them in yellow robes. Not very surprising, as they made up the majority of the guild members. Still, he spotted a handful of green and orange cores, too. "What's this about?" Percy raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Approaching them, he noticed everyone held a leaflet, chatting loudly. Must be a good thing to get them so excited. In fact, they seemed to be in such a good mood, they didn't even frown upon seeing him, instead letting him pass unobstructed. Okay, now it's getting weird. The person at the center of the crowd, a blue core holding the stack of leaflets, handed him one with a smile. Free introductory lesson to alchemy? Percy's eyes widened as he read the heading aloud. Seriously? The guy nodded. Normally, each lesson costs 1,000 contribution points, but the guild likes to sponsor them every now and then, to encourage people to get into it. After all, alchemists are precious, and we need as many as we can get. Percy smirked. Then why even charge people in the first place? Because this isn't a charity. Those giving the lessons are just regular members of the guild, and they expect proper compensation for their time. The man sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. That said, I do think my fellow alchemists should strive to be a little more selfless for everyone's sake. Teaching is even more lucrative than brewing. You can make tens of thousands per day doing it, but you need to be an experienced alchemist already to qualify. I guess some of them are either a tad too greedy, or they just don't want to build up the competition. Percy nodded, albeit reluctantly. It wasn't as though he didn't understand the concept, but such steep barriers really made it difficult for people like him to get into the field. "Aren't there any books on the topic?" he asked. "Yes, there are plenty in the library, free to read. They cover the basics, but without guidance, it'll take you 10 times longer to learn. Plus, the priciest part of alchemy is the ingredients, not the lessons." That made sense. All these yellows wouldn't have trouble saving up 1,000 points, but if they had to waste months' worth of nectar before they got any good at the craft, it would indeed be a huge barrier of entry. "Anyway, are you interested in signing up?" the blue core asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. "Yes, when is it?" Percy didn't hesitate. Perhaps he couldn't afford to become a proper alchemist just yet, but it wouldn't hurt to learn more now that the opportunity had presented itself. The knowledge might influence his future plans, after all. "Tomorrow morning. Just show up at this building at 10. The guy indicated a certain spot on the leaflet, marked on a hand-drawn map of the guild. Percy thanked him, his thoughts swirling as he headed home. Besides, I could use a break from hunting. Chapter 45. Introduction to Alchemy. Percy was among the first to arrive at the lecture theater, not willing to miss a second. Good thing he had, too, otherwise he wouldn't have found a seat. Certainly not in the front row. The place was packed to the brim with people a few minutes later. Some of them glared at him, probably expecting him to get up and hand them his spot like a good little Redborn and go stand at the back instead. But he didn't budge. "Go on then, make a fuss if you dare." Sure enough, they just ignored him, looking for another seat to steal. And it felt so good. Percy was done taking crap from everyone. It might take a while longer, but he'd surpass all of these pompous bastards. The Orangeborns, and even the Yellowborns. One day. A hush rippled through the room as a man in blue robes walked in. He was actually the same guy who'd handed out the leaflets. It was weird for someone at that level to waste time advertising his own lecture. Couldn't he have paid somebody to do it? Then again, he did seem passionate about teaching. "Good morning, everyone," the alchemist said. Percy paid more attention to his lecturer's appearance today. He looked middle-aged, which meant he was probably an Orange-born who'd lived for several centuries already. "I should have been more respectful last night," he realized. "Judging by your presence here, it's safe to assume you're all beginners, so I'll start with the basics. First of all, the field of alchemy contains more than just the elixirs we know and love. It essentially spans any potions, poisons, or medicine brewed with herbs and other natural ingredients." Percy nodded, recognizing the foundational principle from his studies at home. "However, most of those things are secondary products of alchemy. Even the best healing potions can't hold a candle to a yellow core's life mana. Similarly, the most potent venoms and poisons we can concoct won't do much to one of the strongest mages. If you want to assassinate a blue, you're better off just using a starry commander's venom." He chuckled and received a smattering of weak laughs in response. "And if you're above orange, you're unlikely to get sick, meaning even medicine isn't particularly useful." The room quickly broke into hushed whispers. "I know what you're all thinking. If these things are so ineffective, then why would anybody bother? And you're not wrong. While there is a place for these products in any noble family's warehouse, they are but secondary pursuits for bored alchemists with too much money and time on their hands. I would advise you to not bother with them for now. Consequently, we aren't interested in anything but elixirs during this lecture." Percy shrugged. Hearing that alchemy was so underdeveloped on Remier was a little sad, but this arrangement suited him just fine. After all, the Avalon House was full of people with the life affinity, so they had even less need for these auxiliary resources than others. Although, I suppose they'd still be somewhat useful for me due to my lower grade. In any case, the first thing you need to understand about elixirs is how they work. Does anyone know? A brave girl in a yellow robe raised her hand. "They break down the impurities in our cores over time, allowing them to reform at a higher grade." The lecturer smiled. This was indeed common knowledge. "Yes, the elixirs owe this miraculous property to their main ingredient, the nectar you've all probably come across by now. But can somebody tell me what that is?" This time, nobody answered. Everyone in the room had likely hunted the wasps before, yet nobody seemed to understand what exactly made them so special. "Wait, the wasps? Don't tell me." Simply put, the nectar is the only known example of beast mana capable of existing for an extended period of time outside a beast's body. People have tried to make elixirs out of beast cores, but nobody has ever succeeded. At least, not on Remior. Sharp breaths were drawn collectively across the room. It was well understood that beasts refined their cores naturally by eating, without needing any external resources. Evidently, this was because they already possessed the main ingredient of the elixirs within their very cores. As it turned out, alchemists did nothing more than imitate them, harnessing their ability for humanity's sake. "Sir, if that's true, then how do other races advance their grades? Are there starry wasps on every world?" somebody asked. "That's an excellent question. I'm not a member of the Divine Order, so what I can say with certainty on the topic is rather limited. Still, as far as I know, starry wasps are native to Remior," the lecturer replied. "Then how?" another person spoke up. "Well, every world has different resources and natural treasures. Some are unlucky enough that they lack the means of advancing, while others have their own methods. I'd wager most of those methods involve an alternative source of beast mana, however." The explanation made another detail click in Percy's mind. So that's why the fungal spire is considered so important. It's our only practical means of advancement. And there are other races, like Mickey's, who don't even have something similar. Percy developed a newfound appreciation for the colossal mushrooms sprouting above their heads. "Okay, so now that we've established that, the question is,
How do we process the nectar into elixir? The lecturer asked. I've heard there are multiple recipes, a boy at yellow said. The alchemist nodded. Indeed, while the nectar is irreplaceable, all the other ingredients have several alternatives with similar functions.
It all comes down to transforming the nectar from raw beast mana, which would only run berserk inside your cores and injure you, into something stable, which will harmlessly cleanse away the impurities. Strictly speaking, you only really need to focus on a single recipe and strive to get good at it, although it can be useful to come in contact with a couple more, for times when you have limited access to the ingredients you need. Still, most approaches are rather similar, so it's not that hard to switch to a different recipe once you understand the process. Percy felt the urge to laugh. All this time, alchemy had sounded like a mystical and profound profession. But, according to everything they had been taught today, didn't it all seem rather inane? The potions, poisons, and medicines were borderline useless, and even the elixirs merely involved harvesting a single raw ingredient they were lucky enough to find on Remior, transforming it into a slightly different form. If the fungal spire was destroyed, wouldn't that leave all the alchemists without a job overnight? Eventually, he shook his head. Obviously, the actual brewing process must be complicated, or it wouldn't be so hard to make them. The lecturer's next words confirmed his suspicions. There is one reliable metric that can be used to define an alchemist's skill: their brewing yield. Simply put, this is just a percentage, indicating how many drops of elixir they can produce out of 100 drops of nectar. Percy ran the calculation in his head. As far as he could tell, the finished product was 4 times as expensive. Some of you seem to have calculated it out already. Indeed, the turning point that qualifies somebody into a full-fledged alchemist is a 25% yield. That's the cutoff where you stop losing money as you brew. The most talented and experienced alchemists in the guild can boast of yields as high as 56%. For anyone wondering, my personal best is only 44%. Percy had to swallow his saliva to avoid drooling. Didn't that mean their lecturer nearly doubled his money every time he brewed a batch? It's still a time-consuming process, so there's a limit to how much elixir we can brew per day. Our output is still lower than the input, and also lower than Remir's needs, which is why we need more alchemists in the guild. If we could convert all the available nectar with a 45% yield, we might have enough for everyone on Remir, including the Redborns. That particular bit of information was even more shocking to Percy. His whole life, he'd suffered from his low grade, preventing him from advancing as fast as others. If it hadn't been for this shortage, he would have reached Orange 5 years sooner. And the lecturer claimed it could all be solved if they'd just bothered to train a few more alchemists? Then why the fuck don't you? Percy struggled to keep his thoughts to himself. The lecturer sighed. Despite what my idealistic words might suggest, this is easier said than done. It will take you a few months and a lot of wasted nectar before your first successful batch of elixir. Even then, you're unlikely to start with a yield higher than 15%. It realistically won't be until the end of your first year before you are likely able to reach 25%. And it only keeps getting harder. You'll get to about 30% if you keep at it for another year or two. Reaching 40% is usually a matter of decades, and 50%? Centuries. Perhaps the white cores leading the great houses or the gods of the divine order could surpass that, due to living for tens of millennia. But their time is much more valuable spent elsewhere than brewing elixirs. The additional context did calm Percy down. Evidently, they'd need to train an army of blue-cored alchemists for centuries to provide for everyone.
And for what? Just so that Redborns like him would get elixirs? They still wouldn't live past yellow. It wasn't worth the time. But he'd caught another detail of interest. A 30% yield was a realistic goal after a couple of years.
That was already enough to make a profit. As soon as I can sustain one core, I'll start siphoning the excess time and points into alchemy. Chapter 46. An Idea. It was early afternoon by the time the alchemist's lecture ended. Advertised as a mere introduction, it didn't really delve into the topic too deeply. After explaining the basic concepts, the instructor described a few of the most popular recipes, giving them an overview of how the secondary ingredients worked and what tools they needed to use. Percy did feel some anticipation, not only due to the stacks of contribution points waiting at the other end of his alchemical journey, but also because the whole thing seemed fun. The idea of playing around with magic juices and challenging himself to increase his yield sounded like something he would enjoy. Still, he had to rein in his excitement until he raised the funds to actually dip his toes into the field. Better get back to hunting then. Half the day was gone, but that was no excuse to slack for the rest of it. Apparently, Mickey agreed, as he'd been urging him for some time. I know. I'm on the way already." Nearing the gate, he noted with surprise that the drowsy girl's stand was still there, over a week after he'd first spotted it. The owner was, too, sleeping on the counter as usual. Has she not given up yet? I can't tell if she's the laziest or the most persistent person I know. Probably both. For many days, nobody had paid her any attention, although Percy did notice her coins were gone last night. Since then, she'd tacked up a new, smaller sign, adding more words to the advertisement.
Buying and selling information on the 3rd level. So that was her brilliant plan? Purchasing information from experienced hunters to sell to newcomers. Something like where the best spots for hunting were, or how to find and kill the starry soldiers more efficiently. Percy didn't know if anyone would actually take her up on that. It all sounded a bit iffy to spend money on. She should have at least bothered to make a new sign instead of patching it. He shook his head as he hurried along. Half an hour later, he met up with Mickey somewhere on the 2nd level, though not in the same place as yesterday. They liked to switch things up every day to let the bugs repopulate. Percy wasn't sure it mattered, as the interior of the spire was supposedly filled with them. More were constantly deployed outside to harvest the dense mana from the mushrooms and bring nectar back to the nest. Suffice to say, he doubted the creatures would run out anytime soon. Still, he could use any advantage he could get. However, they didn't begin hunting immediately, as Percy wanted to test an idea he had come up with during the lecture. Mickey, can you try passing me some of your mana through our link? The crow tilted its head in confusion. Mickey hadn't eaten anything all morning, so he lacked the soul mana to send. Not the one you get when you eat, the one from your core, Percy explained. While beast mana couldn't normally leave one's body or form regular spells, it could still freely circulate through its owner's channels, passively nourishing their flesh. This was the source of the beast's strength, after all. After learning that nectar was essentially just beast mana that could be transferred outside, Percy had considered the possibility of taking advantage of the ethereal cord to achieve something similar. Of course, even if it worked, he wasn't sure how to benefit from it. The alchemist had already told them they couldn't purify their cores with raw beast mana. He'd have to find a way to process it into an elixir inside his body. Still, he was curious enough to give it a shot. It took some guidance from him, but Mickey eventually understood the task. Through mana sense, Percy observed the orange glow leave the crow's sternum, moving towards the connection. However, nothing happened. It just accumulated there with nowhere to go. Unsure whether Mickey had done something wrong, or if this was just a peculiarity of the beast mana, he next tested whether he could send his own mana to the familiar. Transferring a trickle of soul mana worked, confirming the ethereal cord was a two-way connection. But it didn't accept any of his pure mana either. I suppose it makes sense. It's linking our souls together, so why would it allow any other type to pass? He shrugged, not too disheartened.
Mickey cawed, getting impatient. He sent Percy the image of a starry worker he'd just spotted. Percy activated circulation before gathering the cyan mana into his right hand to resume working on his new project. Today, he'd focus on forming the glove with an open hand, increasing its surface area. As soon as everything was in order, he engaged the worker, testing his spell's durability as he looked for an opening to finish the creature. A few minutes later, it was lying motionless on the surface of the mushroom, both its core and nectar gland already harvested. Mickey had flown ahead to scout for their next target, as Percy sat next to the carcass, eyeing it in contemplation. "You're some really special things, aren't you?" His world's survival hinged entirely on these bugs. If they went extinct, everyone on Remior would be stuck at the grade they were born with. Perhaps they could try other means of cleansing their cores, but they'd be lucky if they even advanced once in their lives that way. But more than his world's situation, Percy couldn't help but consider what this meant for him.
Would he have to stay in the Alchemist's Guild his whole life? Even if he managed to provide for his 2 cores eventually, what would happen when he left? He couldn't exactly take the wasps with him. Pausing, he creased his brow pensively. Or can I? His thoughts lingered on the ethereal cord linking him to Mickey for a moment. He hadn't created the familiar with the intention of raising his own strength. It had all been an accident, brought about by his desperate attempt to save his friend. However, the advantages the crow brought him were undeniable. Percy would be lying if he said he hadn't considered creating more of them in the past year. After all, how powerful would he be if he could cultivate an army of green or even blue beasts, all loyal to him? It would take even less time than reaching those grades himself. The only reason he hadn't tried it yet was that his soul hadn't been in a good enough state. But that was swiftly changing with every soul Mickey devoured. And what if my next familiar is a starry wasp? Not only would he have another companion to fight alongside him, but he'd also have his personal nectar factory. Its production wouldn't be much at red or orange, but what about green or blue? Maybe he could sustain his cores indefinitely one day. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. That said, there were many details he needed to figure out to make it work, as his first success had been a bit of a fluke. For example, could he injure a wasp and shove a part of his soul inside it to create a familiar? It didn't seem to be that simple, because that tended to produce regular clones in his experience. From what he'd learned, newborn souls were more malleable than developed ones, making them easier to meld with. That's why the Moirai baby had not given him as much trouble as Mickey had, and why the crow chick had proven a suitable host for his familiar. That only raised more questions, however. Where would he even get a starry wasp egg? Would he need to venture into the depths of the fungal spire? That was a place filled with beasts at blue or even higher. Not just that, but entering it was a serious crime. And even then, it wasn't guaranteed to work. The crow egg had produced a familiar, but the Moirai baby had simply died as a short-lived clone. Was it because the latter had been in a worse condition to begin with? Or was it because he had brought another passenger along, Mickey, in the case of the bird? He'd need to come up with answers to all those questions if he was to succeed, which led to another problem. Baldy and Elaine aren't here to take care of me if I mess up. I should probably stick to regular clones for a while until I'm sure I know what I'm doing. Having already lost a ton of time due to his reckless experiments with his soul, Percy was going to take his next attempt slow. Besides, I won't need the new familiar until it's time to leave the guild. Chapter 47. Healed. A month went by in a flash. Percy and Mickey had gotten a lot better at hunting the wasps, but today he didn't care about that. Something else was going through his mind as he sat on his bed, gazing down at his soul. It's finally healed. Well,
sort of. It had stopped absorbing more mana, although it wasn't back to 100% yet. The hole in his chest had mostly closed, but a small circular scar about the width of a strawberry remained, right where the ethereal cord linked him to Mickey. I suppose this is as good as it's going to get. It didn't look like it would recover entirely, as a part of him still existed within the bird. Perhaps he could fix it by retrieving the missing piece or severing the connection. He wasn't sure which, but he had no intention of doing either. Hopefully, the injury wouldn't affect him too much when creating more clones, especially since that was exactly what he was planning to do right now.
It was early in the morning, although Percy's room was currently pitch black, as he had closed the curtains. The last thing he needed was somebody seeing his cloning attempt. "Mickey, start hunting!" The familiar was roaming the base of the fungal spire, searching for starry drones to munch on. He could already kill a couple starry workers by himself, but it took too long, and it was dangerous to let him hunt on the second floor by himself. Percy would have to settle for the less potent soul mana they could gather from the red bugs. Still, between the crow's help and the increased regeneration brought about by the colorful motes, he estimated he would have a much easier time forming his new clone. Pressing down his bubbling enthusiasm, he began by sending pulses of soul mana through his channels to bounce off his soul's edge. Not wanting to interfere with his connection to Mickey, he had adjusted the angles slightly so that the mana would gather a few inches below the connection after being reflected. As it began to swell, he was ready to grab a hold of the bulge and pull it out of his skin. Fuck. I sure didn't miss the pain. He winced as the strain caused the expected tears to form. However, he quickly raised an eyebrow after examining the fissures in his soul for a couple of seconds. Is it me, or is the damage less extensive than last time? This was strange. If anything, he would have expected his injury to have negatively impacted the integrity of his soul, making it more fragile than before. That didn't seem to be the case. It was hard to say for sure, but the cracks appeared both shallower and less numerous than the last time. Has my soul grown stronger in the past year? Why would that be the case? He'd spent all this time recovering. Then again, wasn't that how muscles and bones worked? Exercising essentially involved damaging and repairing one's body repeatedly. Perhaps the same principle applied to his soul. If that's the case, maybe I can strengthen my soul enough to use circulation with my first core if I keep sending clones. This was an issue that had troubled him for a long time. Although the technique he'd learned on Huihui had served him well until now, he greatly lamented only being able to use it with his second core. After all, it was much weaker than the one in his sternum, both in grade and affinity. Evidently, the solution had been right under his nose all along. In his excitement, he nearly let go of the bulge. Shit. Focus, Percy. That was a project for the future. While it was a nice surprise, it wasn't worth ruining his current attempt. Shaking the distracting thoughts out of his head, he sent another pulse through his soul, which caused the bulge to grow. More soul mana began flowing into his core a few minutes later, too, as Mickey had already taken down the first drone. Keep it up, buddy! 8 hours later, Percy was holding an outstretched chunk of his soul larger than an apple. Thanks to his familiar's diligent efforts, he had reached this step 4 hours sooner than the last time. I can keep going, but it's best not to risk it. This was already the same amount he'd used for his previous clone, so he knew it was enough to survive for a couple days. Perhaps he could increase that if he gathered more of the silver flame before cutting it off, but he didn't want to damage his soul more than he could handle. Moving to the next phase, then. Pulling the mana out of his core, he directed it all straight into the bulge, filling it up like a water skin. Taking deep breaths, he strove to gather even more as his familiar intensified the efforts to support him. Let's give the clone more mana than last time. Back then, Percy had added it on a whim, without knowing if it would help in any way.
Including a mana reserve had obviously been the correct decision. His clone had greatly relied on the stashed mana multiple times during his adventure, whether to bond with Mickey's soul initially, or to deliver the killing blow to Mishcoatl near the end. Suffice to say, Percy didn't mind investing a few more hours to overcharge his clone again. It wasn't until another 4 hours later that he stopped. The bulge had bloated up by about 50% of its previous volume. It still contained the same amount of his soul as before, but its surface had stretched taut due to the dense quantity of mana sealed within. He briefly considered pushing more into it, but at this rate, he might cause the clone to burst before he even sent it out. Plus, the mana was already slowly leaking, as his willpower was scarcely sufficient to keep it contained. It actually resembles Baldy's clones somewhat. Unlike his previous attempt, the soul mana was so concentrated that it was fully visible even to the naked eye, a silver bubble pulsing akin to a beating heart. The sight reassured him somewhat. All this time he'd been fumbling in the dark with his bloodline, mostly doing whatever instinctively felt right. The more his efforts looked like his family's version, the more confidence he had that he was on the right track. Okay then, now for the really painful part. After refilling his core one last time, he tossed another glance at his handiwork, nodding in appreciation. Steeling his resolve, he stirred his bloodline and felt the familiar ghostly claw forming in his sternum. Please go where I want you to go. If it insisted on heading along the last path it had taken, it could harm his connection to the familiar. Percy focused all his willpower to direct it slightly lower, towards the thrumming bubble he had spent all day cultivating. Luckily, the ghostly claw didn't need much prodding, as it gladly acquiesced, pouncing on the bulge like a cat would a mouse. Percy gritted his teeth in agony as all the tears in his soul widened. He held his breath as the ghostly claw clamped the soul and mana alike, twisting them and pulling them out of his body. With an audible popping sound, accompanied by a violent shockwave rippling through his very existence, he felt his world tremble as the silver bubble was ripped out of his stomach, shooting off like a meteor. By the time his head sank into the pillow, his eyes had already fallen shut. Aww. Caw! Percy's eyes bolted open, a splitting headache making him dizzy. Fuck, I'm alive, was his first thought. Wait, no, that was supposed to be a good thing. Caw! The familiar called to him again. Percy could practically taste the palpable sense of panic oozing through their bond. The realization simultaneously gave him a fuzzy feeling at having somebody who cared, but also a pang of guilt in his chest. It's okay, buddy. I'm okay. I'm sorry I worried you. Getting off his bed was tough, but it was promising that he was even capable of standing. Pulling the curtain open, he noted it was dark outside. How long was I out? He knew it shouldn't have been more than a day or two, otherwise he would have starved. Well, he was feeling a little peckish, but not quite starving yet. Mickey sent him an image of a single sunset, though no sunrise. It was still the same day. That's good, at least. He couldn't afford to knock himself out for a week every time he sent out a new clone. Walking was a hassle, but he made his way to the door. He sure hoped Freddy was open, as he was too tired to cook, and he could use a honey roll right about now. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell to his knees, his consciousness sucked right out of his body. One moment he was still in his room, while the next he felt the wind pressing against him, colorful motes whizzing by from all directions. He was diving towards a bug, its carapace pitch black with bright spots glistening all over the sleek chitin. A drone? I'm Mickey?
They felt dizzy, banking towards the left. Flapping their wings at the last second, they barely managed to soften their landing, narrowly avoiding a nasty crash on the ground.
What the hell? He thought, as he returned to his own body, lying against the cold stone of his floor. More came gushing through the cord. Images, feelings, memories, thoughts. He felt his familiar's confusion as his mind drifted back and forth between the bodies a couple more times. "Are you doing this?" he asked the bird once the situation seemed to stabilize. He got a negative response back. Mickey didn't seem to understand much more than he did. What was going on? Chapter 48. Limit. "What?" Percy asked. Freddie gave him a concerned look. "I said, are you sure you're okay?" he repeated. Percy felt his mind slipping again, but he resisted the pull. "Yeah, sorry, it's been a long day," he forced himself to say. It was only then that he remembered he was holding a honey roll. Thank Phoebe I haven't dropped it. Not that he was in the mood to eat, but it would have looked strange. He searched his pocket for some change, but his friend stopped him. "It's on the house today. Just look after yourself, man. You're the only one I see who's hunting 18 hours a day, no breaks. Clearly it's not sustainable." Percy nodded, thanking Freddie before leaving in a hurry. Going out in this state hadn't been his brightest idea. It wasn't until he got back home that he allowed himself to fall on the bed, leaving the snack on a table for later. Soon, another episode hit him, but he allowed himself to sink into Mickey's body without resistance. They were pecking the core out of the drone when he joined him. Percy had watched the bird hunt, as Mickey had inadvertently sent him the images. He'd nearly gotten stung, too, after briefly losing his concentration during what would have otherwise been a trivial kill.
As the soul was digested in the familiar's stomach, Percy's mind followed the soul mana back to his own body. He quickly forced it to his eyes to inspect what the hell was going on with him. Nothing too weird there, he frowned. His soul didn't look much different from the time he had sent his clone to Huehue. The small scar remained near his sternum, joined by a grapefruit-sized crater above his stomach and a bunch of cracks all over. He was pleased to find fewer than before, due to his increased resilience. It's not due to excessive damage. This was different than even the time he'd woken up after creating the familiar. Rather than pain or weakness, it felt more like his sense of self was shaken, as if he had trouble remaining himself. Is it because I have two connections at the same time? This didn't bode well for his ambitious plan of forming an army of familiars. At this rate, he'd be lucky if he could keep sending out clones. Hopefully the clone isn't affected. And there it was, the good old infinite nothingness he fondly remembered. Unlike the last clone, this one accepted his identity promptly, beginning the search for a body without delay. He knew this was one of the most critical parts of the journey. During his previous attempt, 3 weeks had passed on Remior, but he shouldn't have spent longer than a couple of days on Huehue. This could only mean one of two things. Either there was a huge mismatch in the flow of time from one world to another, or he had spent most of it in the space between them. Consequently, the faster he moved here, the better. Retracing his actions, he allowed his senses to expand outwards, touching upon the sea of souls. Brushing over them without focusing too intently was a little tricky at first. Percy had grown rusty from waiting over a year to try again, but he soon got a grip on it. Too powerful. Too weak. Too powerful again. Too broken. Too broken. Too weak. He couldn't tell how long it took, but he eventually picked one he liked, reaching towards it without missing a beat. A moment later, he found himself lodged between the nooks and crannies of the dying soul. It was more cramped than last time, but that was a good thing. It meant his new host was in a better condition than Mickey had been in. And, having learned from his past experience, he was a lot more careful about moving around, trying not to exert much pressure on the fragments before the new guy accepted him. "Hello? Anybody home?" No reply. Nothing verbal, at least. A sense of panic and pain assaulted him. Also, hunger.
and cold. Indescribable cold. Percy's very soul shivered. Did this person freeze to death? His host felt distant. They didn't seem aggressive, at least they didn't push him away, yet. But they cowered in a corner, trying to avoid being touched. I'm not here to hurt you. Can you talk? The creature didn't understand him. Its intelligence seemed even more rudimentary than his familiars had been right after hatching. A beast, perhaps? That put Percy at a bit of an impasse. He couldn't begin the process of patching up their souls into something workable unless his host opened up. But they couldn't even communicate properly. The only clues he had gleaned were that it was afraid, in pain, starving, and really cold. Well, I don't know how to deal with the fear or the pain. I could send it the taste of a honey roll, but I don't even know what this thing eats. There was only one thing he could do. He dug through his memories for anything suitable. The first one he found was a time he was nestled in a blanket, enjoying some hot soup during the winter. He couldn't even tell how old he was. Maybe 4 or 5? It was after his folks had died, and the blanket was cozy, almost reminding him of his mother's hug.
A weird thing to replace one's parents with, he knew. But he was willing to cut himself some slack. It wasn't like toddler Percy had anybody else in his life back then. He hadn't grown close to Elaine until later. Does this work for you, pal? I'll help you find warmth like that too if you let me in. Suspicion. Percy counted it as progress. You'd only get suspicious about something you hoped was true. Well, not that his offer was true, of course. It was an empty promise. He had no idea if he could deliver. He'd try to make good on it, if possible, but he wasn't going to cry if he ended up lying to the animal either. Better keep that last part to myself. At least he was more in control of what he allowed to leak through the connection this time. The bond was more intrusive when he possessed something than it was with his familiar, but he'd still gained enough experience over the past year to filter his thoughts somewhat. A few more carefully picked memories and some placating later, and the creature finally opened up enough to let him move around without harming it. The hard part is over. His soul wisp expanded and twisted, stretching through the gaps and touching as many of the broken shards as possible. Only then did he unleash his sizable stash of soul mana, letting it do its thing. Like glue, the potent substance forged a bridge between the two entities as they came closer together than ever before. Memories flashed through Percy's mind, one after another. Hatching through an egg, a nest full of tiny gecko-like things, cannibalism, running away, hiding from giant shadows, scavenging for scraps, cold, cold, shivering, freezing cold. Oh, and they were all monochrome. Great, because who needs colors? Percy tried opening his new eyes. They refused to budge. He wasn't sure if he was signaling the wrong muscles or if the problem lay elsewhere. Any help? Can you open our eyes? Silence. The beast was still in there somewhere, but it refused to come to the surface, happy to observe from the background. Okay, fine. Thanks for the body, I guess. Unable to figure out how to control this thing, he fell back to his status instead. Percival's clone mana cores, Mana Core 1, Orange, Beast, Mana Core 2, Seed, ? Spells, Parting Gift, Crude. ? Grants access to your status. Question, incomplete. Grants the seed of a second mana core. Requires potent life mana to germinate. Percy would have frowned if he could. Nothing special there. This clone didn't have a proper name, which frankly made sense. An orange core was decent. Not too high, but it could have been worse. Only his parting gift was listed under spells,
because it was the only one he could currently use. The beast affinity and the incomplete second mana core were also expected. So, what do we do with you? There wasn't a question mark thingy to bring back to Remior, and he didn't think the lizard knew any profound techniques to teach. He also doubted it would make a good familiar, nor had he any intention of crippling himself again to try. Yeah, this one is definitely a lost cause. He'd thought the exact same thing on Huihui, only to be proven wrong. Still, he was willing to bet good money that it was true this time. He could walk around, hoping to find something interesting, but he hadn't a clue how to even bring it back. Were there even any sapient races on this world? Maybe I can try finding a life source and learn what happens when a beast gets a second core. That sounded like a plan. It would be a good data point to know what to expect from Mickey. Not the most rewarding venture, but probably the best he could get out of the creature. Assuming this body is even capable of moving, that is. It didn't respond to any commands. He couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. Frustrated, he grew less gentle with it. Its owner didn't seem to care, so why should he? He willed any muscle to move. He tried to give himself a panic attack. Anything. A twitch. It wasn't much, but it was the first sign of feedback. Capitalizing on it, he redoubled his efforts, trying to expand on the sensation. Something cracked. More twitches followed. A muscle group. He could feel a limb unfold slowly. A foreleg, if he understood the lizard's physiology correctly. The cracking sounds intensified. Every time a joint moved, something broke. Are we frozen solid? It would certainly explain his host's aversion to cold and their impairment. Why didn't it hurt, though? Were they numb? A couple frantic spasms later, Percy received his answer. He didn't get the chance to celebrate his newly freed limb before it began burning, as if on fire. Fuck! That didn't make him give up, though. If anything, it was proof his efforts were paying off. He figured the pain would stop either when he froze completely again, or when he fully thawed, and the latter seemed preferable. He ignored the other limbs, focusing inwards. The sooner he jump-started their heart, the faster his torture would come to an end. Assuming we even have one at the usual spot. Fortunately, they did, as he found out a couple minutes later. Its beats were soft and infrequent. He thought there was something wrong with the organ, or that it would take a while to get back to normal. But it never did. At some point, he was forced to accept that this was normal for the lizard. In any case, the pain had receded slightly. Even more importantly, he realized, to his great joy, he could finally open their eyes. A flash of white greeted him, which soon died down to an everything else of white. Chapter 49. Frozen Expanse. Snow covered the ground below like a white blanket. Percy was standing on a steeply inclined surface, a boulder or something. This world must have harsh winters. Not used to looking at everything sideways, he climbed down from the rock. He noticed his host didn't weigh much, as their feet were not sinking very deep, and their steps barely left shallow prints behind. Good. Let's not attract any predators so soon. Examining his surroundings, he realized his host wasn't the only unlucky lizard. Countless more geckos stood motionless all around him, having met the same fate. Either some extinction-level event had occurred in this region, or it was normal for this species to go through cycles of freezing and thawing with the seasons. "Oh well, you don't mind me eating their cores, do you?" he asked his new pal. Percy had already experienced some of the lizard's memories. He'd watched his host devour its own siblings, so he doubted it cared. That said, he figured it was polite to ask. No reply. Shrugging, he activated mana sense, noting most of the creatures were not only still alive, but also at orange like him. Approaching the nearest one, he dug its core out with his claws before swallowing it whole. It didn't even taste that bad. Normally, Percy wasn't a huge fan of raw meat, especially when frozen solid. That said, his new taste buds appeared to have a thing for blood-flavored snow. Another pleasant surprise soon followed. A burst of mana was released in their stomach, warming them up. This was finally enough to elicit a satisfied reaction from his host, although the timid lizard quickly faded to the background again, happy to let Percy do all the work. "It's that passive attitude that screwed you up in the first place," Percy reprimanded the gecko, before moving to the next frozen reptile. He had no idea how close the lizard was to advancing, but it wouldn't take that long to eat all the cores. It was a bit of a gamble, but if he got lucky, he'd have a much easier time traveling at yellow. As he continued slaughtering one gecko after the other, a strange thought crossed his mind.
The lizards looked rather similar to those found on Remior, making him wonder whether he'd even left his world.
A quick glance at the sky gave him his answer. Never mind. Definitely a coincidence. There was only one sun, its color unknown, but that was where the similarities ended. Percy counted as many as 17 moons of various sizes and guessed there likely were more that weren't visible in the daylight. And those were just the semi-intact ones. Many more broken, irregular chunks of stone littered the sky, giving the appearance of a cosmic cesspit. I wonder what the story is there. Did they just collide against each other? Or did somebody do this? The mere thought sent shivers down Percy's reptilian spine. He had no idea if a god was even capable of such a feat, and he'd rather not find out. He wasn't keen on meeting a being capable of tossing moons around like pebbles. After all, what else would such an existence be capable of? Detecting souls, maybe? Eager to get the hell off of this world, he picked up the pace, guzzling down one core after another, uncaring about the lizard genocide he was committing. Of course, he still had to take frequent breaks to digest the mana every time his body reached saturation. While he couldn't devour the gecko's souls like Mickey, the beast mana contained in their cores still accumulated rapidly after eating so many in quick succession. This is the most boring clone I've ever made, he thought as he sat idly on the snow. It had been several hours since he managed to thaw his host, and he'd already consumed hundreds of cores in that time. The sun had set too, but luckily his eyes turned out less useless than expected, as they appeared to possess some level of night vision. Percy's core was still at orange, although more than 2/3 of the lizards remained. At his current rate, it would take him another day to finish the rest. Hopefully it won't be a waste of time.
His fear wasn't the only thing rushing him. Given the relatively good condition of his body, coupled with the ungodly amount of soul mana he had used to patch it up, he was confident he could easily survive for a week or two. However, sending out clones was a zero-sum game. Every day he spent here meant delaying the next clone by just as much. Consequently, if there was nothing of value on this world, it was in his best interest to leave early. Let's not dilly-dally then. Standing up, he scurried to the next lizard, about to resume his feast. Not that he had much of an appetite left. While the first dozen or so had tasted all right, he'd grown sick after spending the whole afternoon stuffing his face full of them. Also, the statues looked much creepier at night. Either way, he never got the chance to take another bite, as he saw movement off the corner of his eye. What the fuck is that? He thought, as a wave of primal terror overcame his host. A massive shape was slithering some distance away,
its pale color barely discernible against the frozen expanse. Much like the geckos, the serpent also vaguely reminded Percy of something he might encounter on Remior, but it was his first time seeing a snake covered in fur. Shit, it's a green. He had no idea how large his host was compared to a human, but the abomination appeared colossal to his current eyes, its girth 4 times his own. As for its length, it was impossible to estimate, as it zigged and zagged through the army of statues, swallowing them whole, one after the other. What do I do? Percy briefly considered playing dead. A moment later, he realized how idiotic the idea was. Even if the snake somehow missed the trail of footprints behind him, the thick stench of blood coming from him, or his elevated body temperature, it certainly couldn't miss the sea of mana coursing through his channels. But more importantly, the serpent clearly wouldn't stop until it had devoured every last one of his kin. Whether he stood still or not, his end would be the same. Oh well, worst case scenario, it eats me. Out of options and without much to lose, Percy waited for the snake to look the other way before sprinting as if his life depended on it. Which it did. He didn't even dare to look back, only using mana sense half a minute later to check if the monster was in hot pursuit. It wasn't. Only then did he stop, turning around. The snake was still busy eating the other geckos a few 100 meters away. What, am I not tasty enough for you, you bastard? Percy wasn't sure whether to be relieved or offended. He was certain the creature had noticed him, but it hadn't bothered giving chase. Then again, it wasn't that surprising. Why waste time going after the lone survivor when it had a veritable feast laid out in front of it? I doubt it would be willing to share, though. Perhaps the serpent didn't care much about a single gecko slipping away, but it was probably not going to take too kindly to him returning. Great, all those hours wasted. Frustrated, Percy entertained the thought of going back to confront the snake. He knew he was no match for a yellow beast, let alone a green one, so he'd definitely die. That said, ending this farce a moment sooner might be his best course of action. But he shook his head. He realized he'd been spoiled by his past clone's successes. His current situation was likely more indicative of what he should expect going forward. The odds of stumbling upon a treasure trove every time wasn't high, so giving up after the first setback would be unwise. Let's wander around for another day or two. If I can't find anything interesting, I'll leave. As for what something interesting might be, he wasn't sure. He guessed he'd know when he found it. Perhaps a potent life source for his second core, another cluster of frozen lizards he could eat, a village of sentient life forms, or any other rare treasure might qualify.
Just as Percy made up his mind, a loud screech caused him to tilt his head up.
The only thing he managed to see was a shadow blotting out the sky. He didn't even get the chance to examine it with mana sense before an elongated maw snapped shut around his head. At least it didn't hurt, the pain not yet registering, as his face rolled inside something slimy before plunging into a pungent swamp. And with that, his vision faded to black, an irresistible force prying him out of the gecko's flesh and bringing his third adventure to an abrupt end. Worst clone ever. Chapter 50. The hunt resumes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Percy was running along a bridge, circulation active, with a dead wasp the size of a fox slung over his shoulder. The stinger pointed forward, ensuring he wouldn't accidentally stab himself. The crow was flying at half its usual speed, with another worker hot on its trail. 10 minutes later, they met up. Percy tossed the carapace in front of his familiar and gathered both types of mana in his right hand, forming a cyan glove and a transparent sickle. He dashed towards the bird, who circled around him. Mickey happily dug into the dead wasp's thorax for its snack as Percy engaged his pursuer. The fight was short.
Percy dodged the first few stabs before a well-executed parry with his backhand doubled as a lethal counterattack, swiping the parting gift across the bug's thorax. As soon as the second wasp died, he ignored it, leaving it for Mickey to deal with the remains once he finished his current meal. Instead, Percy moved toward the third target, conveniently located on the same mushroom. A minute later, it met the same fate. Just in time, too, as Mickey arrived at Percy's side, gently holding 2 glands in his talons. "How far to the next batch?" Percy asked, while squeezing the nectar into a vial. The bird cawed, showing him the locations of 3 more workers. The nearest was over half an hour away, eliciting a groan from Percy. "Okay."
"I'll go there. You bait that one, and we'll meet up here," he said, getting a nod back. Their current hunting strategy was a lot different from what Percy had originally envisioned. Based on what others had told him soon after he joined the guild, he'd thought he and Mickey should ideally grow proficient enough to split up and hunt separately. After all, they could cover more ground like that, on paper. And indeed, both of them had improved a lot after a month, to the point that Mickey could even kill a few wasps on his own. However, their strengths and weaknesses had developed rather disproportionately to one another. On one hand, Percy was quite adept at killing the bugs with his glove and sickle, often dispatching them within seconds. As much as his familiar had improved in this department, he doubted the bird would get as good as him any time soon. On the other hand, Percy was held up by his slower traveling speed. Even if he knew where the bugs were, he still needed several minutes to reach each one, let alone when he had to blindly search for them. Yet, scouting was precisely where Mickey excelled. Consequently, he had concluded that the most efficient strategy should make use of both their talents while covering their shortcomings. Mickey would locate the bugs and bait the more distant ones over, while Percy was in charge of putting them down. With their combined efforts, they had reached an average of 29 daily kills by the end of the month. Still not enough, though. Percy smiled bitterly as he crossed the bridge. Strictly speaking, he could earn over 400 contribution points per hunt, which was just barely enough to cover for one of his cores. However, that was under the assumption that he'd hunt every single day without fail. Unfortunately, some downtime was unavoidable. His third clone had needed 3 full days for the round trip, forcing Percy to remain idle in that time.
At first, he had intended to keep hunting while his clone was away. Due to his soul's injuries, he knew it would be harder to accumulate soul mana by himself, but he could still form the sickle with Mickey's help. Sadly, he couldn't have accounted for the unexpected issue with his soul's integrity, caused by having 2 ethereal cords simultaneously. Hunting in that state was ill-advised, as a single moment of weakness could cost them dearly. "I guess we just need to raise the bar a bit more to cover for the idle days." There was a little room for improvement, but not a lot. Percy estimated they'd cap out at 32 kills after more experience, but that was it. He couldn't get much quicker at killing the bugs, and neither could Mickey fly any faster. The only thing he could improve was getting circulation to work for the rest of the afternoon. "I wanted to siphon the excess profits into alchemy, not to cover for my clone's adventures," he sighed bitterly. Of course, he could just stop creating clones. He shook his head. As annoyed as he was when his first clone in over a year came back empty-handed, Percy had no intention of giving up on his ability entirely. He'd always known that could happen. Not every dying body in the universe held some profound magical secret, but he'd never find the few diamonds in the rough if he stopped looking altogether. Perhaps somebody else in his shoes might have been content with a second core and a familiar, but Percy understood his current self would never reach the pinnacle of this world, let alone the rest of the cosmos. Sending clones is the one thing I can't compromise on, even if it slows down my advancement. Percy entered the settlement after another exhausting hunt. In the end, they'd only harvested 29 glands again, the same as yesterday, and the day before. His efficiency had only dropped slightly a couple hours before sunset,
when circulation finally failed him. Still, it was hard to extend its duration any further, and he couldn't figure out a better way to use his mana than his current glove-sickle combo. It didn't help that he woke up tired every morning, as 5 hours of sleep didn't seem to cut it. Maybe I should look into recovery potions. They weren't very good, but he only needed the tiniest boost. It would all depend on their price, though. He was about to head to one of the official buildings to exchange his nectar when his gaze landed on the drowsy girl's stand. Huh, she's still growing, he chuckled. Contrary to his expectations, her information trade had not only survived over the past month, but it had even boomed somewhat. Percy had been shocked to see her jar steadily filling until she had amassed enough money to expand her business. Her sign now read, "Buying and selling information on the 3rd and 4th levels." Much to Percy's annoyance, she hadn't even bothered to nail a new plank with the changes, instead sticking on a couple pieces of paper to patch in the new words. Yet the 5 jars on the counter, all filled with red and orange coins, were proof enough that she knew what she was doing. Maybe I should try something similar. Percy's eyelid twitched as he listened to the girl snoring without a care in the world. At the beginning, he'd felt happy for her, but it was starting to irritate him. She was making nearly as many points as he was while sitting around all day. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if she surpassed him before long. He sighed a moment later, realizing it wouldn't work for him. Forget it. I have no idea how to broker information. There's clearly some secret behind her success, otherwise everyone would be doing it. Ignoring her, he walked to Freddy's for his daily honey roll. Eating the delicious snacks after each hunt had grown into a bit of a ritual. Also, Freddy was his only friend in the guild, and it was nice having somebody to talk to.
Only 10 minutes later, Percy left, trying to catch the official buildings before they closed for the night.
I wish I didn't have to go through so many hoops, though. The most annoying part was that he had to visit 2 different shops located in opposite corners of the settlement. He only sold half his loot at each location and alternated which one he bought his elixirs from in order to avoid unnecessary questions. He knew he was probably just being paranoid, as nobody had ever asked him where he got his nectar. Even if somebody figured out that an orange core was somehow making over 400 points per day, they wouldn't care too much. Still, he did prefer to take any precautions he could. "Anything else I can help you with?" the clerk at the second shop, a brunette clad in green, asked, after handing him a vial of elixir. Percy was about to shake his head absent-mindedly when he thought of something. "Since I'm here, I might as well. Do you sell potions?" Chapter 51. Potions. "Of course," the clerk replied, scratching her head. "Although I'm forced by guild regulations to inform potential customers that the potion's potency is rather limited. So I've been told. But how limited are we talking about exactly?" "Well, they work as advertised, but don't expect any miracles on par with the elixirs," she elaborated, her brow furrowing as she looked him over. "Although, I suppose they'll be somewhat effective for you. No offense." Percy nodded. "None taken. I'd like to have a look if it's not too difficult." The clerk shrugged and led him to an adjacent room. She pressed her badge against a symbol on the wall, causing a different rune to light up on the ceiling and illuminate the space. It wasn't a large room, and, if the dust on the shelves was any indication, it was rarely used. "I guess nobody cares enough to inscribe self-cleaning runes in the potion room." As you can imagine, not many of our alchemists bother brewing potions, and even fewer customers ever buy them. Still, we currently have 4 different varieties of sufficient quality that have been approved for sale by the guild. Seeing Percy remain silent, she continued. The most popular ones, relatively speaking, are the healing potions. They can help mend injuries for people below yellow. Just minor stuff, though. No raising the dead or regrowing limbs. It might be worth having one or two of these on me for an emergency. So far, Percy had survived his first month on the spire without getting stabbed by the wasps, so he doubted he'd get in much trouble anytime soon. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have something to fall back on in case of an accident. How much? The clerk smiled. Just 10 points per dose. If we went solely by the price of the ingredients and the expertise required to brew them, they'd be a lot more expensive. However, the supply far exceeds their demand. Our senior alchemists only bother with them whenever they want a break from elixirs. The same is true for the other potions. Lucky me. I'll take 3 of these then, Percy said. He didn't have much money to splurge on them, but if it was a one-time thing, he could afford it. He doubted he'd need them replaced anytime soon. The clerk handed him 3 glass vials. Apparently, gemstones were too precious to be used for cheap potions. A glowing green liquid swirled inside. Probably some life mana processed into this shelf-stable form. In any case, these weren't the primary item he was shopping for. Tossing the potions into his pockets, he paid the clerk 3 orange coins before asking her about the rest. Next, we have magic potions. She gestured to a different row of vials, their contents shimmering in a light blue color. Their main ingredient is a flower with pure mana properties, and they can refill your core once consumed. However, they only contain enough for an orange core, and the conversion rate to other affinities is abysmal. Percy made an odd expression. On paper, it sounded like these potions were tailor-made for him. He had a red core with a pure affinity, which meant there was nobody else on Remir who could benefit more from these potions than him. A single dose could refill his core thrice over. Still, circulation boosted his mana regeneration the most, and he couldn't recall ever getting in a situation that couldn't be resolved through his refined spell. In the end, he shook his head, prompting the clerk to continue. These are called enlightenment potions. Please pardon us for the tacky name. It is a bit on the nose, considering their subpar effect. But they do help you focus for a couple hours after consuming them. They are best used before studying, she said, pointing to a shelf of bright red potions that looked a bit like glowing blood. Percy's eyes widened. They might be handy for him if he decided to read up on alchemy, but that wasn't what surprised him. Do they contain mind mana by any chance? He asked, trying to mask his inner turmoil. He probably did a poor job at it, as the clerk chuckled upon seeing his expression. Yeah, I'm sure you see the pattern by now. Our alchemists have drawn inspiration from elixirs, trying to brew other affinities into potions, although their results leave much to be desired. None of them exceed what an orange core is innately capable of. Percy quickly ran some calculations in his head. Baldy had needed around 1,800 refills to germinate his second core. If these enlightenment potions contained as much mana as an orange core, he'd need somewhere around 110,000 doses for Mickey. He smiled wryly at the sheer scale. That's over 1 million contribution points.
Do they even have that many in stock?
Even if he somehow managed to amass the outlandish sum, he'd have to find a way to buy the potions without arousing suspicion. Still, this was his first lead, so it was something to keep in mind for the future. Do you want to buy some? The clerk asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. Not right now. Mickey aside, he definitely wanted to hit the library in the next couple of days. Perhaps the enlightenment potions would be handy eventually, but they weren't a priority at the moment. Shrugging, the clerk moved to the final shelf filled with brown potions. This time she had to brush some cobwebs aside, speaking volumes as to the last time anybody had bought one. This is the final item, and the least popular, I'm afraid. They are called rejuvenation potions, and you're meant to drink them before going to bed. Supposedly, they help you rest more overnight, but the difference isn't huge, and it's not like sleep deprivation is a serious issue in the guild.
You don't seem very keen on promoting your merchandise, Percy noted. The clerk hadn't really painted any of the potions in a positive light since he had arrived. It was his first time experiencing anything other than enthusiasm in a shop. She chuckled. Well, it's not like I get a commission based on sales. Besides, all the prices in this shop are fixed according to guild rules. Also, the profits from the potions are peanuts compared to the elixirs, and the demand for those is set in stone regardless of my conduct. Thank Phoebe for it, too. People only volunteer for these posts to relax. Nobody would bother if it was a hassle. So, yeah, I might as well be honest with the customers. Such an arrangement suited Percy just fine. So, what mana do these contain? He asked. Don't quote me on this, but I believe it's a mixture of life and mind mana. However, they are designed to have a more delayed effect compared to the other potions.
They basically work by augmenting your body's natural recovery over a longer period of time. So don't try relying on them in a pinch, but they'll probably give you more value for your points overnight. Okay, I'll take one of these for now, Percy said. Truth be told, none of the potions seemed revolutionary, but the brown ones sounded like the most suitable to his situation. He'd try one tonight to see if it helped. A single dose was worth less points than a starry worker, so if it aided him in getting an extra kill tomorrow, it would pay for itself. He left after paying and thanking the clerk. Returning home was a pain in the arse, as the shop was on the other side of the settlement. Shit, I have to wake up in 5 hours, and I still haven't taken today's elixirs. He grimaced. Picking up the pace, he made it to his house in a rush, lamenting the fact that he couldn't activate circulation in the middle of the guild. Not many people were out and about this late, but it wasn't worth the risk just to sleep a few minutes longer. As soon as he entered his room, he downed the expensive elixir before getting into the shower. To save time, he circulated his pure mana between his stomach and abdomen while the warm water splashed on his shoulders, washing the grime off him. The mana burned wherever it passed, reminding him that he had overused his channels again. On top of that, his body's soreness made even standing a struggle, but he gritted his teeth to see his efforts through. Half an hour later, he was in his bed, drinking a dose of the diluted elixir. Mickey, can you eat the bug now? For the next couple of weeks, Percy would need some help generating enough soul mana for the elixirs. They'd arranged for Mickey to keep a half-dead starry drone by his side, with its stinger broken and its wings clipped, to be eaten on demand. The familiar cawed lethargically, apparently half asleep. But a modest trickle of mana still flowed through the connection a few moments later. Percy took deep breaths to reinforce it as he circulated it between his stomach and sternum. By the time he finished, there were less than 4 hours left before sunrise. Picking up the rejuvenation potion, he gave it a swirl, gazing at the brown liquid as if it was the most precious treasure. He uncorked the vial with his mouth, carelessly spitting the stopper on the floor before gulping the potion down. To his surprise, it wasn't bitter like the elixirs. It was rather sweet, in fact, reminding him of thinned syrup. I really hope it does something, or tomorrow is going to suck so fucking much. Chapter 52. Time Management. Percy woke up feeling all right. He stretched out on his bed, glancing around the dimly lit room. Just enough sunlight seeped through the curtain to cast soft shadows on the walls. Percy wasn't exactly fully rested, and he'd gladly sleep for another hour, if it were an option. As the shopkeeper had said, the effect of the rejuvenation potion was rather modest. Still impressive, though. All things considered, Percy had barely slept 4 hours, yet he was less tired than he had been the previous mornings. His soreness remained, but it was muted by comparison. Pulling some mana from his abdomen also revealed that his channels had somewhat recovered. At least, they didn't burn as much.
Percy was tempted to keep buying the brown potions, if only to improve his quality of life. Not feeling like crap had to count for something. No, let's make sure it gets me some tangible results first, he decided, forcing himself to get up. Tossing his robe on, he opened his house's preservation box and took a bottle of milk out. After hurriedly gulping down 2 mouthfuls, he rushed out of his house with a loaf of bread held by his teeth, eager to begin hunting. If he managed 30 kills today, he'd absolutely use that as an excuse to justify buying the potions.
Half an hour later, he met up with Mickey atop a giant mushroom on the 2nd level. This one glowed a deep blue color, making the place look a little gloomy. The bird tilted his head upon seeing Percy, clearly noticing he was in a good mood. Percy chuckled, feeling a rare lightness in his steps. Even the colorful motes slowly falling on the mushroom looked prettier than usual. "It's a secret," he smirked, acting all mysterious. The familiar cawed angrily, pecking him a few times. "Ah, ouch! Fuck! Okay! It's a thing that made me sleep better." Percy broke rather easily, rubbing his arm. That only seemed to pour oil on the fire, however. Percy curled on the ground to cover as much of his body as possible, shielding his face with his elbows while Mickey bullied him into submission. "Why are you even complaining? I'm the one who has circulation active all day." Mickey sent him the memory of being woken up in the middle of the night. "Fine. If they prove useful, I'll consider buying you some too." Only then did the bird stop torturing him, a satisfied glint in his eye. "You extortionist. Have you at least found any wasps on the way here?" he exhaled in defeat. Mickey remained silent, begrudgingly sending him a few images of starry workers on some nearby mushrooms. Nodding, Percy took a deep breath, and then another. With anticipation fueling his steps, he sprinted towards their first target for the day as the cyan lines shone under his skin. Mickey cried out again as Percy crossed the final bridge connecting the 2nd level to the spire's base, reminding him of his promise. "All right, a deal's a deal. I'll bring you one tomorrow," he replied. His steps were uneven, as were his breaths. However, a toothy grin was plastered all over his face, despite the exhaustion. Today they had managed to harvest 31 glands, proving the efficacy of the rejuvenation potion. Well, okay. Perhaps part of it was just luck, another part a placebo. Still, Percy was quite certain his recent purchase had contributed to some extent. After all, once the mana began burning his channels and circulation started feeling heavier, he was able to push through, keeping the technique active until the end. He doubted he had achieved that through sheer willpower. Overall, he was satisfied. Not only with the potion, but also his improvements since joining the guild. He and Mickey had started with a laughable 14 kills on their first day, yet they had more than doubled that number since. His only regret was that there didn't seem to be any room for further improvement, at least not on the 2nd floor. And he wasn't confident in risking their lives or their secrets on the 3rd one. This meant he had to make do with 465 contribution points per hunt for the foreseeable future, assuming he could keep that up. It's enough for 1 core, even if I account for 3 days of downtime per month. Of course, it was possible that one of his clones might need longer, but in that case, he'd just have to accept the loss and hope he got something worthwhile in return. More importantly, the excess would also leave him enough change for 2 potions per day. One of those had to be his daily dose of the rejuvenation potion. It was already indispensable in his mind. The 2nd slot placed him in a bit of a dilemma, though. On one hand, he wanted to get rejuvenation potions for Mickey to compensate the crow for helping him recover soul mana. He needed his familiar's help, both to use the diluted elixirs with his first core,
but also to begin clearing the corresponding set of channels. On the other hand, he had to start reading up on alchemy. Saving 1,000 points for each lecture was out of the question, so his only option was to hit the library and hope the enlightenment potions helped. And there was another problem.
Why can't there be more than 24 hours in a day?
Percy felt like tearing his hair out. His hunting trips already lasted 18 hours, of which 1 hour was spent just traveling to and from the mushrooms. He couldn't cut the time down, else his income would drop. Of the remaining 6 hours, 1 was spent at home drinking elixirs. His other activities, such as socializing with Freddie or exchanging his points, only ate into his sleep. Suffice to say, he couldn't reduce that any further either. The only way is to learn how to use the elixirs while walking. It might take some practice, but it would save him an hour per day. He could spend that time either reading in the library or at home unblocking his channels. Let's alternate between the two. I'll do the same with the potions. Feeling pleased with his plan, Percy entered the settlement, stopping by Freddy's for a few minutes. Once he'd finished his honey roll, he hurried to the official shops, opting to buy his elixir from the other one. He also got 2 doses of the rejuvenation potion, 1 for himself and 1 to hand to his familiar tomorrow. Only then did he head home, taking a shower and downing one of the new potions before going to bed. He didn't drink any elixirs, as he needed to adjust the time he took them for his new strategy to work. Percy got up, feeling even better than the day before. Evidently, an extra hour of sleep got him even more value out of the potion. After dressing and eating a tomato, no time for a salad, he ran out of his house, taking 2 doses of elixir with him, a regular and a diluted one. However, he didn't drink them just yet. His plan was to take the diluted dose in the afternoon, on the way back. His body and core would be full of soul mana right after the hunt ended. This shift required him to cleanse his pure core in the morning, but he couldn't do that in plain sight. People might notice the mana circulating in his abdomen.
Consequently, he waited until he reached the 2nd level to finally swallow the expensive elixir.
"It's tougher than I thought," he groaned. Cleansing one's core required a lot of focus, and it was his first time trying it on the move. Making a mistake wasn't necessarily dangerous, but it could easily waste some of the elixir's efficacy. At least the starry workers don't attack unprovoked. He didn't know if it was different on the upper floors, but he didn't have to worry about them bothering him as he trekked along the spacious caps. By the time he met up with Mickey, the elixir in his stomach had been used up. Percy estimated he'd wasted about 20%, which wasn't ideal. He sure hoped he'd get better at this soon. It can't be helped. It's a useful skill to have, anyway. Most experienced mages learned to cleanse on the move at some point, as they couldn't always afford to waste half an hour sitting still. Come to think of it, can't I also unblock my channels on the move? It would be impossible to do that during a fight, but most of his time was spent traveling atop the giant fungi. In fact, whenever they finished a batch of wasps, Mickey provided him with a ton of mana, so his current difficulty in regenerating it by himself wouldn't be an issue. Of course, he needed the soul mana to recover, but it wouldn't be lost when he unblocked a channel. It would still be in his body, available to be used later. Managing that while having circulation active is going to be such a chore, though. He grimaced. Percy would essentially be using every second productively. Waking up, traveling to the fungal spire while cleansing his 2nd core, killing a batch of wasps, clearing his channels while moving to the next batch, repeating the last 2 steps for the whole day. Returning to the guild while cleansing his 1st core, exchanging his points and buying potions and elixirs, spending an hour in the library, sleeping.
His routine would only change slightly once a month, each time he sent out a new clone. At that point, he'd have to take a break from hunting. But it would also be his best chance to put more time into studying,
so he wasn't going to waste it. He frowned. Strictly speaking, this was arguably torture. However, if he stuck to it, he'd be making rapid progress towards multiple goals. Whenever he reached one of them, he'd be able to relax somewhat. Eventually, using the elixirs while walking would become effortless. Also, after mastering circulation with his second core, he wouldn't have to worry about it either. He could even reconsider hunting on the third level. And these were just the short-term milestones. One of his clones was bound to stumble upon something interesting sooner or later. Not to mention that once he became an alchemist, he might be able to stop hunting entirely. And even if everything else failed, his second core should advance to orange in a little over 3 years, although he sure hoped another of his projects would bear fruit before then. Percy grinned. Pain is temporary. Gains are forever. Chapter 53. 3 Pillars. One of the guild's largest buildings stood before Percy. It was constructed out of the same polished stones as all the houses and shops, covered from top to bottom in intricate glyphs that shimmered faintly whenever the colorful motes landed on them. He'd walked past the library many times since joining, although he'd never entered. And he wasn't alone in that. Apparently, very few people ever bothered, as it wasn't the easiest way to learn alchemy. Let's do this then. My time here is limited, after all. At least the place was always open, so he wouldn't have to tailor his schedule to any inconvenient opening hours. He only needed to press his badge against a rune to be allowed inside. As soon as he gazed upon the countless towering bookcases, his heart began racing. Gods, I've missed reading.
It used to be his main pastime growing up, but he'd been too busy over the last couple of years. Glancing around the room, he saw 2 middle-aged men dressed in blue sitting at different tables. Each had a pile of books by their side. However, both had simultaneously stopped their reading, giving him strange looks. What? Did I do something wrong? On closer inspection, one of them was the guy who'd given him the introductory lecture a month earlier. Percy never caught his name, but he did feel grateful for the freebie. He walked up to the alchemist with a smile on his face. In his experience, the man was approachable, and he could use some help finding what he needed. "Good evening, sir," he whispered to avoid bothering the other guy who'd returned to his book. "Did something happen outside?" the alchemist asked in concern, skipping the pleasantries. Percy furrowed his brow. "No? Why do you ask?" The man stared at him in confusion for a few moments. "I see. It's just that I can't remember the last time I saw anybody under a century old in here." Percy smiled wryly. "Yeah, no shit." "Well, I'm currently broke, so this is my only means of getting into alchemy," he said. "Actually, I wanted to thank you for that lesson you gave recently. I was hoping you could point me to some suitable books for beginners. If it's not too much trouble, of course." The man's expression brightened like the morning sun as soon as alchemy was brought up. "Don't mention it. As I explained in my lecture, the guild can use as many alchemists as we can get. It brings me great joy whenever I see young people willing to delve into the field." Standing up, the man hurriedly walked to a certain corner of the room, motioning for him to follow. "Sadly, these are all the books we have on the subject." He gestured to an old, dusty bookcase. "Seriously?" These were less than 5% of the books in the building. Pretty neglected, too, compared to everything else. "What about the rest?" The alchemist chuckled. "History, geography, politics, novels. Those are a lot more popular. Only old people frequent this place, and most of them are already experienced alchemists, after all." Percy nodded. The thing about a world as old as Remior was that there was never a lack of material for people to read and write about.
Countless wars took place every year between the various noble houses. Alliances, betrayals, epic battles. If there was one thing authors and bards alike never had to worry about, it was sources of inspiration to draw from. "I suggest you start with these for now," the man said, breaking him out of his thoughts. The instructor handed him 4 leather-bound tomes, one after another. The stack might have felt heavy if he was still at red. "Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. I spend most of my nights here." The implication made Percy's heart skip a beat. It would be rude to keep bothering the alchemist if he'd never offered, but things were different now. Between the books, the potion, and the elder's help, wasn't this like getting another free lesson? "Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it." "Just call me Orin," the man replied, already returning to his table. Following suit, Percy picked another vacant spot and set down the books. He removed them carefully from the pile, setting them side by side to blow at them, raising a cloud of dust in the process. When was the last time anybody read these? He thought amidst coughs. In any case, he could finally make out their titles. Common Reagents, Flowers, Herbs, and Minerals. Known Recipes for Elixirs. A Guide to Brewing. The 3 Pillars of Nectar Purification. Percy decided to start with the last one, assuming it was the most fundamental. With less than half an hour left, he doubted he'd get far tonight, so he didn't want to waste the Enlightenment potion. Opening the tome, he quickly skimmed through the fluff in the first few pages before his eyes settled on something interesting. And thus, the central idea is to process the nectar into a form more suitable for core purification. In its raw state, the beast mana would run amok, causing great damage over a few seconds. What we want instead is to alter some of its properties so that it can be used safely and effectively. These transformations are separated into distinct categories, which are formally called the 3 Pillars. Percy was glad to have started with this one. He still didn't fully understand what the brewing process involved, so learning about specific ingredients and recipes should come later. Reading on, he soon found the definitions he was interested in. The first pillar is the pacification of the nectar. Simply put, it involves a class of materials that cause the beast mana to act in a delayed manner, allowing the elixirs to be slowly used over several minutes instead of rampaging through one's core within a handful of seconds. Huh. I bet it's the same thing they use to make the rejuvenation potions work overnight, contrary to the healing potions, Percy realized. But there were 2 more pillars, so he continued. The second pillar is the redirection of the nectar. This step involves adding materials which make the beast mana react more strongly to the impurities found in a core rather than the core itself. As for the third pillar, it is called deattunement. If it wasn't for this pillar, the beast mana would counteract the user's mana, wasting the effect of the elixir before it even reached one's core. Deattunement allows the nectar to blend peacefully with another affinity, so that it can be safely guided from one's stomach to their sternum. Percy reread the text a few more times to make sure he understood everything. Pacification, redirection, and deattunement. I guess all the various recipes just substitute a different ingredient for each of the 3 pillars. Almost out of time, he quickly dove back into the book to make as much progress as possible. Naturally, each of the 3 pillars is essential to the brewing process, but they do not come without a cost. Every time the nectar is mixed with a different ingredient, some of the beast mana is lost. And this exchange has to occur thrice in each session. Beginners often struggle to get past even one of the steps without wasting the nectar. An alchemist's skill is quantified based on how much elixir they manage to retain by the end of the 3rd one. The book went on to divulge some general information about the 3 different pillars and what types of plants tended to fall into each category. As expected, dozens of known ingredients were suitable for each step, giving rise to thousands of recipes.
That said, about 80% of the process was transferable from one recipe to another. Some plants required special handling, introducing some additional variables, but for the most part, there was no clear winner among the recipes. It was just a question of what materials were available and what the alchemist was most familiar with. "I wish I could stay longer," he sighed. Even though he had yet to delve into alchemy proper, Percy had still enjoyed reading up on the theory. Sadly, he couldn't extend the day's session without affecting tomorrow's hunt. Returning the books to the shelf, he gave Orin an apologetic smile before leaving. The man frowned upon seeing him go so early. A few minutes later, he made it home. After showering, he drank the rejuvenation potion and went to bed. Staring up at his ceiling, he thought back to Orin's disappointed expression as he bade him farewell. He probably thinks I got bored after half an hour. Percy smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do about it.
Actions spoke louder than words. And besides, I'll be back. Chapter 54. Orin. Lukewarm. If Orin had to pick a single word to describe his life, that would be it. He enjoyed what he did, of course, enough to forget about the bitterness in his past, but his daily routine hadn't changed much in a long time. It had been several centuries since he had left home to join the guild as an aspiring alchemist. He still missed his family from time to time, his house having long been destroyed. Not being there for his parents and sister in their final moments was one of his few regrets. Still, he understood that he couldn't have changed much, even if he'd stayed. Born with an orange core, Orin hadn't even reached green back when the disaster had struck. His only solace was that he didn't have to worry about the brutality running rampant across Remior, as long as he remained within the walls of the guild. Nobody dared to stir trouble under the noses of both the Divine Order and the great houses. Even better was that he'd found his true calling here. Harnessing nature for humanity's sake, using the raw nectar to refine elixirs, Remior's lifeblood, was Orin's greatest passion in life. Something about the art truly resonated with him. Perhaps it was the respect it garnered from mortals and gods alike. Maybe it was the satisfaction he drew from knowing he personally contributed to his world's survival. Or it could just be that challenging himself to improve every day, to find new ways of increasing his yield, was a ton of fun. In fact, if there was one thing the old codger liked as much as brewing, it was mentoring youngsters and passing along the art to the next generation. If only they cared half as much to learn. The guild didn't exactly lack manpower. Sure, they couldn't provide for the Redborns of Remior, but who cared about them anyway? There were plenty of elixirs to go around for the Orangeborns and above. Plus, new members kept joining the guild in droves. Most of them picked up alchemy too, sooner or later. Even the lazier ones eventually managed to save up enough points. However, Orin had a soft spot for the rare few who bothered learning the art properly, paying as much attention to the underlying theory as they did for demonstrations and lessons. That was why he'd been so excited when he first saw Percy in the library. Sure, the boy had probably been driven there by his empty pockets, not a pure appreciation for the subject. Still, it warmed Orin's heart to see somebody diving into the books in earnest. The others who only blindly copied their elders rarely surpassed a yield of 35%. They also never brought any new insights into the field, causing it to stagnate. So great had his enthusiasm been that his dejection had been equally grand, seeing the boy give up mere minutes after starting. Just like the rest of them, he'd thought at the time. But to Orin's great shock, the boy had returned the next day, at about the same time, if a few minutes earlier, perhaps. Percy had picked up the books again, resuming exactly where he had left off.
The old alchemist hadn't missed the youngster swallowing a dose of a red potion, too. He'd recognized it, of course. Oren had brewed a lot of the guild's potions personally. Not many of his peers cared much about this lesser branch of alchemy. Smart. This is one of the best uses for the Enlightenment potions. It was only at that point when Oren realized Percy hadn't left the previous night out of boredom, but rather necessity. Over the following few days, he paid more attention to the context clues. Percy always arrived at the library at around the same time, just before midnight. He never stayed longer than an hour, but he always had a distraught expression when leaving. Clearly, the boy wanted to keep reading, but he had to cut his trips short. His eyes were also tired the whole time. There was never a speck of dust on the young man's orange robe, the self-cleaning runes doing their job admirably, but Oren didn't miss the traces of dried sweat all over his face. He spends all day hunting, Oren had realized. It wasn't that strange for a new member to spend a lot of time on the spire. After all, it was the easiest way to save up enough points before switching to alchemy. That said, the vast majority were Orangeborns who didn't need more than 8 to 10 hours of work to cover their needs. This was his first time meeting a boy who was not only willing to learn the art the hard way, but who struggled to find enough time for it. The revelation made his heart quiver, to the point that he no longer minded offering to answer Percy's questions. Originally, Oren had regretted the words as soon as they'd left his mouth. He'd volunteered to mentor others in the past, but that never went well. The youngsters tended to ask simple questions at first. However, they kept demanding more and more, until eventually it all turned into a one-to-one lesson, with Oren spoon-feeding them everything. But that wasn't what Percy had been doing. For the most part, the boy had done his best to study by himself. Even when he seemed stuck, he went back to the books first, trying to figure out the answer on his own. Very rarely did he take Oren up on his offer, and even then, he only asked specific questions related to the problem he was facing. Over time, the old man truly came to appreciate Percy's work ethic and his dedication. The boy never missed a day, although he only used a potion every other night. Apparently, it was the most he could afford. Once a month, the young man seemed to take a break from hunting for a few days. Oren was curious, but he didn't ask, respecting the boy's privacy. Percy almost lived in the library during those days, taking the opportunity to get a lot more reading done than usual. Sadly, he didn't use the potions during those longer stretches, as they didn't last very long, and he obviously didn't have the funds to keep guzzling them down one after another. He also seemed to endure some headaches during those days. Maybe he suffered from some chronic illness? In any case, Oren had come to lament Percy's lower grade. He felt it was a true injustice that such a hard-working young man was cursed with the lowest birthright on Remir. Then again, perhaps it was a blessing. Maybe the boy wouldn't have been so passionate about learning if he'd grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth like the rest. Either way, the young man kept visiting the library, night after night, month after month. Through the scarce scraps of time he could invest into alchemy, Percy slowly devoured all the books Oren had recommended, even rereading a couple of them. Eventually, the old alchemist watched the boy return the final book to its shelf, his expression an odd cocktail of triumph and dejection. "Congratulations, Percy," he said. "You've read everything we have on alchemy." "Thank you, sir. I couldn't have made it this far without your help." Oren shook his head. "I didn't do much. I barely gave you a couple tips here and there. What do you plan to do next? I bet you're itching to try brewing an elixir yourself, aren't you?" The boy smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything. He didn't need to. 6 months, Oren said. Percy tilted his head. I'll provide the materials you need for the next 6 months, 4 hours per day. You can keep any elixir you manage to brew, too. So even if your yield is horrible at the start, you might be able to make up for the shorter hunting trips in due time. The boy's jaw slackened. Oren chuckled at the sight. Only about a minute later did Percy seem to find the words. "Sir, I can't express how grateful I am. But may I ask why?" Oren shrugged. "Why not? I'm filthy rich. It won't really affect me if I buy you some nectar." Percy still appeared confused. "I mean, I get that. Still, wouldn't it be cheaper if you gave more free lectures like the one before? That way a lot more people would benefit than just me." The old alchemist scoffed. "I could do that, but why bother? Most of those kids can afford the lessons and the materials by themselves if they put in a tiny bit more effort. I'd rather help the one who actually needs it." Percy's eyes glistened with tears. He looked like he was about to offer a hug, too. Oren chuckled, placing his hand on the boy's forehead to keep him at bay. "But I meant it when I said that it's only for 6 months. There's no guarantee you'll manage to brew any successful elixirs by then. What you get out of this is up to you." Chapter 55. A Message from a God. Percy's past few weeks had been rough, to say the least. His last clone had been another dud, just like the 5 before it. He'd found himself in the body of a fish that barely survived an hour before getting eaten. By a fucking crab, too. The memory still made his blood boil. At this point, he wasn't sure if he'd been lucky with his first 2 clones or unlucky with the rest. Probably both. However, that was where the bad news ended. Last night, he'd finished the alchemy books, and Oren had generously offered to sponsor him for half a year. It really was like the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel, as he'd been trying to figure out how to fund his studies for a while now. His hunting trips had capped out at 32 kills per day about 3 months ago, with no further improvements in sight. At least he could now afford both Mickey's rejuvenation potions and the ones that he needed for studying. But he still struggled to save up any more points past that. At this rate, he'd be stuck until he managed to use circulation with both cores. That said, he'd made some notable progress. He'd already finished clearing the rest of his channels, and even mastered drinking the elixirs while moving. His soul had also grown a lot stronger after sending so many clones. Using his bloodline no longer caused any new tiers to form, other than the large chunk he carved out deliberately, of course. The only steps left were to temper the channels to their limits and figure out a suitable pattern for the soul mana to flow in. Of course, there were some issues there, but he hoped he'd solve them in due time. Still, Oren's help was the key to delving into alchemy a lot sooner than he could have otherwise. Percy hoped his strong theoretical background would enable him to reach the minimum thresholds more easily than other newbies. "I have to make Oren's funding count. I need to reach at least a 15% yield by the end. Losing only half the value of the materials is going to sting less." Percy stopped in front of a stone house, slightly larger than his own. Senior alchemists who had contributed a lot to the guild were given an upgraded home with its own private alchemy lab. The rest had to make do with the public ones. Luckily, Percy's mentor had offered the use of his own lab. He was even going to guide Percy through the process. Well, only for his first few attempts, but it was still massive. "I can't believe I'm finally doing this for real." Reading about alchemy for so long without being able to put the lessons to practice had been quite frustrating, to say the least. It was like baking cakes without being allowed a bite. Or, in my case, I suppose I wasn't even able to bake the cakes.
Just memorizing the recipes, he chuckled. He was about to knock on the door when an unexpected shockwave coursed through him, making all the surrounding buildings tremble slightly. A gentle but firm breeze soon followed, sending all the motes in the air flying to the south. Percy squinted as a few landed in his eyes in quick succession. What's going on?
Oren's door opened, the man walking out of his house with an equally perplexed expression. The same happened with a few of his neighbors, the ones who were at home, presumably. Everyone just stood outside, trying to make sense of the event. Percy had never seen anything like it since joining the guild, and from what he gathered, neither had these seniors. "Is somebody dumb enough to attack us?" he asked his mentor. It was only now that the old alchemist even registered his presence. Oren gave him a reassuring smile, shrugging amiably. "I doubt it. But even if some house has gone crazy, there's nothing to worry about. We have 5 violet cores stationed here, so even a great house would struggle to do much." Percy nodded, but he still wasn't fully convinced. "Attention, denizens of Remior! This is a message broadcast by Hermes, one of the 12 gods of the Divine Order," a booming voice said. Percy couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. It erupted from everywhere and nowhere all at once, as if each pebble on the ground and each speck of dust in the air was eager to relay the god's will. "Today is a joyous day for our world," Hermes continued, oblivious to Percy's thoughts. "As you all know, our order is constantly at war with other races, a war over land, lives, and resources. Usually, these conflicts do not spill over to the rest of you, the mortals of Remior. But a recent development has granted us a grand opportunity that we can share with some of you." Awed exclamations rose from the alchemists surrounding Percy. Everyone knew the Order often came across unique treasures with miraculous powers. However, they tended to monopolize those among themselves. Some people weren't happy with that arrangement, but honestly, Percy understood where the gods were coming from. After all, they were the ones who fought tooth and nail to protect all the less powerful denizens of Remior. Plus, those were their spoils of war, so they did deserve to keep them. You may be wondering why we're being so generous all of a sudden, but that will become clear once I describe the properties of this bizarre item we have recently procured. It's called the Lotus of a Myriad River, although, strictly speaking, it's not the lotus itself we're in possession of, but the seed of one. In any case, as you may imagine, this object is not native to Remior. It's something we've competed against rival races to obtain from a recently vanquished world. And its effect is something you've all dreamt of at some point in your lives. No, scratch that. This is something that we've all dreamt about, including many of our gods. After all, once the lotus fully blossoms, it can change one's affinity. It was Percy's turn to draw a sharp breath. This was something that had truly bothered him ever since he had discovered his second cause affinity. He'd long hypothesized that he might be able to find a solution out there in his travels, but he couldn't have predicted the solution would present itself to him back at home, let alone in such a manner. I have to get this at all costs. Now, here's the catch. As the name of the plant implies, you can't exactly obtain whatever affinity piques your fancy. Once consumed, a petal of the lotus will add a water affinity to one's core. According to our current understanding, it won't change anything if you already possess the water affinity. Neither will it work with the rare or composite cores. However, it is compatible with other elemental affinities, merging with them. In other words, if you have a fire or earth affinity, you will end up with steam or mud, respectively, and so on. Percy grimaced at that. Those who lacked an affinity like him were already 20% of the population, but now he'd also have to compete with those with fire, earth, air, or lightning. About 84% of the people on Remior would want a petal. Yes, as you have probably realized, almost everyone you know can use it. As fate would have it, there's plenty of it to go around. However, the name of the treasure might have already clued you in, but the lotus will generate a total of 10,000 petals when it blooms. And, lucky you, we currently only have about 7,000 members in the order who can benefit from it. In theory, we could delay planting the seed until we have more people, but nobody knows how long that would take, as we can't exactly control the rate by which talented individuals are born. Plus, we are firmly of the philosophy that the treasure won't do us any good if we keep it in storage forever. Therefore, we have already planted it, and the petals will be available for us all in 5 short years. A blink of an eye for us gods, and even the more competent of you mortals. Still a long time for the red-born runts, though. The god chuckled. Percy didn't appreciate somehow being the butt of a joke even during a divine transmission, but he was excited enough to let it slide. Ah, and just in case you think we haven't considered storing the excess petals for later, we're not as dumb as you think. Sadly, they will wither away into nothing exactly 23 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes, and 45.2 seconds after the plant blooms, no matter what we do. There is no preservation array that can change that. Even time dilation won't work. It's actually the first time we, Remir specifically, got our hands on this treasure, but other races have been documented trying to cheat the system, only to end up crying over the wasted petals. This time, the crowd around Percy erupted into cheers. Of course, everyone understood they probably wouldn't be among the lucky few to get a petal, but there was still plenty to be excited about. The news that the Divine Order had achieved another important victory gave them all some peace of mind, and after this, their world would grow stronger still. In any case, I'm running out of mana for the spell, so let me wrap this up. To summarize, we have this neat thing in the oven that will give anyone with a pure or elemental affinity an upgrade 5 years from now. There are about 3,000 spots we are willing to share, and around 1,000 noble houses on Remir. We could have tried to come up with a more elaborate system to decide who gets them, but, frankly, we don't care. So, we'll just hand 3 petals to each house, and they can do whatever they like with them. Even if you're a commoner, it doesn't necessarily mean you are screwed. You can still try buttering up one of the houses if you've got anything of value to give them, but that's your problem, not mine. Bye-bye. Chapter 56. Calm Before the Storm. Careful! Careful! Stir it! Stir it! Percy followed his mentor's instructions, picking up the pace. However, before he even got the chance to celebrate the broken lumps, more bubbles began to form in the cauldron. Shit! It took him a couple seconds too long to remember what he was supposed to do. Brushing his fingers over the rune controlling the temperature, he hurriedly dialed it down a notch, but the mixture was already threatening to boil over. A few drops landed outside, immediately evaporating into wisps of steam and causing Percy's heart to clench. Each of those was a wasted contribution point. Pinching a touch of powder from a bowl, he tossed it into the concoction, causing the bubbles to die down more quickly. Of course, the solution wasn't without cost. Every mistake he made either killed some of the elixir's efficacy directly or delayed the process, indirectly resulting in a lower yield. Well, that was positively atrocious, Oren said a few minutes later, staring at the useless sludge in the cauldron.
Percy plopped down on the chair, wiping the sweat off his brow. He was too embarrassed to look his mentor in the eyes. The alchemist chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Don't let this get to you, kid. This was your first attempt. You should have seen me back when I was starting out. It took me a month just to get through the pacification step. I'm sure you'll get it down within the week. Percy sighed. Brewing an elixir was nothing like reading about it in a book. There were a ton of things that could go wrong with each attempt, and it was an alchemist's job to deal with any issues that came up promptly and effectively. If he had to explain alchemy to an amateur,
Percy would liken it to a song played by two clueless musicians, the nectar and the secondary ingredient. In this analogy, the alchemist was like the conductor, who had to somehow fix the shoddy performance, blending the dissonant tunes into something acceptable. No matter what he did, it would never sound good, but he could minimize both the duration of the piece and the number of mistakes that slipped through, doing his best to spare the audience's ears from the pain. Or, in this case, to spare my wallet from the loss. It wasn't like the recipes outlined everything perfectly either. The nectar was an organic product, and it wasn't homogeneous from one vial to the next. There were subtle differences, not only between wasps, but even a pair of drops coming from the same gland. Consequently, no two brewing sessions would ever go the same. Percy had to learn to recognize problems before they even manifested, relying on various clues such as faint odors or minor changes in the color of the mixture. And I have to preserve over 2/3 of the nectar after each step if I want to end up with a 25% yield. Let's stop here for today. Technically, we've got some time left, but I can see you're still rattled by the god's message, Oren said, breaking him out of his thoughts.
Percy didn't deny it. He'd known about the existence of gods his whole life, but he'd never seen one in person. Well, that was still true, of course, but he had experienced one's spell today, and it was truly eye-opening. Hermes had somehow affected the whole world with his magic. Sure, it wasn't some apocalyptic spell bringing ruin and destruction on Remior or anything crazy, just straightforward transmission magic. However, Percy still had difficulty picturing the insane amount of mana it should have required. Beyond that were the god's words. The deity definitely seemed a little long-winded and downright eccentric. Percy didn't know if that was a common side effect of divinity. That said, it was the substance of the message that interested him the most. In 5 years, I'll have a chance to fix my second affinity. It was going to be difficult, but not impossible. He didn't have to worry about the 7,000 petals the Divine Order would keep to themselves, or the other nearly 3,000 handed to the rest of Remior. He merely had to snatch one of the 3 spots in his own house. The good news was, of the 500 people in his family, about 60% had been born with the life affinity. He only had to compete with the remaining 200. In fact, there were even fewer, considering the 16% that already had a water affinity. Elaine and Gawain came to mind. However, there weren't many Redborns left in their family. Most of those 170 eligible people had a stronger claim to the treasure than him. Yeah, fuck that. If it comes down to it, I'll trade circulation for it. He'd rather not deal with the fallout of such a rash move, but he wouldn't pass up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just to keep a secret. In any case, he had 5 years to figure something out. Sir, are you going to compete for a petal too? Oren appeared to ponder over his question for a few moments. I could, but I don't think I will, no. Why not? Well, Hermes didn't say anything about giving the guild any petals. That's probably because all our members are nobles, so they can all just go back to their family for the event. However, my house was destroyed a long time ago. But you're a senior alchemist, and forgive me for putting it so bluntly, but you've said it yourself that you're loaded. Surely you can cut a deal with one of the smaller houses? Oren nodded. Indeed, that's why I said I could do it. And truth be told, it would be fun to upgrade my fire affinity to steam. It would certainly give me a fun toy to play around in my old age. But it won't affect my alchemy, and I can't even remember the last time I got into a fight. I don't really need this, so I'd rather leave it for somebody who does. What about you? Percy smiled wryly. I have a soul affinity already. Also, I can think of an uncle or two who would lose their shit if a Redborn like me got a petal. Lying to his mentor, even if only by omission, felt wrong.
especially given how much Oren had done for him. Even so, Percy hadn't known him for long, so he couldn't risk telling him about his second core. He'd already reported his soul affinity to the guild. On paper, he had neither the need nor the means to compete for a petal, so he'd have to play the part. Percy, Oren spoke in a somber tone. Don't leave the guild in the next 5 years. Huh? Why not? Percy asked. This announcement sounds like a good thing. And, well, it is a good thing, for the most part. The old alchemist paused awkwardly before elaborating. However, it will also bring a lot of chaos in the foreseeable future. It's better to stay out of trouble until it all blows over. Percy wasn't sure he understood. Back when he heard the message, he did consider the likelihood that the noble houses might intensify their conflicts over the petals. However, he quickly concluded they wouldn't.
After all, Hermes said every house would get 3 of them. He didn't say you'd get more if you destroyed a rival family. That would be a barbaric message to send, wouldn't it? I know what you're thinking, but there are plenty of ways to tiptoe around it. For example, what if one house annexed another without destroying it? Or kidnapped important hostages to use as leverage? People have done worse things than that over the centuries. There's no telling how low some families are willing to stoop in the face of such a treasure. Percy swallowed hard. If this was true, the world outside the guild's walls was going to become even more dangerous than usual. After all, the majority of blue and violet-cored mages on Remior could instantly grow stronger with a petal, elevating their house's status. Naturally, they'd do everything to possess more of them. Thanks for the warning, sir. I have no intention of going anywhere anytime soon, Percy said. Another half-truth. He'd have to return home before the 5 years were up. However, that was some time away. He wasn't even remotely close to meeting his goals in the guild just yet. In fact, he'd barely even begun tackling them. After bidding his mentor farewell, Percy leisurely strolled back to his place. Since the brewing session had finished earlier than expected, he had some time to kill. It wasn't enough to go back to the spire, and he was already used to sleeping less, so he didn't feel the need to go to bed either. Instead, he was going to deal with something else that had been bothering him for a while. Chapter 57. Nesha. A ray of sunlight pierced through the blockade, causing her eyelid to twitch. Evidently, even the extra layer of clothes she had clumsily draped over the curtain wasn't perfect. But alas, she couldn't be asked to adjust it. She ignored the disturbance, shifting on her pillow. A couple seconds later, she was asleep again. It was noon the next time she woke up. The intensity of her headache clued her in. Nisha was a bit of an expert in that department. Her body refused to remain asleep any longer, regardless of how hard she pushed. She'd already rested way longer than necessary, but it wasn't like there was a point to getting up. With a shrug, she remained there, staring at the ceiling for another hour. Only when her stomach grumbled did she begrudgingly reach for the glasses on the nightstand. Practically dragging her feet along the stone floor, Nisha made her way to the preservation box. She grabbed a couple oranges, the first things she saw, and peeled them with her mana. Tossing a segment into her mouth, she bit down a little too hard, accidentally sending some juice down her chin. It was a bit too sour for her taste, causing her brows to draw together. She was also getting sick of eating the same 5 things over and over. Technically, Nisha knew how to cook. Her father, the patriarch of the Veritas house, had made sure her maids taught her. A lot of good it did me, she chuckled. Or him. Born with an orange core, she'd never been destined to succeed Janos as the new leader, nor to become a powerful mage. That said, she did have 2 gifts that were of value to her family. The first was the bloodline. It didn't matter how high her grade was, or what affinity she had, the truth-seeker ability worked the same way regardless. That was why she had been brought up learning about trade and psychology. The second was that she was a woman, and she could have made for a useful chip to be given away in a political marriage. Sadly for Janos, things hadn't gone according to plan. Backstabbed by his allies, the man had seen his house crumble before his very eyes. His last, and one of the rare few, acts of love towards his daughter had been to send her to the guild to seek asylum. It took Nisha another half an hour to dress up and reach the door. Why do I even bother? She wondered as she headed toward her stand.
Nisha didn't really care about the contribution points. Her core's advancement wasn't a priority for her. Nor had she any interest in alchemy. Supposedly, her space affinity could have made her good at hunting, but there was no way she'd ever be powerful enough to hurt her enemies, the ones who ruined her life, by herself. Perhaps she harbored hope of finding a different way to enact her revenge. Maybe, deep down, she believed she could hire assassins or something if she amassed enough wealth. Either way, it was a pipe dream. But she could work on it in her own way. She wasn't going to waste her time killing the wasps one at a time to collect nectar like a brute. Nor was she going to get her hands dirty brewing elixirs. If there was one thing she was confident about, it was her ability to get rich in a more sophisticated manner. Slow and steady. And yeah, she wasn't exactly in a rush either. Reaching her stand, she took out 5 jars filled with orange and yellow coins, placing them next to her. Nisha could have emptied them at home, of course, but she'd brought the money here intentionally. She understood giving the appearance of a successful business was the key to attracting even more customers. It was why it had taken her longer than she'd liked at the beginning. Satisfied, she rested her face on the counter, forcing herself to take another nap. A few minutes later, a young man in yellow approached. Nisha caught him eyeing the jars, but she wasn't worried. Nobody was stupid enough to steal in the guild in broad daylight. "Selling or buying?" she asked. The man smirked at her. "Selling. I found a place with dozens of starry soldiers clustered together somewhere on the 3rd level. I can tell you the exact location for 50 points. Nisha didn't even spare him a glance. Not interested. She resumed her nap. The guy slammed his fist next to her. "What bullshit business are you running, you slut? Are you buying information or not?"
Nisha didn't bother with him. Neither did any of the passers-by. Everyone was familiar with his type. After not getting a reaction for several seconds, the asshole clicked his tongue and opted to walk away. More people approached her in irregular intervals. Many tried to sell, but very few of them were honest. Some were willing to spend a few coins on information. Almost everyone was interested in the 3rd level. It wasn't like there weren't green cores in the guild, but most of them were veterans who knew the ropes well. Nisha hadn't made much money from them since she'd expanded her business to the 4th level. Maybe it's time to switch things up. She'd known from the beginning that brokering information on the Spire wouldn't be very profitable. That said, it had been less of a hassle to start up. At least it hadn't required any initial capital, nor too much effort to maintain. Still, Nisha had amassed more than enough money for her next step. At this point, she was just procrastinating. "Fine, I'll do it." Another guy approached as she dragged herself upright, drawing her attention. She recognized him. Although she hadn't socialized much in the guild, the boy had made a slight impression as the only Redborn in her orientation. Since then, she often watched him walk by. He almost never missed a day from hunting. Nisha couldn't recall seeing him leave. He probably tended to head out early, but she did spot him on the way back nearly every night. What does he want, though? Is he going to offer me information on the 2nd level? Who would even buy that? The young man stopped before her. He was holding something under his arm, a wide plank of wood. "Hello there. I'm Percy. You might not remember me, but we joined on the same day." Nisha nodded, still waiting to see what he wanted.
In any case, I've noticed you've been using this shoddy sign for a while. I had some free time today, so I figured I could help a peer out.
He shifted the plank, showing her its contents. It basically read the same as her current one, but the words had been carved with more care, and it did away with the patchwork. She raised an eyebrow. In her experience, there were only 2 reasons he'd do this. Either he saw her business growing and wanted to ingratiate himself with her, or, like a typical guy, he wanted to get in her pants. And frankly, Nisha wasn't interested in either. "Why?" she asked, barely masking her irritation. The boy, Percy, exhaled before speaking. "Okay, I know it will sound weird, but I have something to confess." Nisha smirked. "And there it is. Just spill it out so I can tell you to fuck off." So, I keep seeing your sign every time I return from the spire, and it kinda irks me." He smiled wryly. "I mean, no offense or anything, but I'd rather look at this one." Her jaw slackened at the revelation. She was about to call him out on his bullshit excuse, but her bloodline corroborated his words. The madman was telling the truth. "Hello? I hope I haven't overstepped or anything. You don't have to use it if you don't want to," he said awkwardly after a while. "Ah, no. Leave it. Thanks, I guess." "No worries." The young man waved at her, already abandoning her for the plump guy's snack stand. What a strange boy. Shrugging, she picked up the new sign. It really did look better than the other one. Also, there was more space at the bottom. Pulling the nails from the stand, she removed the previous sign, replacing it with the one Percy had given her. In a flash of inspiration, she flipped the old one around, carving some new words on it with her mana before clumsily patching it under the new sign. Giving it one last look, she nodded in satisfaction. It read, "Buying and selling information on the 3rd and 4th levels, also gambling." Chapter 58. Soul Channels. I can't believe she couldn't even wait a week. Carving that sign for the drowsy girl hadn't taken him longer than 10 minutes. It wasn't a big deal for him, but it had only proven just how lazy she was, having not bothered to do it herself after so many months. In any case, Percy had considered it a great investment of his time. The sheer satisfaction he'd draw by not having to look at that abomination every day would pay dividends for a while. Or so he'd thought. One could only imagine his shock upon seeing his work desecrated with a new patch the very next morning. At least I got some useful information out of it. Apparently not one who liked owing people, the girl had called him over the following night, giving him a free tip to thank him for the donation. She'd informed Percy of a location on the northwestern side of the fungal spire to be wary of. On a map of the 2nd level, she'd circled a couple dozen mushrooms, telling him to avoid wandering there by mistake. In terms of elevation, those platforms were much higher than the rest of the 2nd level, bringing them closer to the 3rd. Consequently, starry soldiers were known to roam those mushrooms, making them extremely dangerous for an orange core like Percy. However, they were considered part of the 2nd level on paper, because they could only be accessed from below. Their closest neighbors on the 3rd level were too far away, making it impractical to build bridges between them. Good to know, he'd grinned at the time. The girl, Nisha, had only told him out of concern for his safety, but Percy had heard something entirely different from what she'd intended. He could hunt starry soldiers on the 2nd level. His profits had plateaued for a while, and he was already considering giving the yellow beasts a shot sooner or later. What worried him the most was that he wouldn't be able to hunt them while keeping all his trump cards secret, and the 3rd level was always crowded.
The location Nisha had so graciously shared would enable him to do so with the same privacy he'd come to enjoy.
I'm still not ready, though.
Percy understood the soldiers would rip him to shreds, as he was. He'd only consider approaching them once he could confidently use circulation with both cores. Sadly, his results in that department were rather mixed. He'd already finished clearing his second set of channels, and he was currently busy tempering them. This was the easiest step, as it only involved pushing mana through them and forcing them to expand little by little until they couldn't grow any wider. It was the next and final step that stumped him, however.
Is it even possible to use circulation with soul mana?
Percy had known from the very beginning that each affinity introduced its own variables into the technique, requiring some adjustments to be made. Elaine and Archibald had already learned the hard way, having unblocked a very different network of channels to his own. They'd also been forced to discover the correct pattern for their mana by themselves. In fact, his cousin had still not managed to solve her issue by the time he'd left the Avalon house. Consequently, he'd already expected his soul affinity would come with its own set of challenges. However, he couldn't have predicted just how many roadblocks he would encounter in his quest. First, there was the issue with tempering his soul rather than his body, but luckily his clones had passively helped him in that regard. More problems popped up back when he began unblocking the channels, though. Each affinity might have its own set of pathways, but at least they were typically fixed in place. This wasn't the case for Percy.
They're like intestines,
he'd noted when he first tried opening them. The ones he had cleared as a child were still okay, as they branched out from his sternum to his soul's extremities.
In other words, both their ends were anchored in set locations, making these channels relatively static, much like other affinities.
In his analogy, they were like the large intestine. However, the rest of his channels, the ones that looped around his soul, were a lot more fluid. Like the small intestine, they shuffled around with each bowel movement. Their connections were still fixed in relation to one another, but there was a lot of leeway for them to bend and turn, making the entire network look very different from one moment to the next.
How am I even meant to find the correct pattern like this?
Locating and clearing a single channel wasn't that hard, but to use circulation, he had to watch all of them at the same time and find a pattern that took the whole system into account. Mickey cawed, sending him an image of his next targets and pulling him back into the moment at hand. Shrugging, he began running towards the bridge. I suppose I've still got some time left to figure this out. It would be a few more months until he finished tempering his channels. He sure hoped he'd work out the correct pattern by then. Over the next several hours, Percy absent-mindedly hunted the starry workers along with his familiar. By now, he'd been doing this for so long, the arduous task was firmly embedded into his routine. Keeping circulation active with his second core, tempering his soul channels, rushing from one mushroom to the next, forming his weapons, executing the bugs swiftly, feeding them to the crow, extracting the nectar from their glands. None of it required much focus, allowing him to keep processing the issue. Maybe what I need is a change in perspective. I've been thinking of my soul affinity in the same terms as my pure affinity, but it's clearly a different beast. From his experiences in traveling between worlds, Percy knew that disembodied souls tended to perceive time and space very differently from living people. In that state, a single moment could stretch into days, while a single step could bridge unfathomable distances. In the same vein, it was perhaps a mistake trying to fit his soul and its corresponding channels into the same mold as his body's. He grimaced. That's easier said than done. It wasn't as though he hadn't tried sensing his soul more deeply in the past. However, inhabiting his own body was very different from drifting outside Remure, or even fighting to possess others with his clones. In the latter case,
His soul was but a fragment, free to move within a much larger vessel, while remaining in constant contact with an external, often hostile, soul. Here, his soul existed alone, in its rightful vessel, without much space to move, or anything else touching it. Mickey called out to him once again. Percy checked the 4 vials in his pocket. 3 were filled to the brim with nectar, and the 4th one was a little over halfway there. The sun was also about to set. Shit, I'm going to be late. Handing his familiar a rejuvenation potion, he bid the bird farewell in a hurry, gulping down his own diluted elixir as he rushed back to the guild. It was still his first week brewing under Orin's supervision, and he didn't want to keep his mentor waiting. After entering the settlement, he sprinted to the old alchemist's house. He did pause briefly to grab a honey roll, only because he was so hungry he might faint during the session otherwise. But he didn't have time for a chat with Freddie tonight. Nor would he visit the official stores today. Due to alchemy eating into his schedule, he was already earning less than 400 points per hunt, so he no longer needed to stop by every night. He barely managed to swallow the last bite of his snack by the time he made it to Orin's door. He took advantage of the brief wait for his mentor to answer by washing it down with the enlightenment potion.
"Another busy day?" his mentor asked with a smile after finding his student out of breath on his doorstep.
Percy nodded, having already flushed all thoughts of souls and mana channels out of his mind, replacing them with a different set of problems. Right now, the only thing he was thinking about was how to mix those damn ingredients properly. Making his way to the cauldron, he rolled up his sleeves, fully aware he was going to get his ass kicked here, too. But he refused to let it bother him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself before carefully tossing the ingredients in. "I'm going to reach the top, one step at a time." Chapter 59. Floating. Percy's feelings towards his clones had shifted a lot over time. His first attempts had been defined by pain and confusion, as he hadn't had the slightest clue how his bloodline was supposed to work back then. Yet, oddly enough, those very trips to the Moirai's world and Huihui had proven his most successful ones by far. Suffice to say, by the time he'd developed a proper understanding of his ability, his greed and anticipation had reached an all-time high. Of course, that had only led to disappointment during his crappy adventure in the gecko's body, which was soon followed by several equally fruitless trips. That said, things had flipped back around since then. No, he hadn't found anything else of value, but that was precisely why he had learned to lower his expectations, to the point that the shitty bodies and gruesome deaths no longer bothered him. If anything, he had slowly come to appreciate the novelty of his adventures. Initially, Percy had pitied his clones, who had to endure all those hardships just so he could benefit. Nowadays, he was beginning to think it was his main body who had drawn the short end of the stick, however. "I'll take freezing to death and getting eaten by crabs over picking apart one more bloody wasp, or brewing another pot of sludge."
And it was with this mindset that clone number 13 had embraced his new holiday. Things were looking up for him, too. He'd found a suitable body fairly quickly, and it hadn't even resisted much, unlike clones number 9 and number 11, who had imploded before even doing anything. In fact, his new host was even more zen than the lizard, happy to relax and give him the reins. Not out of fear, just pure, unmitigated chill. Why am I spinning, though? Percy tried looking down at his body, but failed to even glimpse at his limbs. A curved wall of gray fur was in the way. Okay, another beast. Shocker. But why is it so fat? Feeling dizzy, he tried to stop rotating. There was nothing to grab against. Though he wasn't underwater,
He'd already experienced that, and this was different. What the hell is going on? Did we fall off a cliff or something? After experimenting for a few minutes, he realized he could slow down by stretching his limbs. He still couldn't see them, but they seemed to respond to his commands all the same. He also had some damn powerful lungs, as he managed to completely halt his movements by blowing the other way. By now, he'd also verified he wasn't falling. If he were, he'd have splattered on the ground already. No, his host was floating. In the sky. That's a new one. Paying more attention to his surroundings, he soon noticed that he couldn't see very far. A light brown fog partially obscured his vision. At first, he wondered whether his host had suffocated or been poisoned to death by the substance. However, he instinctively felt there was nothing wrong with it, as if inhaling the gas was the most normal thing in the world. Come to think of it, it tastes a bit like strawberries. Percy took a few deep breaths, enjoying the flavor. Even if it was harmful. Who cared, right? Sighing contentedly, he remembered his purpose here and opened his status.
Percival's Clone Manacores. Manacore 2. Seed. Spells. Grants access to your status. Grants the seed of a second Manacore. Requires potent life mana to germinate. He nodded, not seeing anything out of place. His host was at yellow too, making him one of the luckier clones so far. Although, if there was anything of value here, he'd have to look for it. His best means of navigating the environment was to propel himself by blowing air. He didn't know if the beast had something better in its arsenal, but it refused to share if it did. Since his eyes couldn't peer through the fog, Percy activated Mana Sense, quickly getting a couple readings. They were at orange, so he wasn't too concerned. Not that he had any clue how to fight in his current body, but the creatures hopefully wouldn't attack unprovoked. He cautiously approached the nearest one, a bizarre animal appearing in his sight. It looked very different to anything he'd seen, but the closest match would be a cat. Maybe. Not really. Its body was round like a ball, covered in long, pink, curly fluff. It actually looked ridiculous as it rotated slowly without a care in the world. Every time its head spun his way, it watched him curiously, with its 3 eyes half opened and its 4 ears lazily hanging aside. Is it the same species as me? Is that what I look like? That should be it. After all, why else would it remain so calm when approached by a beast at a higher grade? Although it did appear smaller. Half his radius, maybe? Less? Percy inched closer, trying not to startle it. His worries were unfounded, though, as the furball wasn't fazed in the slightest. When he was within reach, he shifted slightly. Roughly estimating where his paw was, he gave it a gentle shove. Was that rude? He didn't know, nor did he care. The creature didn't mind either, continuing to inhale the fog as it drifted away. Am I definitely a clone? Maybe this is just a dream. Well, dream or not, he fully intended to get his time's worth. Falling back to Mana Sense, he drifted around, examining a dozen more creatures. They all looked the same, but their fur was either pink, brown, or black. He'd yet to find another gray one like himself, and they all had orange cores. Maybe my host died of old age? It would explain the different color and grade. In any case, he had to get out of the fog. Harmful or not, he could barely see past his nose. That kinda went against his goal of finding something useful. He decided to descend to the ground when another question popped up in his mind. Does this world even have a ground? Or is it all sky? If there was any gravity, he couldn't differentiate it from the buoyancy holding him up. Not seeing any other solution, he exhaled as much air as he could, causing his body to shrivel slightly. That seemed to do the trick as he began falling in a certain direction. After falling a few meters, he inhaled again to slow down. He had no idea how high he was, but he'd rather not turn into meat paste so soon. Luckily, his situation changed after a few repeated drops. Now we're getting somewhere. Thankfully, the brown fog thinned as he descended. Visibility wasn't perfect, but he could now vaguely spot land beneath him, as well as some rocky peaks in the distance. He observed more of his species floating around as well. Shrugging, or at least attempting to, he continued his controlled fall with more confidence than before, stopping when he was a dozen meters from the ground. The fog still surrounded him, but it wasn't as intrusive. It's also less tasty, he frowned. No wonder the rest of the cat thingies preferred floating higher. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to indulge in alien delicacies, so he simply began moving towards a random direction, parallel to the ground. Hopefully his higher vantage point would help him find something interesting soon. This was getting annoying. Percy had to blow opposite to where he wanted to go, so he was forced to turn around every few seconds. It had already been a few hours since he had descended, and he traveled a fair distance. His higher grade helped some, although his host didn't seem to be the fastest flyer. Well, either that or he was doing something wrong. Maybe these things move by farting. He briefly entertained the idea of giving it a shot, but he shook his head. Inconvenient or not, he'd rather keep his dignity. Percy hadn't found anything either. More rocky plains and hills filled his view in every direction. He had no idea how far they stretched, and he hadn't seen any other living beings either. Well, besides the furballs. His species seemed to be extremely abundant in this world, or this region at least. The only slight oddity he spotted was a higher concentration of both the fog and the cats somewhere in the distance. The exact details were difficult to make out, but it appeared to be some large vent spewing the brown gas into the air. I guess it's a natural phenomenon. It all comes from the ground. Should I check it out? Judging from everything he'd already seen, not only was the substance not harmful to him, it was likely even beneficial. If he approached, he might find something interesting, or at least get a better taste of the strawberry vapor. But it's going to be a pain to navigate out of it. In the end, he decided to circle around it. He could consider returning later if he found nothing else. A shrill cry suddenly came from his right, causing him to snap his head in that direction. A shadow was approaching rapidly, bringing up some bad memories. Not this again. Whatever it was, he knew he couldn't outrun it, so he began blowing downwards to gain elevation. His only hope was to ascend high enough to lose it in the fog. However, the monster was getting closer, much faster than he climbed. He'd never make it in time. A few seconds later, he could already make out its features. It was a fierce, lizard-like creature, with its two forelimbs ending in large, membranous wings. He thought he saw 3 ruby-like eyes glinting on its face too. And it was 5 times his size. Whatever, I guess it's another bust. Resigning to his fate, he stopped struggling after noticing the green core thrumming in the creature's frame. Yet, when he was sure the monster was about to pounce on him, something strange happened. It just circled around him, continuing on its way and ignoring him entirely. What's the deal with this place? Chapter 60. Docile beasts didn't just ignore tasty meals. Not all of them were cannibals, but if they encountered prey of a different species and a lower grade, their reaction was essentially set in stone. Percy had no clue why the flying lizard decided to spare him all of a sudden.
Come to think of it, there was something off with its mana. He hadn't cared at the time, but the creature's core burned less intensely than it should for its size. The flow in its channels also appeared stilted, and the color muted. Is it sick? Blind, even? If it had neither seen him nor used mana sense, it would explain how he had gotten so lucky. Then again, that didn't sound right. Percy was pretty sure the creature had gone out of its way to avoid him. Not attacking had been a conscious choice. Maybe everything here is docile. Could be something in the fog. His own species were the least aggressive beasts he'd ever seen, and they seemed to thrive off the substance. There wasn't enough data to tell for sure. Percy wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, however. Since he got a second chance, he resumed his journey, opting to fly higher to more easily escape to the clouds in a pinch. A while later, he found something else worth noting.
Splitting the plain in half, a river gushed through the stone. It was wider than the guild's settlement, and he couldn't tell what lay at either end as it trailed off in the mist. He wasn't even sure what was flowing through it. If the light brown liquid was water, it was polluted by the same substance permeating the air. Great! Progress! Percy's feline heart skipped a beat as he began tracing the river upstream. If this was drinkable, it should lead him to something alive sooner or later. To his relief, it turned out to be sooner. He didn't need to fly higher either, as the new creatures he ran into were land dwellers. One was a mix between a praying mantis and a beetle, while the other resembled a scaled leopard. Both were larger than his rotund body, though they were busy glaring at each other with their 3 eyes, apparently getting ready to tear each other to shreds. Definitely not docile. Approaching them cautiously, he stopped just near enough to check out their cores. They were both at green, afflicted by the same ailment as the last beast. In fact, they had it even worse. 1/3 of the leopard's channels were completely inactive. On closer inspection, Percy saw the corresponding hind leg was half rotten. The beast avoided leaning on it, too, suspending the paw an inch off the ground. The bug didn't look much better, its pathways also riddled with a patchwork of holes and dim links. Are my species the only ones immune to the fog? Thoughts churning, he ascended to the clouds to search for another of his kin. He flew above the first furball he saw before blowing air the other way to accelerate towards it. Slamming against his much smaller relative, he sent it flying downward. The creature didn't even resist, just passively allowing him to push it around. It took them a few more bumps and a couple of minutes to return to his previous location. The green-cored beasts were still trying to intimidate each other, but they had yet to make a move.
Apparently they judged they weren't in a good enough condition to fight. "I'm sorry, pal. This is for science." Percy flashed the smaller furball an apologetic grin before shoving it one last time towards the leopard. The much larger beast tilted its head, giving them both a curious look, but didn't do much else. It just allowed the cat to bounce off the ground right next to it, within striking distance even, without touching it. Okay, so not only are we immune to the fog, it seems we're the only ones the other beasts won't attack. Are we poisonous or something? Then again, the leopard's reaction wasn't what he'd expect if a highly toxic creature brushed against it. The scaly predator had merely eyed it in amusement before looking away. Maybe we just taste really bad. Shrugging, Percy continued following the river. He had yet to fully solve the mystery, but at the end of the day, he didn't even know if it mattered. They didn't have the brown substance back on Remir, and even if they did, he couldn't exactly bring this body back with him. It took several more hours until he found something new. However, this discovery truly made his breath quicken. For the first time in over 2 years, one of his clones had finally stumbled upon people. The village was small, the humble huts made of stone, though not the polished, enchanted sort he was used to. Just rough chunks stacked against each other to form the most rudimentary shelter possible. Whoever lived here was clearly primitive, and he did get a closer look at them soon enough. These people were mostly humanoid, although their skin was a richer pink. They also had 4 pointy ears and 3 eyes, one in the middle of their forehead, much like everything else in this world. At least they aren't naked. Not that the patches of beast skin they draped on themselves were particularly fashionable, but it was something. Percy internally debated how close he wanted to get to the natives. He wasn't sure if they'd be as indifferent towards him as the wild beasts. Not that it would be the end of the world if they killed him, but it had taken him nearly a dozen clones to find some semblance of civilization. He didn't want to miss learning something useful by being careless. Who knew how long it would be until he had another chance? Then again, do they even know anything? They can hardly build a house. In the end, he chose to err on the side of caution. He ascended to the clouds once more, returning with another sacrificial furball to test the waters with. Approaching the village, he shoved the creature into the midst of the group, prompting some exclamations and amused reactions from the crowd. Some pointed at him, while a few chuckled or talked to one another. Percy figured they just weren't used to his species being so animated. All the ones he'd seen had been a lot more sluggish. Well, as long as they're not hostile, I don't care. Nobody moved to attack either him or the one he'd tossed their way. A kid, a girl maybe, ran up to the furball as it bounced a few times on the ground. She watched it curiously before extending her hand to pet it, when an adult hurriedly grabbed her arm and shook his head. He spoke a few words Percy didn't understand, causing the girl to nod and retract her hand, though she continued to stare longingly at the creature from a distance. Touching us must be taboo. In any case, he'd confirmed it was safe, so he moved closer, inspecting the locals with mana sense. He spotted red, orange, and yellow cores in approximately a 40-40-20 ratio. That made them a lot luckier than the people of Remior, as they evidently bore yellow cores twice as frequently. However, Percy didn't feel any envy towards them. Many of the older-looking folk were still at red. They don't have any means of advancement. They're stuck at whatever they were born with. And that wasn't even where the bad news ended.
The villagers seemed to suffer from the same condition as the beasts, all their cores appearing somewhat dysfunctional. The kids had it a bit better than the adults, reinforcing Percy's guess that the ailment was brought on by their chronic exposure to the fog. I guess the reason we're held in such high esteem is because we purify the air, making things easier for all the other creatures. Well, this was all fascinating and everything, but that still didn't answer the question of what he should do. One option was to accept that this clone was another dud and leave early. He'd already spent several hours traveling across this planet, and it didn't look like these people had much to give him. Yet he was still disinclined to abandon the opportunity. While wasting time was something he generally preferred to avoid, this was his first time finding sapience since Huetwe. Even though this particular village didn't seem to contain anything valuable, it did raise the worth of the clone in his eyes. They seemed to see his presence as a good luck charm, treating him like a guest of honor. No, a sacred creature. A bit weird, but I could get used to it. In any case, being revered only made his life easier. Between their overt friendliness and the fact that he could survive on nothing but the brown fog, Percy was free to float around the village and observe it to his heart's content. Their understanding of magic was as poor as expected. They appeared to possess the same common affinities he was used to, although he hadn't seen a single person cast anything more complex than a crude spell. He also had no idea if they could be born with rare or composite affinities. Less than 1% of the population had one back on Remior. His sample size here was too small to be certain, but he surmised it was unlikely.
Either way, Percy quickly realized how they survived in such a hostile environment. Even though he'd spotted several green beasts on the way to the village, such a large group of yellow and orange mages shouldn't have much trouble taking care of themselves. He sighed. I suppose it's time to leave. As relaxing as it was to float around while being worshipped, Percy was confident there was nothing more to gain. He was about to wave the villagers farewell when a sudden commotion drew his attention. No harm in checking it out before I go. Flying above the crowd, he saw a distraught father carrying his unconscious daughter in his arms. She looked to be in her mid-teens, although Percy wasn't sure how well his preconceived notions about aging translated to this place. More importantly, the girl was afflicted with the worst instance of the disease he'd seen yet, her yellow core seemingly on the verge of dying out. The man hurriedly brought her to one of the largest huts, kneeling by the entrance. He spoke in an anxious tone, pleading with someone inside. Okay, color me intrigued. Percy wanted to watch how the natives mitigated the poison.
Whatever they did was clearly nothing more than a half measure, as none of them were in perfect condition. Still, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't curious. An old lady shuffled out of the house. She was only at orange, but her core was among the healthiest he'd seen, despite her age. She held 2 small bowls, carved out of bone, presumably. Leaving one on the ground, she tilted the girl's head up with her free hand, placing the other bowl under her nose. A green liquid was swirling inside, emanating thick smoke of the same color. Some of it entered the teen's nostrils as Percy paid closer attention, using both his regular sight and mana sense. Nothing changed in the girl's core, but she creased her brow as if in pain, and opened her eyes weakly a few moments later. That's not the cure. It was just to wake her up. The old lady picked up the second bowl, which contained a fine cyan powder. She spoke a few words to the girl, explaining something as she pointed first to the bowl and then to her stomach. Next, she gestured to a man in the crowd, who manifested a few drops of water above the powder. Nodding, the girl picked up the bowl, mixing the contents into paste with her fingers before swallowing it. What followed made Percy's eyes widen. He watched the mana flow from the girl's core to her stomach and then back, much like his circulation on Remior whenever he used an elixir. But that's not what this is. The purpose of the paste was very different. Every time it washed over the core, the latter regained some of its luster. The change was minute, almost imperceptible. Percy would have certainly missed it if he wasn't actively looking for it. Even several minutes later, after she was done, the girl's situation had barely improved. Still, the tension on her forehead seemed to ease slightly. She was also able to stand, albeit with her father's support. They can't do anything to remove the poison, but they can mend some of the damage.
The father and daughter both bowed their heads to the old lady, as the man said something in a somber tone. The elderly woman didn't reply, but she made a gesture with her hand that Percy didn't recognize before returning to her hut. It didn't take long for the rest of the crowd to disperse. Now what do I do? Percy was reconsidering his decision to leave. Strictly speaking, all of this was irrelevant to him. The brown fog wasn't something they had to worry about back home. Furthermore, the effect of the cyan powder was quite underwhelming. He couldn't figure out what it did, nor did he know if it could be used for anything else. But that was exactly what made him want to learn more. This was the first behavior he didn't fully understand. I need to at least find out where they get it from. Having made up his mind, he descended next to the old lady's hut, peeking inside. It felt a little creepy, spying into her home like that, but he doubted she'd take offense. The woman was sitting on a piece of stone roughly shaped like a cube and sipping some orange broth from a cup. As expected, she only gave him a smile upon noticing him, not bothered by his intrusion in the slightest.
If only I could fit through the door. Being larger than the rest of his kin, Percy's host was as tall as one of the adult villagers. However, he was much wider, his frame closer to a bear's than a cat's. Shrugging, he plopped down on the ground outside. He nearly rolled on his back, too, just barely managing to grab the stone wall to keep himself upright. The old lady failed to stifle her laughter at his antics, choking on her soup as some came out of her nose. Percy rolled his eyes, but he internally suppressed a chuckle of his own. He knew he looked ridiculous. Anyway, I'll stay here until I see where she gets the cyan powder from. Feeling a little peckish, he took a couple deep breaths, greedily sucking in all the brown fog he could, savoring its flavor.
A few minutes later, the air inside the hut already looked cleaner, and the old lady bowed her head in appreciation. She said something Percy didn't understand, although he did recognize some of the words of gratitude the girl's father had spoken earlier.
Ah, right. I almost forgot I can help them like this.
Percy made an odd expression. In theory, nothing stopped the locals from kidnapping a few of the furballs to lock inside their houses. It wouldn't fix everything, but they could at least improve their quality of life that way. Would these people rather die than disrespect his kin? Well, I can do whatever the hell I want. Allowing himself to float aloft, he took another deep breath and exhaled downward, taking off. A few minutes later, he returned to the village with two of his younger relatives in tow. The creatures didn't even struggle as he threw the first in the old lady's hut, then located the sick girl's house and tossed the second one in there. Percy ignored the villagers cheering him on as he ascended again, repeating his actions a few more times. Only when he had stuffed a furball in each hut did he return to his spot by the old lady's entrance, clumsily sitting down again. More people surrounded him, eager to express their thanks. However, it wasn't their gratitude he wanted. Sadly, he didn't understand their language, and he suspected he couldn't speak it anyway. His rotund frame made it difficult for him to relay his request via gestures, too. Furthermore, it probably didn't help that he was immune to the poison, thus having no reason to be interested in its remedy. I'll have to be patient until they show me what I need by themselves. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long. Chapter 62. Crystal. It wasn't easy telling day and night apart on this world. Percy had no idea how many suns there were, as the brown clouds perpetually obscured the sky. Still, it was never dark, as the light seemed to be absorbed and then disseminated by the substance, giving the atmosphere a permanent glow. Suffice to say, he didn't know how the natives kept track of time, but he guessed it was their equivalent to the night, when he saw the old lady go to sleep on the floor, not long after he'd begun observing her. The rest of the village soon grew quieter too, as he turned around to show some common courtesy. He didn't think she'd mind being stared at, but it felt downright invasive to watch her as she rested. Several hours later, people started waking up. What initially drew his attention was a young girl walking his way. She was actually the one who'd tried petting his furball self when he'd first arrived, only to be scolded by an adult. She seemed to have learned her lesson too, as this time she stood some distance from him, eyeing him curiously, without daring to move closer. Feeling bad for the girl, Percy patted her head with a fluffy paw, prompting her to smile brightly, two dimples forming on her cheeks. A few minutes later, more kids arrived. A pair of boys came closer, appearing slightly older than the girl. Probably siblings too, as they'd come together from the same house and looked identical to one another. In fact, Percy was being conservative. He was confident they were twins, but he also wasn't certain he was that good at telling the natives apart. In any case, they joined the first girl outside the hut. Soon, the old lady also woke up, inviting them all inside. All four of them sat down on the floor, forming a circle. It was quite cramped in the small structure, especially with the cat creature floating just inches above their heads,
but they still left enough room for one more person. Nobody spoke as they waited for the final member to arrive. It wasn't until half an hour later that the man from last night helped his daughter along, escorting her to the old lady's hut.
Only after the teenager joined the others in the circle did her father leave. Is she teaching them how to become healers? This suited Percy just fine, as he looked forward to the lesson. After exchanging a few words with the newcomer, the old lady addressed the rest of the kids. Once she had their full attention, she pulled some mana from her core, forming a cyan blob in her hand. The students followed her lead, although the sick girl seemed to have more trouble controlling her mana. Despite having the highest grade in the hut, her condition wasn't doing her any favors. However, her illness wasn't what Percy was focused on. They all have a pure affinity. He would have rubbed his paws together if he could. Doubling his concentration, his gaze locked onto the old lady's palm, unwilling to miss whatever she was about to demonstrate. Her first move was to will the blob into a solid, forming a cyan sphere the size of a tangerine. Percy nodded. This wasn't very different from his own constructs. However, her next step made him crease his forehead in surprise. She placed her other hand on top of the ball, and then began pressing them both together, trying to squeeze the sphere tighter. The kids mirrored her actions, but he didn't pay them any attention, preferring to learn from the expert. The strangest part was that Percy wasn't exactly sure what she was doing. Her muscles were tense, and her face red, suggesting some level of physical activity. Yet, her core was also shining a touch more brightly, which typically happened when somebody was using their mana to form a spell. She's exerting both physical strength and willpower. At first, nothing changed, briefly making Percy wonder whether they were pulling his leg. However, a minute or two later, he noticed the elder's sphere had shrunk somewhat. It contained the same amount of mana as before, but the orb was visibly denser. The old lady kept going.
She was already drenched in sweat, but her focus didn't waver, clearly accustomed to the process. Over time, the ball continued to shrink until it was roughly half its original size an hour later. Only then did she stop, letting the ball roll out of her hand. The marble made a crisp sound as it hit the floor, bouncing once before rolling to the center of the circle.
What the hell? It's stable.
In his experience, whenever he'd stopped paying attention to his constructs, they instantly crumbled into motes of mana before dissipating. Yet that hadn't happened here. The old lady had clearly already forgotten all about the ball, as she had transitioned into talking to her students, pointing out their mistakes. Meanwhile, the compressed sphere remained sitting idly on the floor, giving no signs of breaking anytime soon.
How does that even make sense? Our cores already contain denser mana, yet it is never crystallized like that.
The old lady only had an orange core, and an injured one at that. Her mana capacity couldn't compare to a yellow, let alone a violet or white. So why did the substance transform so significantly just by being compressed by about half? Thinking back to her actions, Percy tried to figure out what she had done to cause this. She had first pulled the mana out of her sternum, manifesting the cyan blob in her hand. At that point, it was still in its fluid state, as that was how mana was stored in one's core. When fluid, mana could be compressed countless times, which was essentially the difference between different grades. By purifying their core, a mage reinforced it, allowing it to withstand more pressure and store denser mana. But she created a construct before squeezing it. After being converted into a solid, the mana resisted the compression more strongly, requiring a lot more effort for even the tiniest deformation.
The old lady had probably practiced this technique her whole life, yet she'd still needed an hour before the crystal was stable. Percy's attention returned to the kids. The process had taken them longer than their teacher, yet most of their spheres had barely shrunk by 20%, a far cry from their goal. The younger girl was actually the best, but even she had only compressed hers by about 25%. All of them were breathing heavily, their hands shaking. One of the boys was the first to make a mistake, his sphere shattering into a cloud of dust. Percy almost thought he had made it, but the powder faded away into nothing not long after. The rest of the kids soon followed, none of them leaving behind much evidence of their efforts, other than a shallow pool of sweat by their seat. After giving them a couple minutes to catch their breath, the old lady spoke to them in a consoling tone, seemingly giving them a few words of advice. Only then did she remember the marble on the floor, picking it up and flicking it a couple of times with her fingernail. It made crisp sounds, but showed no signs of breaking, making the children nod in appreciation as Percy considered the implications. It looks like it takes a lot of effort to learn, but it could be worth my time. If I can form my constructs out of this crystal, I can make them a lot strong. He didn't even get a chance to complete that thought when the old lady smashed the ball with a rock, splitting it in two. She tossed the pieces into a bowl, proceeding to crush them both into powder. Okay, scratch that. It's useless in a fight. Perhaps the crystal was slightly harder than his regular constructs, maybe not. But it was certainly extremely brittle. Even if Percy ignored the effort required to create it, he doubted his weapons would take more than a hit or two before breaking.
It won't be easy to repair them either.
With his hopes dashed, he had no choice but to keep watching the lesson to its end. The old lady continued to mercilessly pound the crystal for a while, until she was left with a pile of the same cyan powder he had witnessed her using the day before. She retrieved an oblong piece of bone from the corner of the room. It was hollowed out, looking a bit like a vase. She poured a few drops of water into the bowl, handing it to the sick girl. The teenager mixed the cyan powder into the water to form the same paste, repeating her actions from the previous night. Half an hour later, the old lady said a few more words to her students before sending them on their merry way. I guess they can't make enough powder to keep up with everyone's poison. Even if every person with a pure affinity learned to form crystals as proficiently as the old lady, it wouldn't be enough. In any case, Percy fully intended to observe for a few more days. He had a hunch this particular trick could help him with alchemy back home. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing what repercussions this decision would have on his main body. Chapter 63. Emergency. This was going to be the one. Percy had already preserved enough of the nectar through both pacification and redirection. In fact, deattunement was going great too. Just a couple more minutes, and he'd finish brewing his first drops of elixir. Suddenly, he felt the ethereal cord tense, his consciousness nearly sinking into his familiars. He resisted. Percy had grown somewhat better at handling the episodes after nearly a year in the guild. Still, the mixture boiled over as the few remaining drops of elixir began to dwindle. Even a couple moments of inattention were more than enough to ruin his efforts. Percy tried his best to salvage some of it, but only slop remained in the cauldron. "Are you sure you're okay?" Oren asked in concern. "Your illness has lasted a lot longer this time." The old alchemist had stopped supervising his attempts for the past few months, allowing him to experiment and learn by himself. However, he'd resumed observing him recently, as his sponsorship was nearing its end, and he wanted to evaluate his students' progress, as well as offer some final advice. "Yeah, it's going to pass sooner or later," Percy said. "If you want, I've got a friend with a blue core and a life affinity in the guild. I can ask him to give you a checkup." Oren didn't relent. "Thank you, sir, but it won't be necessary. We have plenty of those in my house,
And none of them could do anything about my situation, he replied vaguely. Oren creased his brow, but didn't insist. They bade each other farewell before parting for the night, and Percy did his best to walk normally along the quiet streets until he was close to home. What is that clone doing? Percy wondered on the way to his place. He had been gone for over a week. Of course, he knew a lengthy delay was technically a good thing. He must have finally stumbled upon something interesting enough to warrant looking into. Percy had been over the moon when he first realized his latest venture was a success. That said, the delay was really screwing with both his alchemy and hunting in the meantime. Entering his house, Percy was about to take a shower when the connection pulled him again. Instinctively, he fought back, but a wave of powerful thoughts and emotions also seeped through the bond. Mickey was clearly distraught, afraid, in pain. Panicking, Percy was tempted to peer through the crow's eyes to see what was happening. Still, he didn't want to interfere with his familiar in case he was fleeing from something. Without wasting a moment, he grabbed all the healing potions in his room, clumsily dividing them among his pockets, and desperately hoping the cheap vials wouldn't break. He bolted out of his house and sprinted towards the spire, ignoring the soreness and exhaustion. "Mickey, what's going on?"
The bird couldn't spare him much attention, but it still managed to relay some fragmented images. A figure in a yellow robe, stones flying, an injured wing. Mickey hadn't given him much, but it was enough. Percy already knew where the familiar tended to nest for the night. "Hold on, I'm on my way. Try to escape towards me." Despite his reassuring words, he was a lot more conflicted internally. Shit, what do I even do in this situation? Percy had no idea what madness had driven a yellow core to roam the first level so late at night, nor what stroke of misfortune had caused them to attack his familiar. Still, technically, that person hadn't done anything wrong. Sometimes, other beasts besides the starry wasps wandered into the fungal spire, and there weren't any rules against killing them. But if Percy harmed a fellow guild member, he'd be the one in trouble. Even if he came clean with his secrets and explained the situation to the guild's management, he doubted it would solve much. Mickey might not be a regular beast, but the truth was worse in many ways. He was a member of a foreign race that Percy had smuggled into Remior. Some might even consider it an act of treason. They wouldn't take kindly to him attacking a member of the guild, a native, over such a creature. Percy shook his head. What am I even thinking? It doesn't matter what the consequences are. Mickey wasn't just a beast, or an alien, or a creature. He was his friend, his family. By the time he'd resolved himself to doing whatever it took, Percy was outside the settlement. Ignoring the bridge leading up to the second level, he ran towards Mickey while activating circulation. "Are you still there? What's the situation?" Mickey's thoughts were sluggish. He was desperately fleeing from his pursuer, but he couldn't fly very high nor very fast. Every beat of his wings hurt, and he felt cold. He'd lost a lot of blood.
At least the yellow didn't seem to be in a hurry, leisurely chasing the bird and clearly knowing it wouldn't get very far. Percy gritted his teeth, picking up the pace. He might have decided to do whatever he could to save his friend, but he had yet to settle on his best course of action. I can't handle a yellow core in a direct fight. As things stood, he only had two viable options. He could try reasoning with that person to get them to back off peacefully. This was the most civilized approach, but it was also a rather shitty one. There were many details he'd have to gloss over while negotiating, and he had no idea what the other party's personality was like. If the talks failed, he'd be giving up the element of surprise. The other option was a sneak attack. It had worked in the past, but there was no guarantee it would again, especially given the circumstances. Having freshly sent out a clone, Percy still had some trouble regenerating soul mana by himself.
Mickey was in no condition to help either. Perhaps he could gather enough for a parting gift in the next few minutes, but that would limit him to a single shot. If he missed, he'd be screwed, and it would be too late for negotiations. I can give circulation another try. He'd already failed to find the correct pattern for his soul affinity countless times, but he was still some distance from Mickey, so he could afford another attempt. Intensifying his breaths, he began filling his first core. His cloning injuries pulled the mana, trying to pry it from his control. And he let them. As the mana flowed into his channels, the newly formed vacuum enhanced his ability to draw more from the air as the colorful motes swirled into his body even more forcefully. Soon, an equilibrium was reached, with mana flowing both into and out of his sternum at equal measures as the hole in his soul began to fill up. Once the injury was saturated, it needed some time to absorb the mana, which caused the drain on his core to weaken temporarily. Still, Percy didn't allow it, continuing to push the mana into his channels while intentionally directing it along the latest pattern he had devised. Locating the correct pathways inside the mess was tricky, but he had eventually managed to get a consistent grip on them. At first, things were going all right, as the soul mana flowed through his soul unobstructed, his body and mind strengthening. However, the channels soon drifted again, making him almost mess up and nearly sending the mana down the wrong pathway. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his control, focusing on maintaining the correct pattern as the channels continued to shift around. I won't be able to fight like this. Percy would have to constantly pay attention inwards to keep the technique up. It wasn't practical, but he didn't want to give up just yet. Sadly, he made a mistake a few moments later. One missed connection sent the mana down the wrong turn, causing the entire flow to collide against itself. An entire section of his soul swelled near his right shoulder, causing a few tears to form, as an excruciating wave of agony washed over him. Ugh! Percy stumbled, falling on the ground and rolling a dozen meters in the dirt. Desperate, he didn't let go of his control, trying to restore the correct pattern. However, another complication emerged. The soul mana fought to flood the newly formed cracks, creating a third flow to compete against the other two. Everything went downhill from there. More clashes occurred, causing more injuries and just as many rogue flows of mana, soon forcing him to relinquish the technique before it led to irreparable damage. It was worth a shot. He smiled wryly. Pushing himself up, he resumed running towards Mickey, allowing part of the mana to flood the new injuries as he gathered the rest in his core. At least he had enough for the parting gift now. A few minutes later, he finally caught a glimpse of his familiar, flying in an irregular path towards him. In fact, it might be more accurate to say the large bird was leaping from tree to tree, inadvertently banking to his injured wing with each beat. I'm here. Bait them over. Percy ignored approaching Mickey directly, opting to hide behind the nearest tree. Calming his thoughts, he pulled a trickle of soul mana into his eyes and sending the rest to his hand. He felt the sickle form as the pursuer's silver silhouette casually approached the bird. Just a little closer. Percy didn't bother circling around the tree, instead launching the sickle directly through it. He held his breath as the blade spun soundlessly through the air. It was about to hit its mark. At the last second, the pursuer was startled, his hood falling back as he clumsily leaped out of the way. He only had enough time to move slightly, the sickle still carving a nasty groove on his upper arm. He yelled in agony as he fell down, clutching his injury. However, before Percy had the chance to celebrate, his enemy was back on his feet. To Percy's dismay, the stronger guild member was looking his way. Through mana sense, Percy spotted 3 yellow masses gathering in the air next to the man, taking the form of spears and pointing towards the tree he was crouching behind. The sneak attack had failed. Chapter 64. Maelstrom.
The spears pierced through the tree like it was made of cotton, barely giving Percy a chance to dodge. But his trouble had just begun, as more yellow mana gathered under his feet. Tilting his body at the last second, he narrowly escaped impalement, though not without a gnarly gash on his upper thigh. Blood welled from the wound, sending a warm stream snaking down his leg. If the fight had been higher up on the spire, his opponent wouldn't be able to manifest his earth constructs through the surface of the giant fungi.
Sadly for Percy, the ground on the first floor was made of dirt and rock. At least mana sense gave him the chance to react a fraction of a second early, but even with circulation, keeping up with a yellow core was a tall order.
What the fuck gave you the confidence to attack me? And what's up with the weird mana flow around your abdomen? The man demanded, without pausing. Percy was too preoccupied with trying to survive the barrage of javelins to reply. Another 2 landed next to his feet, almost pinning him in place. Luckily, he'd managed to step out of their path just in time. I can't keep this up forever. Squarely at a disadvantage, he tried dodging backwards whenever possible in a desperate attempt to put some distance between them. It would give him more time to react, not to mention giving his familiar an opening to escape. However, even the physical capabilities of his opponent eclipsed his own, allowing the yellow to casually keep up with him while continuing his relentless onslaught. Shit. Mickey can't help. The quarterstaff will snap like a twig. The glove might as well be made of paper. I can't close the distance for a physical blow either. A javelin brushed over his head. It would have stabbed through his skull if he hadn't ducked. The Earth Mage made the next one pop up from the ground at an angle, leaving another cut right under Percy's ribs. The pain made him wince, but at least this one wasn't as deep. Returning to the guild wasn't an option either. It was too far to outrun him. Percy gritted his teeth. Soul mana was the only thing that could save him, but it took too long to recover. Realizing it was only a matter of time until he made a fatal mistake, he took a deep breath, not allowing the mana to settle in his core before pushing it into his channels. He didn't even bother trying to control where it went. He couldn't. Most of his attention was glued to his opponent.
His only option was to let it rampage freely until he had enough for another sickle. A javelin headed for his eye. That one, Percy saw too late, desperately parrying with his backhand. The glove shattered on impact, blood splattering from his left hand as the bones inside cracked, sending a visceral wave of pain through his body. Percy suppressed a groan as he continued to evade whatever he could, trying to minimize the damage. Several seconds later, enough mana had gathered in his channels to begin clashing with itself. Tears formed on his soul, the new surge of agony utterly dwarfing that of his physical wounds. But he didn't stop the damage. He didn't have the luxury to grab a hold of the flow or to delay the accumulation. If he failed to craft his weapon, he was done for regardless. The flow shifted towards the new cracks, putting more strain on his soul. Just a little more. Wherever the mana clashed, more tears opened. Each fresh wound created its own flow, surging in a vicious cycle that could only end in a horrific death. Percy was too absorbed to care. He dodged spear after spear, the cuts continuing to accumulate on his flesh every time he made a mistake. Some were shallow, others deeper, as both his body and soul were on the verge of collapse. At this point, he couldn't even keep track of how much mana he had gathered. Maybe it was enough for the sickle, maybe not. He lacked the mental capacity to form the spell anyway. He could only keep evading. Soon, his vision became a blur. He couldn't make out his surroundings, and his heartbeats dominated his hearing. The only thing he had left was mana sense, barely providing him enough information to keep dodging by the skin of his teeth. The mana still raged in his channels. By now, he couldn't stop the flow, even if he'd wanted to. It rampaged ceaselessly through his soul, tearing and repairing it with each violent gale. Percy wasn't sure he was even alive anymore. He hoped his muscles still responded to his input, but he couldn't feel them. He struggled to even remember the shape of his body. For a second, he forgot where he was, almost thinking he was another clone attempting to possess somebody else. The ethereal cord tightened, his consciousness nearly stripped out of his head. Luckily, he was still lucid enough to resist. If he let himself slip away now, his death would be guaranteed. No, I must stay in my own body. He succeeded, his opponent's yellow core coming into focus once again as he sidestepped another construct. Huh. It was a little slower. Is he finally tired? Something new appeared in his vision. Surrounding the yellow glow in the man's body, a silver silhouette gradually formed. Soul vision? I don't remember activating it. More spears. Some flew directly towards him. Others tried to block his escape. A few stabbed from the ground up in all sorts of insidious angles, trying to catch him unprepared. Percy dodged one after another. Fewer scraped him than before. To his surprise, he gradually noticed something interesting. Right before each attack, the silhouette changed. Silver flicker, yellow glow, dodge, javelin. Another flicker, another glow. Dodge again. Spear. I can begin dodging before the glow. Silver flicker. Dodge. A yellow glow. The spear changed trajectory at the last second, but evading it was still easier than before. The silver silhouette wavered in response. He was surprised. Percy didn't care. He just continued dodging as best as he could. The man's intent continually betrayed his actions before they were complete. The spells grew slower, too. At some point, dodging them was effortless. Another new sensation took root in Percy's mind. His hearing. But it wasn't regular sound. Howls of pain. It was his own soul screaming at him in agony. Only then did he remember what he was doing. He tossed a fleeting glance at his body. The sight shocked him. His soul thrummed in a bright silver, raging torrents rampant through his channels. New tiers kept forming, his pathways kept shifting. The flow randomly changed, never remaining constant for longer than a moment, like a maelstrom. Percy's eyes widened in horror. How am I still alive? He dodged another couple of spears before checking his soul again. More tiers formed each second, but they were tiny. Every time the potent mana washed over them, they disappeared. At some point, he'd begun to out-heal the damage, to the point that the injuries only managed to change the flow before fading. He grinned, shifting his full attention to his opponent. Another spear stabbed through the ground. Percy tilted his head slightly to avoid it. A torrent of mana gushed to his hand, forming the parting gift. The projectile grew twice as large as it normally did. The silver silhouette trembled. One more spear pierced underneath Percy, but he was ready for it. Falling forward, he let it stab the air behind him and kicked it with his right foot. Propelling himself off the protrusion, he dashed towards his opponent with 2 types of mana empowering his body. More javelins formed. Some stabbed at him directly, others tried to cut him off. They all missed. Percy stepped around them, weaving and pivoting and dancing. "Please don't," a shaky voice begged. However, the sickle sliced soundlessly through the air without stopping. And just like that, a soul was cleaved in half. As soon as the lifeless body hit the ground, Percy wanted to plop down himself, but there were things he needed to do first. "Mickey!" No reply. They had put some distance from the familiar during the fight, and he should have passed out from his injuries. Percy nearly collapsed with relief when he felt the crow's location through the cord,
but he summoned all his remaining strength to toss the corpse onto his shoulder and run back towards his friend.
While he sped through the trees, he threw his body another glance. Both his flesh and soul were covered in nasty wounds from head to toe. Fortunately, the adrenaline combined with 2 instances of circulation were giving him enough energy to stand. For now, at least. He reached for the healing potions in his pockets. Ouch! He tried again after covering his hands with cyan gloves, grabbing a pile of wet shards. Only one of the vials had survived, while the rest had shattered during the fight. In hindsight, it wasn't that surprising, considering even his robes were in tatters. Reaching the crow, he pushed a crapload of soul mana through the connection, waking the weak familiar up. He drank half the potion before feeding the rest to the bird. It wasn't that potent, but they'd have to share, given the circumstances. "Eat him," he said, tossing the body on the ground. Even ignoring how valuable a yellow core was, they had to get rid of all the evidence of what had happened. Percy hadn't forgotten that he'd just committed a serious crime. As the bird feasted on the corpse, Percy searched the man's possessions for anything of value. He found a pouch containing 12 elixirs and a couple thousand contribution points. Once he'd secured the pouch around his own waist, he buried everything else a few meters deep before checking up on Mickey again. Only 1/3 of the corpse had been consumed, as the bird wasn't yet large enough to devour the whole thing in one sitting. He'd have to finish the rest tomorrow. The two found the nearest tree, Percy plopping down at its base and Mickey nestling gingerly into his lap. Their situation was still precarious, given the partially eaten body and the hundreds of stone spears littering their surroundings. If somebody stumbled upon them, they'd be in a world of trouble. However, neither of them could summon enough strength to clean anything up. They'd have to do so in the morning, assuming the potion did its job. Chapter 65. Aftermath. Beasts tended to heal fast. Between drinking half the healing potion and consuming a fresh yellow core, Mickey was all right by morning. Percy, on the other hand, not so much. "I suppose I'm in better shape than the other guy," he consoled himself, eyeing the half-eaten corpse of his enemy. At least he wasn't dead, or in chains. Percy had never been more grateful for the desolation on the lower levels than he was in that moment. His wounds had stopped bleeding, too, so he wasn't in any immediate danger. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the tree to stand up, limping to the nearest stone javelin. He only activated circulation with his weaker core, as he wasn't in the mood to start tearing his soul again. His channels still burned, but he needed the extra boost to crush the constructs to dust, and unfortunately, there were plenty of them. "Mickey, you need to eat the rest of the body. Do whatever you have to, but it has to be gone by the afternoon." The crow obviously wasn't pleased, as the remains were already devoid of mana, but it accepted the assignment without complaint. Percy stomped the first spear to powder before moving to the next one. There were hundreds in the area where they had fought, plus he'd have to retrace the guy's steps from his pursuit of Mickey. The bastard had paced himself well, launching the projectiles about as fast as he recovered his mana. Even without circulation, he'd unleashed a lot of attacks without tapping out. It was already dark again by the time Percy was done. He'd destroyed most of the evidence of the battle, and Mickey had eaten the last traces of the corpse. They'd even searched for any lingering bloodstains, burying them underground. If somebody passed through the area in the next couple of days, the freshly dug dirt might look suspicious, but they couldn't do much about that, other than letting time take care of it. Another problem was the tree that the Earth Mage had pierced through at the beginning of the scuffle. Percy couldn't make the whole thing disappear, so his next best option had been to cut it in half and trim the trunk. At least that way, it wouldn't be so obvious what had damaged it. The extra effort was probably overkill, but he didn't know if somebody was familiar with the guy's magic. "I wonder what Oren is thinking."
This was his first time missing an alchemy session in the past 5 months. He'd have to make up a story by tomorrow, but he doubted his mentor would suspect he'd spent the day covering up a murder. Then there was the issue with his current appearance. Between his battered body and tattered clothes, he needed a believable excuse before returning to the settlement. Fortunately, the bandage wrapped around his abdomen still seemed to work, despite a few holes here and there. At least, Mickey couldn't detect the second core through mana sense. Cawing, the bird led him to a pile of starry drones. He'd hunted them on his own while Percy was busy clearing the evidence. Not for the contribution points, of course. They'd already decided to take it easy for the next few days. No, they needed the dead wasps for something else. This is going to suck so fucking much. Ripping a strip of fabric from his robes, Percy rolled it up and placed it between his teeth. He bit down hard, holding the remains of a drone over a wound on his arm. Next, he squeezed its abdomen, causing a drop of purple liquid to drip down from the stinger and splash along the cut. A sharp pain instantly assaulted him as he watched his own flesh sizzle and blacken. Intentionally pouring acid into his injuries wasn't something he'd ever imagined doing, but he had to make them look like they'd been inflicted by the bugs. Percy's body had gone through a lot of torture over the past day, but his mind wasn't faring much better. Even now, he couldn't help but second-guess his decisions.
Was this really the best course of action?
The guy he'd killed wasn't a bandit like Rick, just a fellow member of the guild, hunting on the fungal spire. Percy had attacked without even trying to communicate first. He'd chosen to maintain the element of surprise, but the sneak attack had failed anyway. He didn't regret doing his best to save his familiar, but he couldn't help but wonder what would have happened had he given them a chance. Even if negotiations had led nowhere, the fight would have pretty much developed in the same way. But what if the man had agreed to let Mickey go? Sure, Percy would have still ended up in a difficult situation, with another person knowing at least one of his secrets. That said, it wasn't necessarily worse than worrying about his crime being discovered. I guess I'll never know. It was past midnight by the time he finished mutilating his wounds. Percy was glad he didn't have a mirror on him, as he was too scared to look at his body. At least there wouldn't be too many people awake in the settlement this late. Hopefully he wouldn't meet anybody besides the guards. "Gods, what happened to you?" one of the men asked. Percy scratched his head. "I was an idiot. I heard of a place with starry soldiers on the 2nd level, and I was dumb enough to try fighting them." The two gave him incredulous expressions. "Hunting yellow beasts with an orange core? What madness possessed you to do that?" "Kid, you're lucky to be alive." Percy chuckled bitterly. He tried walking through the gate, but one of them stepped in his way, blocking his path. Outwardly, Percy gave him a questioning look, but internally he was sweating buckets, afraid he'd overlooked something. The guy didn't seem to notice, however. Instead, he searched his pocket before handing Percy a vial. "Use this. I've had this for ages, but I doubt it will do me much good. It might work better on you. It's a healing potion." Percy was moved. He was already planning to buy a few tomorrow to fix his body, but the sooner he began recovering, the less unwanted attention he'd draw to himself. He scrounged for some change in his pouch when the guard stopped him. "It's on me, kid. Just try to be more careful out there." "Thanks." Percy nodded in appreciation and downed the green liquid on the spot. He felt his wounds itch for a few seconds, already looking a bit better by the time the effect wore off. Luckily, he encountered nobody else on the way home. All the stands had already closed for the night. Not that he didn't crave his daily honey roll. Percy was practically starving, but he'd rather not give Freddy a heart attack. Reaching his house, he first stopped by his preservation box to stuff his face with anything edible he found. Only when he had taken the edge off his hunger did he enter the shower, still chewing on a slice of cheese.
Peeling off what remained of his robes was painful, as the fabric had stuck to his wounds in several spots. Many scabs tore, making him wince. Washing the acid off his injuries wasn't much better. The good news is, I have another set of robes. It had cost him 200 points, a hefty sum, most likely due to the self-cleaning enchantments inscribed on the garments. Given his secrets, he'd decided it was worth investing in some spare clothes in case of an emergency. Thank Phoebe, too. If I wake up at sunrise, I can get to the official shop as soon as it opens. He'd give the clerk the same excuse as the guards, if she asked, and patch his body up with another potion or two. By then, he'd look as good as new. That way nobody else would see his wounds. He'd only have to repeat his story twice more, to Oren and maybe Freddie, before returning to his routine. Overall, he was happy with his odds of getting away with it. Murder was a serious crime in the guild, but only if he got caught. Nobody ever bothered checking up on lower-level members.
The chances that anyone would notice the yellow was missing were abysmal, not to mention somebody going out to look for him, let alone on the first floor of all places. Beyond that, it would all come down to Percy's luck. Chapter 66. Hemaraka. Having remained separate for nearly 2 weeks, Number 13 was Percy's longest-lived clone so far, at least in terms of time inside a body. Of course, he still fell a little short compared to his predecessor's trip on Huiwei, but most of that guy's days had been spent shopping for a host, so they hardly counted. Either way, Percy confirmed yet again that his clones were inherently unstable. No matter how peacefully he possessed their bodies, or how much soul mana he invested, they wouldn't last long before collapsing. Perhaps it also depended on the circumstances of their deaths. At least when it came to old age, there was only so much he could do to stretch their remaining lifespan. Consequently, his time observing the primitive village was also nearing its end. Not that there's much more to learn here. The crystallization technique was straightforward. Percy had only needed a couple days to understand how it was performed and what the effects of the cyan powder were. Essentially, it was a matter of exerting one's control over mana to compress the constructs into a denser state. The locals used their physical strength to supplement their willpower, something he would have an easier time doing due to his second core and circulation. That said, this component wasn't necessary. Advancing to a higher grade would naturally make the technique easier, so he estimated he would eventually be able to perform it without getting his hands dirty. Sadly, this simply wasn't an option for the locals. Either way, the rest of his time had been spent estimating how long he'd need to master the art. It was an important data point that would determine whether it was worth focusing on once he returned home, or whether he was better off waiting until he advanced. Sadly, the results were mixed. The kids have barely improved since I arrived. At this rate, it'll easily take me a year, maybe longer. His only consolation was that he was both harder working and healthier than the local children, giving him some hope of integrating the cyan powder into his alchemy before it was time to leave the guild. Percy had also grown a little fond of the locals. Every world he had ever experienced had its own share of hardships, but he'd never met anybody as pitiful as these people. The very air they breathed was poison. The sick girl's situation in particular was a true tragedy. Born at Yellow, she would have enjoyed a long and comfortable life in most places. Here, she was destined to die before reaching adulthood. At least these people are kind. If this had been any noble house on Remior, her tribe mates would have written her off as a hopeless case and left her alone to die a long time ago. Yet villagers had done the opposite. They seemed to have a policy of devoting all their cyan powder to the person who needed it the most. Many others were also sick, but the old lady kept all her efforts focused on the girl. Not that it helped much. "Hemaraka!
her father shouted when she collapsed again. That was the girl's name, as Percy had come to learn. Despite everyone's sacrifices, her episodes had grown both more frequent and more severe. At this point, he wasn't sure if his host would die before she did. The man brought her to the old lady's hut once more. However, the healer was at a loss. The green concoction was no longer enough to wake the girl up, and she couldn't use the powder if she was unconscious. A gloomy mood overcame the small village as a crowd gathered around them.
Nobody spoke, but the children's cries and even the occasional sobs of the adults broke the somber silence. As Himaraka's breaths slowed down and whatever was left of her core began to dim, her father grew even more desperate. Grabbing his daughter, he began shaking her, trying to wake her up. Another person had to intervene to stop him. The grieving father's guttural scream was the most heart-wrenching sound Percy had heard in any of his lives. Someone patted the man's back, trying to console him. He didn't react. He just stared at his unconscious daughter, his body trembling. He was either unwilling to miss her final moments or unable to accept they were forthcoming. Suddenly, he stopped shaking. Raising his head, the man looked at Percy. His eyes were bloodshot, a crazy glint shining in his pupils. But something else lay in their depths as well. Hope. Leaping to his feet, the father sprinted towards him and fell to his knees right underneath the floating clone.
"Sakar, el Dikin! Dikin!"
he screamed, his voice cracking. Percy didn't understand the words, of course, but it wasn't that hard to infer their meaning. Is there anything I can do? Truth be told, he still didn't know the full extent of his species' abilities. Could they do more than just filter the air? The old lady soon approached the man, trying to pull him away. He resisted.
"Dikin! Dikin!"
he kept yelling. He knocked his head on the ground over and over, a trickle of blood flowing down his forehead to mix with the tears on his chin. The sight made Percy wince, especially considering these people had an eye on their foreheads. Exhaling, Percy floated down, gently stopping the distraught man with his paw. He made his way to the girl, though even he could see that her life was already hanging by a thread. Percy had no idea if he could help, but what was there to lose? Worst-case scenario, I fail. Both of us are dying anyway. Patting Himaraka's arm, he quickly noted it was cold. He already knew her sternum was filled with the brown mist. The question was how to get it out of her core. "Any insight you're willing to share?" Percy asked his host. The original owner of his body had remained silent over the past 2 weeks. He wasn't sure if the creature was still even there. Against all odds, a response came through. Foreign thoughts filtered into Percy's mind. He suddenly had some idea of what he was supposed to do. "All right, here goes nothing." Looking up at the girl's father, who'd already joined him by now, he gestured for the man to open his daughter's mouth. He then lowered his own over her face, softly inhaling and focusing his mana sense on her core. Nothing happened. Percy drew a second breath and then a third in a desperate race against time. Every moment risked being Himaraka's last. Just as he was about to give up, a dark wisp emerged. It was the thickest, deepest brown he'd seen since coming to this world. It was even denser than the clouds above or the vents spewing the poison into the air. Another wisp followed as the girl's core stopped dimming. A wet cough escaped her throat, sending a viscous sludge splattering all over Percy's face. Part of him flinched, wanting to move away from the discharge. Another part of him, however, the one stemming from his host's instincts, prodded him to remain in place. If the brown fog tasted like strawberry juice, the sticky liquid was more akin to strawberry jam, its flavor
heavenly to his alien taste buds. I'm not sure if this is the best thing I've ever eaten or the most disgusting. Probably both. Either way, the girl kept improving with every strand of the substance he extracted from the core, while her yellow light burned brighter with every breath. Ha ha ha! The father laughed heartily, as the rest of the villagers erupted into cheers.
A few minutes later, Himaraka had the healthiest core he had seen since finding the village. But Percy didn't stop just yet. If I'm going to do this, I might as well clean it up completely. He kept going until her core was restored to over 80% of its full capacity, when something unexpected happened. Amidst the bright yellow glow, a faint green strand emerged, causing Percy to raise an eyebrow as the locals gasped and exclaimed in awe. Don't tell me. Intensifying his efforts, he took breath after breath. As more poison was sucked out of the girl's core, more strands of green appeared, one after another, until they began to dominate. By the time Himaraka coughed out the last drop of sludge out of her throat, a fully green core thrummed with power in her chest. Holy shit! The poison must contain beast mana. It clearly wasn't pure like the nectar they had on Remior, as even the other beasts he'd encountered here were suffering from the poison. His species were the only ones equipped to fully process the substance. The mana was also rather thin, as it wasn't visible through mana sense. Still, it had to be there, as that was the only explanation for Himaraka's abrupt advancement. Keres Dimlat! The man yelled, drawing Percy's attention. His daughter soon echoed his words. Nodding gently, Percy looked around at the rest of the villagers, noticing all their eyes were sparkling as they gazed at him. He chuckled. Oh well, I suppose I still have a few hours left. Chapter 67. Vent. It took Percy several more hours to cure the rest of the villagers. Not all of them advanced like the girl, but many did, especially the older ones or those with the most poison accumulated in their cores. By now, Percy was in a lot of pain, his host's soul finally beginning to crumble. He had to keep shifting his soul mana around the dying vessel to hold it together just a little longer. Despite the pain, a content grin tugged at his lips. He hadn't known these people for long, and his efforts hadn't permanently solved their problems. But even this small act of kindness brought him a sense of satisfaction. Keres Dimlat! Keres Dimlat! They chanted over and over, their joy surpassing even his own. Waving them farewell, Percy took off, determined to accomplish one more task before his body gave out. He doubted it would make much difference, but he wanted to help the locals one last time before returning home. Retracing his steps from 2 weeks prior, he flew along the river. Before long, his destination came into view, the giant vent spewing brown gas into the air. Guessing this was the closest source of pollution to the village, Percy's plan was to filter as much of the substance as possible before his host expired. As he approached the colossal geyser, he noticed more of his kin, including a few larger ones with yellow cores. However, none had the distinctive gray fur of his host, indicating that the creature he was inhabiting was likely an elder, even among others of the same grade. Hopefully we're close to a promotion too. Drawing nearer, Percy's vision was soon obscured by the dense cloud of gas, but he managed to orient himself toward the hole by tasting the concentration of the toxic substance around him. By now, he had to rely on mana sense to locate the other fur balls, the population of which grew denser the closer he came to the source of the gas. At least, that was the case at first. Past a certain point, the strawberry flavor in the air grew overwhelming,
almost reminiscent of the syrupy sludge he'd extracted from the villagers' cores. As he pressed on, the number of orange-cored beasts began to dwindle. Here, the fog was so thick that it was beginning to hinder his movements, the current pushing him back. The sweetness in his mouth gave way to a spicy sensation as his core began to burn. Wow, I guess even our species have their limits.
Not that he cared much about his health. He only had minutes left anyway. Unlike his yellow-cored kin, who were unwilling to venture further, Percy pressed onward, diving deeper against the flow. Ignoring the pain in his sternum, he took deep breaths, trying to rid the world of as much of the toxic gas as he could manage, as a final gift to the villagers. The remnants of his host's soul began to shatter, the knots of soul mana unraveling. Percy could already feel the ethereal cord linking him to his main body on Remior, pulling him back. He resisted for as long as he could, until it seemed he was about to lose the battle, when something changed. His body began to burn more intensely than before, internal pressure threatening to tear him apart. Percy grinned, recognizing the sensation, one his familiar had experienced in the past. Peering inward, he quickly confirmed his suspicion. His body was saturated with dense, yellow mana, though parts of it were dimmer than others. His organs were fighting a losing battle, struggling to purify the toxin into a state his core could handle. However, something began to shift as strands of green mana started to form in his sternum. As he had hoped, his host had lived just long enough to reach the boundary of his next promotion. The reckless baptism in the toxic fumes had proven to be precisely the catalyst required to push them over the edge. Soon, the green strands coiled together, consuming the yellow mana around them as his core shifted colors, burning more fiercely than ever before. "Keep it together, old cat." Usually, a core advancement was a joyous occasion. However, this was perhaps one of the few cases where it wouldn't do anyone much good. The creature's remaining lifespan would be tripled, but 3 times 0 was still 0. No matter what, it was going to die within the next minute. As for Percy, his host's advancement only complicated matters, hastening the unraveling of the fragile bonds joining their souls. Even so, he hoped to last long enough to harness this opportunity to do some real good. Just a few more seconds, he smiled wryly. Now that the furball had advanced, they could consume a tremendous quantity of the toxic gas. Strictly speaking, the vent was too large for a single creature to filter by itself, whether it was at green or even blue. However, there was one critical exception where a beast could consume far more than normal. At the moment of its advancement. Back when Mickey had evolved to orange, Percy and the crow had spent all night scouring the whistling woods, feeding the bird anything they could find so it could rebuild its body to suit its new grade. Here, the furball had advanced to green, 2 grades higher, and its diet consisted entirely of the toxic brown gas. Just how much of it would his host need to consume to complete its transformation? Well, Percy intended to find out. Fighting against his crumbling body, Remier's pull, and the pressure from the vent, he opened his mouth and inhaled the gas as forcefully as he could. Normally, his lungs would have filled in an instant, but now his body hungrily absorbed every bit of material that entered, breaking down the toxins into nutrients necessary for growth. Soon, the clone transformed into a ravenous vortex, greedily sucking in the brown fog like a drain at the bottom of a tub. He could feel his body swelling at an alarming rate, doubling in size within half a minute as the remaining shards of the dying soul grew just as quickly as they crumbled. This pace wouldn't last long. His vessel was already nearing its new limits, but the massive intake of mist triggered another change. The pressure from the vent was no longer enough to push him back. his expanding body beginning to accelerate toward it. Due to his host absorbing enough nutrients, the flow of gas began to slow, but Percy refused to let it. He forced his body to continue drawing in every last particle of poison it could, even as he hurtled dangerously toward the ground. He slammed into a stone wall with a deafening crash, feeling both bones and rock shatter as the impact knocked the air from his lungs and sent his body rebounding. More impacts followed, each collision wreaking havoc on his flesh as well as the surrounding environment. Percy heard more stones crashing down as sections of the vent's walls crumbled, but he didn't pay them any heed, focusing solely on maintaining his grip on the dying soul and inhaling more fumes with every ounce of willpower he had left. By now, every bone in the furball's body had turned into mush as a bunch of boulders fell on top of him, pushing him down. Percy's lungs felt like they were on fire, the pungent substance overwhelming even his newly upgraded constitution. "I hope that was enough," he thought, his consciousness finally slipping out of the dying vessel. Percy knew his actions didn't truly amount to much. The furballs he had placed inside the villagers' houses would leave sooner or later. The cores he had cleansed would eventually end up polluted again, and the poison he had consumed inside the vent would hardly make a dent. And even if he ended up helping out the people in that village, just how many more villages like that were scattered around this world? But he didn't regret trying. Everything he'd done would buy these people some precious time. With higher grades, a cleaner environment, and healthier bodies, the ones with the pure affinity would be able to produce more cyan powder, extending everyone's lives even more. They might still die, but the few years he had bought them mattered. They mattered just as much as when he'd killed Mishkotal, or when he'd preserved his friend's soul to create his familiar.
Percy wasn't strong enough yet to free the people of Huihui, or to cleanse all the poison in this world. But he would do what he could, to help as many as he could. Why? Because he felt like it. Mickey was his friend, and he'd grown fond of the natives here too. Wasn't that what magic ultimately was? The power to exert one's will on the world. I'll keep growing stronger, and one day, I'll have the power to make a lasting impact. Chapter 68. Alchemist Percy stirred the concoction at a modest yet steady pace. A few bubbles began to form, but not too many. Instead of panicking, he continued going as he had, carefully adjusting the temperature slightly with his free hand. A few seconds later, the foam died down, the mixture settling into a transparent gel at the bottom of the cauldron. Carefully pouring the substance onto a membrane over a vial's mouth, he watched as it distilled into a clear liquid. The droplets made crisp sounds, splashing inside the sapphire bottle, one after another. 65 drops! Congratulations, Percy! That's over 16%! You've improved again! Orin said with pride. Shakily releasing the breath he'd been holding, Percy also felt a sense of triumph rising over his achievement. It had already been 2 weeks since his clone had returned, and he'd been able to brew some elixir every day since. His yield had started off at a modest 15%, but it was already slightly higher. There was still some way to go before he could be considered a fully fledged alchemist, but at least the losses were small enough that he could stomach them on his own now. A good thing, too, as today was his final session sponsored by his mentor. "Thank you, sir. I owe everything to your kindness," he said to the older man. "How many times do I need to tell you to just call me Orin? And no, you don't. Given how hard you've been working, I'm sure you would have reached this point sooner or later. I only helped you get started." Percy chuckled. That's still massive. It would have taken me years to gather enough points by myself. Orin patted his shoulder before responding,
In any case, I'm sure you can reach 25% if you keep at it for a few more months. Just promise me you won't pull another reckless stunt like that last one." Percy gazed down at his feet, unable to look the alchemist in the eye. "Percy, promise me." Oren had bought his lie about getting injured by the Starry soldiers. That much was unavoidable, as the alternative was confessing to murder. However, what exacerbated Percy's guilt was that he planned to start hunting the yellow bugs in earnest. Now that he'd settled his previous concerns, he intended to put his new strength to work. "The most I can promise is to be more careful in the future," he replied after a few seconds. Oren didn't say anything, instead just patting his shoulder again. The two bid each other farewell as Percy left his mentor's place for the night. Moving forward, he would still be allowed to use the old alchemist's lab, but he wouldn't be provided with any more free materials or supervision. Thinking back to his gains over the past month, he couldn't help but grin. During his clone's absence, he'd lost a lot of hunting time, which meant he'd collected much less elixir the normal way. However, adding in the amount he'd looted from his unfortunate victim, as well as the ones he'd brewed himself, he still had over 40 vials left. Each brewing session started with 400 drops of nectar, and currently took him around an hour from beginning to the end. Over the last 2 weeks, he'd reliably earned over 60 drops per session, completing 4 sessions per day, which meant that Oren had allowed him to keep over a month's worth of elixir. However, his income would take a massive drop now that he had to pay for his own materials. After all, he was still brewing at a loss. He sure hoped his new targets would be profitable enough to cover the difference. Percy was breathing heavily as he reached the Starry worker. At least dispatching it wouldn't be that hard. It only took a single swipe of his sickle. He owed his exhaustion to something else. Over the past few days, he had practiced activating both types of circulation at the same time and keeping them going for longer. At first, it had been somewhat tricky to recall how he'd managed to get his soul mana flowing that night. The circumstances at the time had been rather unique, but he was able to replicate his success after some trial and error. In fact, he could successfully keep it up without injuring his soul too much in the process. Unlike the cyan lines of pure mana forming static patterns on his skin, their silver counterparts constantly moved around in a chaotic vortex, resembling a maelstrom centered around his sternum. In any case, the new version of the art further enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to run even faster atop the giant mushrooms. That alone would have increased the number of glands he harvested, but he figured he'd get the most benefit by taking down the stronger variants. Sadly, the Starry soldiers were located on the other side of the spire, so he'd had to spend a few hours running back and forth every day. At least he and Mickey could minimize the wasted time by killing the orange variants en route to their cousins. "I should start learning the crystallization technique too," Percy groaned. Killing the workers was no longer very difficult, so there was no better time to practice new spells than while traveling. The only issue was that this particular technique required him to compress his mana over longer sessions. The frequent interruptions every time he had to kill a bug were annoying. Still, even if it wasn't very efficient, he could work on it over time. Overall, Percy doubted he'd collect enough nectar necessary for any more than 2 hours of alchemy per day, which meant he would have about 16 hours to hunt on the second level. Of those, 1 hour was needed for the round trip from the settlement, while 6 more would be spent traveling to and from the location Nisha had warned him about. He estimated that he and Mickey could take down around 12 workers in that time. That left him about 9 hours to hunt the yellow-cored bugs, and he'd need to kill at least 7 of those per day to make as much nectar as he normally would. And I should try teaching Mickey circulation when I'm at it. The crow still couldn't speak, but Percy guessed it was likely because it didn't need to. The bird was already more intelligent than a human child, not something a 2-year-old beast should be capable of. Even more importantly, due to beasts constantly fighting with their bodies, Mickey didn't need any physical training. He only needed to clear his remaining pathways, to temper them, and then find the correct pattern for the mana to flow in. Given his intelligence and Percy's guidance, he should be able to get it down within a few months. In fact, Percy harbored some hope that the process would jog his friend's memories, enabling him to learn faster, or possibly even helping him remember who he was. If all else fails, it's still worth it for the power-up. So once again, Percy had ended up with quite a few projects to work on in parallel. The increased profits from his lucrative prey would hopefully offset the losses from his subpar brewing, allowing him to continue funding one of his cores. He'd keep at it until he surpassed a 25% yield, at which point he'd switch to full-time alchemy. That should eventually earn him enough points to cover for both of his cores. In the meantime, he'd keep feeding his familiar with wasps, working on both Mickey's advancement and his own recovery, so that he could resume sending out clones once a month. The bird would also focus on learning circulation, which would allow it to hunt the workers on its own when mastered. That would give them the opportunity to split up and focus on different tasks. At the same time, Percy would work on crystallization, eventually incorporating the cyan powder into his alchemy. This is him then staged that his left in the foment as well. He's still what the exact result would be, but he had a hunch he could use it to improve the elixirs in some way. No time to waste. There are only 4.5 years left until the lotus blooms. Percy understood that he still had a long way to go until he was strong enough to have a real voice in his family. Well, if he wanted to accomplish that without spilling his secrets, or relying on his grandpa's benevolence at least. Mickey suddenly pecked his shoulder, breaking him out of his thoughts. "You're right. I'm thinking too far into the future. For now, let's focus on what's right in front of us." They were there. They had finally reached the location of the starry soldiers. Percy grinned. He was about to have his first proper fight against a yellow-cored beast, and with his own body at that. Chapter 69. Starry Soldiers. As soon as Percy overcame the shock of encountering a wasp as large as he was, he thought he'd have an easy time slaying the overgrown bug. Its slick black carapace glittered with the same colors as its smaller cousins, but the soldier was large enough that its camouflage was essentially useless. After all, the motes of light slowly falling from the mushrooms above couldn't possibly conceal the man-sized creature, nor could they obscure the dense, yellow shape thrumming within Percy's mana sense. So, with nowhere to hide and with such a bulky frame, how hard could it be to hit the thing with his sickle? Well, near impossible, it turned out. I really need to stop jinxing everything. The soldier's stinger was about the shape and length of a rapier, delivering a barrage of lunges as it tried to turn his head into a kebab. Strictly speaking, Percy didn't have much difficulty dodging the blows. They were more forgiving than the mage's stone javelins, especially with the bug's soul betraying its intentions ahead of time. It was landing his own attacks that proved challenging. Unlike his human opponent, who had stood in place like a sitting duck, Percy couldn't pin the wasp down. Despite its larger frame, the soldier was even more agile than the orange variants, so hitting it from a distance was a tall order. Worst of all, the strategy Percy had used against the workers was all but useless. Back when he was weaker, he'd resorted to well-timed counterattacks to dispatch the bugs. Sadly, that was no longer applicable. His only means of defending himself had grown obsolete once more, and there wasn't much he could do about that. There's no way to block a yellow beast's attacks with pure mana from a red core. Until it advanced to orange, he'd have to retire his second core entirely. Its only use at the moment was the passive boost to his physique. Then again, he did have one other advantage. Sidestepping a stab, Percy tried to bisect the wasp's soul with his left hand. It moved horizontally to dodge, but that gave him a chance to throw the second parting gift held by his right. Thanks to circulation,
He could summon and maintain 2 of the weapons now. Regardless, the wasp flew up to avoid the second attack. It only stared at him for a moment before diving back to unleash another barrage of lunges, trying to take advantage of his missing weapon. Not that he had much trouble evading the strikes, but a similar scene repeated once he finished replacing his second sickle. Half an hour later, the 2 were still at an impasse.
The bug attacked whenever Percy was 1 weapon down, putting him on the back foot until he recovered. Whenever he did, it was his turn to go on the offense, but the soldier was just as good at evading. If necessary, Percy could keep circulation up with both cores for a couple more hours. Still, how do I create an opening? Having Mickey distract the creature was out of the question. Percy had already asked his familiar to remain at a safe distance, and he had no intention of letting the bird come anywhere close to the monster. As Percy was evaluating his options, the soldier suddenly changed tactics. It swiftly flew a few meters above his head, pointing its stinger down. "Oh, fuck me!" A purple blob emerged from the stinger's point, soon expanding to a blanket shrouding his view. Leaping to the side, Percy barely managed to roll out of the way as the sludge rained down on the mushroom. The surface of the giant fungus sizzled as a wall of brown gas rose to the sky. The small amount that reached Percy's nose burned his nostrils and coated the back of his throat with an acrid aftertaste. However, that was just the start, as the wasp fired 2 more liquid projectiles. It was even harder evading them, some of the acid landing on his leg. Percy couldn't help but let out a stifled scream. He hadn't expected to experience this again so soon. Luckily, it didn't corrode much deeper than his skin. The substance had spread rather thin during its flight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been surprised to see his entire limb melted into a puddle, bones and everything. Not that it made his situation much less precarious. He barely got the chance to roll out of the way of the stinger as it stabbed down just inches from his face. Lodged into the mushroom, the barb appeared stuck, but the wasp still tried to crush his throat with its limbs, forcing him to keep crawling away. Only when he was a couple meters from the bug did he get the chance to stand up. He immediately threw himself back into the fray, dashing towards the soldier and taking advantage of its immobility to finally kill it.
That was a close one.
Percy had thought his latest improvements would make this fight a walk in the park, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The acid rain attack was something he'd never witnessed the orange variants use. It could have easily spelled his doom if the bug wasn't limited to 3 consecutive shots. In fact, if the soldier hadn't stupidly trapped itself, the fight most likely would have not ended in his favor.
"You live, you learn,"
he shrugged, wincing slightly as the movement tugged the edges of his acid burns. At least this skirmish had given him an idea for using his pure mana against these creatures. Although the construct likely wouldn't be strong enough to block their blows or pierce their carapace, he thought it likely that he could protect himself from the acid rain with it. "Mickey, come eat the core!" The familiar didn't need to be told twice. Tearing into the hard exoskeleton took the bird a bit longer than usual, but it still managed to claw open a hole soon enough. It carefully dug the gland out of the torso, throwing it to Percy with its talon. Cawing with delight, it dove back into the bug's sternum to seek out the tasty snack. Percy grabbed the gland with a grin. Ignoring his feasting friend, he took a vial out of his pouch, slicing the organ open with a knife and squeezing the nectar into the gemstone. 45, he counted with glee. He'd already known how much nectar the soldiers produced, of course. Still, actually seeing half the vial filled with amber fluid after a single kill was truly satisfying. And to think the commanders on the top level have over 400 drops each. That's enough for a dose of the elixir. Not that anybody hunted there, of course. Most guild members were already alchemists by the time they reached green, let alone blue. By then, they could earn a lot more points brewing than hunting.
Oh well, I'll get there too. Soon. Here it comes again. The wasp fired a blob of acid like the last one had. This time, Percy was prepared. Through the passive soul vision granted by his circulation, he dodged the spray before it was even unleashed. He could have just as easily evaded the next 2 shots, but he intentionally remained within the splash zone to test his new idea out. Pure mana gushed out of his pores as he swiped his arm through the venom, brushing the droplets aside with a wave of cyan. The purple liquid rapidly dissolved the flimsy defense, some making it through to Percy's skin. Still, most of it had been blocked. Success. Kinda. He made a weird expression halfway between a grin and a wince. He'd rather dodge the attacks entirely than rely on this feeble shield. But it was nice knowing he had one last layer of protection. He grunted in surprise, rolling clumsily out of the way as the soldier dove down in an attempt to poke his eye out. Apparently this one wasn't dumb enough to get itself trapped, like the last bug. Dodging, Percy tried to land a melee blow, cursing when he hit nothing but empty air. Refusing to get discouraged, he quickly threw a handful of silver knives towards the creature. While he'd kept one of the parting gifts in the shape of a sickle, he'd decided to branch out by reverting the second one to a bunch of projectiles. 2 of them missed, but his hope soared when the last one grazed its side. The silver silhouette shook, the wasp's movements growing erratic. Finishing the injured creature only took a couple more minutes. Okay, progress. At least Percy didn't come close to dying this time. Also, incorporating some level of variation in his arsenal looked promising. That said, he estimated he wouldn't kill more than 6 soldiers today. Surpassing his previous spoils would take a few more weeks. Still, he wasn't too disappointed.
It's going to be worth it in the long term. His gains had been modest when he had begun hunting the workers too, yet he and Mickey had quickly eclipsed what was possible on the first level. Percy couldn't help but rub his hands in anticipation. After a year at the guild, his original goal was finally within reach. I'm going to have enough elixir for both of my cores soon. Chapter 70. Second year in the guild. More time passed as Percy worked hard on all fronts, improving both his hunting efficiency and his brewing yield. Only a month after his first fight against a starry soldier, he could reliably kill around 10 of them per day. The difference was rather modest, but he welcomed the opportunity to hone his combat skills once more. Before, his efficiency had plateaued once he could slay the workers near instantly, and his profits had been capped by his traveling speed. Now, he finally had the chance to work on both his stamina, extending circulation to last all day, and the potency of his magic, learning how to better slaughter the bugs. He also grew better at alchemy, raising his yield to 18%. Between earning 630 drops of nectar per trip and converting most of that into elixir, he could finally fully support one of his cores while still getting a lot of brewing practice. But he didn't stop there. 5 months later, about half a year since the end of his funding, Percy was able to hunt 14 soldiers per trip, while his yield had increased to a whopping 23%. He estimated he could have crossed the 25% threshold if he had continued spending 4 hours on alchemy per day, but sadly, he could only harvest enough nectar for about 2. Still, he was on the verge of supporting both of his cores when another interesting development occurred. Mickey finally mastered circulation. As Percy had come to learn through the numerous beasts his clones had possessed, a beast affinity was very uniquely suited for the technique. In fact, that was an understatement. Apparently, blood was the best medium for beast mana to flow in, making their blood vessels synonymous with their channels. Even more importantly, since beasts didn't use conventional spells, they didn't fall into the trap of only clearing the channels branching out from their cores to their extremities.
Instead, they passively cleared and tempered all their pathways, their mana constantly flowing through their whole body and empowering it. Percy had been shocked by that discovery, realizing beasts already used circulation, albeit a weaker version of it. It had essentially been the truth behind their strength all along. It didn't take a genius to find the correct pattern for the mana to flow in either. It was identical to a creature's circulatory system. However, that didn't mean Mickey couldn't learn to use the full scope of the technique. It only meant that circulation for a beast was equivalent to supercharging its blood flow, drawing even more strength out of its body than usual. Beasts also couldn't replenish their mana by breathing like mages did, because ambient mana didn't contain the beast affinity. They could still slowly draw some mana of other affinities from the air, converting it to beast mana, but it was much less efficient than it was for Percy. In Mickey's case, circulation drew its power from the crow's flesh and blood. The practice broke down his body, converting matter to strength. At first, Percy had worried this would have an adverse effect on his familiar. After a few tests, however, he concluded it wouldn't. Perhaps it might be an issue for a beast living in an environment where food was scarce. For Mickey, who had more wasp meat than he knew what to do with, it wouldn't be a problem. It only meant that he had to eat a higher number of the wasps per day, and he'd wake up fresh the following morning. The only reason it had even taken the bird so long to master the technique was due to its reluctance. It had needed a lot of convincing from Percy before it was willing to endure the strain of the spell. Circulating intentionally wasn't a pleasant experience, but the familiar quickly came around after enjoying the resulting benefits of the technique. Naturally, that was a game changer for them. Mickey had already been able to easily find the workers. He just hadn't been great at killing them. However, his efficiency soared after his upgrade. The crow could now hunt the orange variants way faster by himself, as Percy only slowed the bird down. On his first day roaming the second level alone, Mickey took down over 40 wasps, brutally shattering their previous record. At that point, they split up, with Mickey spending all day hunting the workers by himself, while Percy was free to focus on crystallization as he traveled to the soldiers. In dividing their efforts, they collectively gathered over 1,200 contribution points per day, not only giving Percy enough for both corps, but even allowing him to save some. 4 months later, their hunting trips hadn't improved much, with Mickey capping at around 43 kills per day, and Percy unable to get past 15. Still, his brewing yield had finally reached 26%, making him a fully fledged alchemist. According to Oren, he could even take a test if he wanted, in order to be officially acknowledged by the guild. It would raise his status if he were to leave one day. It still wouldn't be on par with a Yellowborn, but he'd receive better treatment than Orangeborns who had never dabbled in alchemy. It wasn't a huge deal, and Percy didn't see a reason to bother just yet, but perhaps he could consider it when it was nearing time to leave. More importantly, he could finally brew elixirs at a profit, and he kept a sizable amount stashed in his house for personal use. He had stored up enough to last as a buffer for 2 months once he stopped hunting. It was finally time to make the transition to full-time alchemy. At first, it would be less profitable than his current hunting trips, but that would be temporary. By brewing 18 hours per day, he would improve his alchemy skills rapidly, allowing him to continue increasing his yield several times faster. And, sure enough, another 2 months later, 1 full year after Oren's funding had stopped, Percy reached a 30% yield. That benchmark was when his improvements truly slowed down, but it was enough. Each brewing session only took him about 40 minutes now, and with such a yield, he could earn 2,160 points per day. That was without even including the 645 points Mickey got from hunting solo. Finally.
His two original goals in coming to the guild had already been met. He could comfortably fund both of his cores, and Mickey had a perfect environment to keep hunting orange beasts to his heart's content. Even better, Percy was making over 3 times as much money as he needed, so, in theory, he could fall back and relax for a while. He chuckled. As if. Percy might have met his initial targets, but there were still many projects he had to worry about. He had continued sending his clones out about once a month, although they'd all returned empty-handed. A couple of them had ended up possessing sapient creatures again, but neither of them had gained access to anything that couldn't be found on Remior. It wasn't that bad, though, as he had yet to fully process his gains from the primitive village. By now, he could compress the cyan constructs by about 40%.
It was still a little shy of what he needed, and his improvements had slowed down, as he hadn't taken much time outside alchemy to invest in the technique over the past several months. Now that he was free, he decided to only brew as much elixir as he needed for the next few weeks, spending the rest of his time on crystallization. He had a hunch it would help him take an important step forward once mastered. His other long-term projects included the creation of a starry wasp familiar and repairing Mickey's second core. The former still stumped him, as there were way too many impossible problems he had to overcome. Having 2 ethereal chords at once was already difficult, so he couldn't even consider creating another familiar unless he was willing to lose the ability to continue sending out clones. Not to mention the issue with stealing a wasp egg from the depths of the fungal spire, much less from under the noses of blue and violet beasts. As for repairing Mickey's core, that was more doable. The 1 million contribution points he needed were a lot, but given his current income, they were no longer impossible to amass. Even without any further improvements, he'd get there in less than 2 years if he saved up all his excess money, though he still hoped his gamble with crystallization would pay off before long. Let's do it then. I need to compress the damn crystal by the end of the month. Chapter 71. Crystallization. A vein throbbed on Percy's forehead, his skin a deep crimson color. His eyes were clenched shut to shield them from the annoying streams of sweat pouring down his face. His body shook, his muscles having been locked in their current position for over an hour. One palm was cupped over the other, both squeezing hard around a glowing sphere with all their strength. 2 sets of bright lines pulsed underneath his flesh like heartbeats in response to the sustained pressure. The cyan ones were static, drawing orderly curves on his body, while the silver ones constantly shuffled, outlining a violent maelstrom swirling around his sternum. "Just a little more!" Percy gritted his teeth. He couldn't estimate how close he was exactly, but he felt he'd been on the verge of compressing the pure mana into a crystal for the past few days. Today, he'd resolved himself to doing whatever it took to finally cross the threshold. And just like that, he felt something snap into place, and the cyan marble stopped fighting back a few seconds later. Even so, Percy wasn't in a hurry to quit, unwilling to risk wasting his efforts. Luckily, he received some additional confirmation of his success. "Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell, Crystallization, Crude." Wow, it's been a long time since my status registered something new. Finally free to deactivate circulation, Percy let go of the orb and plopped back on the cold stone weakly. His chest heaved up and down as he watched the crystal roll away across his floor. Perhaps it would have been more comfortable to attempt on his bed, but he didn't want to get his mattress all sweaty. In any case, he was done. His lips curled upwards as the last motes of mana seeped out of his pores. It had taken him over a year, but the new spell was finally ready. Opening his status, he spent the next couple of minutes gawking at it in silent appreciation. Percival Avalon Mana Cores. Mana Core 1, Orange, Soul. Mana Core 2, Red, Pure. Bloodline, Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Spells. Parting gift. Crude. Secret art. Familiar. Crude. Quarterstaff. Crude. Glove. Crude. Crystallization. Crude. Circulation. Refined. Grants access to your status. Grants a bloodline. Grants a second mana core. 6 spells! Percy was pretty sure nobody else on Remior had this many at his age. If it hadn't been for the various opportunities granted by his bloodline, he knew he would have only mastered a single one by now. The status never bothered registering variants of the same spell if they weren't sufficiently different from one another, which was why there was only a single mention of circulation. Likewise, his parting gift was only listed once, despite all the permutations he could cast. In fact, the 2 most similar spells listed separately were his quarterstaff and his glove. Strictly speaking, both were just regular constructs of pure mana, although their purpose was very different to one another, as were the principles of their design. He still wasn't sure what the status was for. He guessed it was meant to encourage mages to branch out, eventually developing distinct lines of magic. As for the spell's classification, it was probably there to push people to delve deeper into each one. So, whoever created it wants us to develop multiple powerful spells. But what for? In the end, he shrugged. That wasn't something he could figure out right now. Nor did it matter too much to him at the moment. Pushing himself up, he scrambled to pick up the marble. It was warm to the touch, but he guessed that was just an artifact of his lingering body heat from holding it for so long. It was a little sticky, too, drenched in sweat, prompting him to wipe it on his robes a few times. Only then did he lift it in front of his eyes, examining it more closely. It was about the size of a cherry, its smooth surface shimmering with a pale cyan light. Percy was tempted to keep the first one as a memento, but his anticipation won out in the end. He'd already looked forward to testing its effects for so long. Making his way to the kitchen table, he sifted through his alchemy equipment for a mortar and pestle. Tossing the marble inside, he gave it one final admiring glance before sealing its fate.
Without his willpower and his hands compressing the sphere uniformly, it shattered rather easily, the brittle material quickly giving way under the weight of the bronze tool. Less than a minute later, Percy was left with a small pile of glistening powder, reminding him of his short time in the primitive village. I wonder how those people are doing. Had their cores succumbed to the poison once more? They must have. The brown fog was both abundant and fast-acting. Shaking the distracting thoughts out of his mind, Percy walked to the tap, opening it slightly to drip a few drops of water into the pestle. Recalling Hemaraka's actions, he mixed the contents with his fingers before gulping down the cyan paste. As he swallowed the last of it, he pulled some soul mana from his sternum, sending it to swirl inside his stomach for a couple minutes before moving it back through his channels. Initially, his core still burned a little. It had only been a few hours since he had consumed the day's elixirs. However, as soon as he pushed the enriched mana inside it, the ethereal organ itched, the discomfort easing slightly. Holy shit! It works! Percy hadn't been certain it would, as his circumstances were somewhat different from the natives of that world. Still, he had persisted in his madness, recognizing that the underlying principles behind the two situations were similar. The villagers Percy had encountered had relied on the cyan paste to mend their cores, buying themselves the chance to survive the poison longer, despite lacking the means of purging it entirely. Strictly speaking, the damage caused by the brown mist wasn't that different from what the elixirs of Remior accomplished.
Of course, the effect of the elixirs was more surgical, designed to target the impurities. The process always left the organ injured, forcing people to wait 24 hours for it to recover after each dose. But if the powder could speed things up, I can accelerate my advancement.
The question was how much more frequently he could drink the elixirs.
I'm gonna have to test a couple things. A few days later, Percy already had some answers. The cyan paste seemed to merely provide the nutrients his core needed. A single marble was more than enough for his recovery, so consuming more than one didn't do anything. In other words, he couldn't spam the process to mend the core instantly. No matter what, he was limited to 1 dose of powder after each dose of elixir. As for the exact recovery period, it seemed to fluctuate, depending significantly on when he used the paste. The sooner he ingested it, the faster it worked on the fresh wounds in his core, making the powder more effective. When he consumed the paste right after the elixir, his core recovered twice as fast as normal. I can advance both my cores in half the time! His heart skipped a beat. Of course, it would also be twice as expensive. Not just that, but he'd also need about 6 hours a day to condense enough crystals. That would only leave him about 12 hours to spend on brewing. With his income dropping sharply and his costs doubling, he estimated he could barely keep up with his needs until his skill with crystallization improved. Suddenly, he felt a little envious of the old lady. She only needed about an hour for each marble. Percy groaned. Granted, her core had been at orange, giving her an edge when it came to controlling pure mana. She was a lot more experienced, too. That said, he had his own advantages, so he figured he'd catch up soon enough. Actually, this is all temporary anyway. Calculating the time he'd already spent on his second core, Percy was over 2/3 into his next promotion. If he began consuming 4 elixirs per day, he would get there in under a year. At that point, condensing the crystals would become much easier too.
Though there was another potential option that gave him pause.
There should be a way to drink the elixirs and the paste at the same time. Since the effects of the powder improved depending on how soon it was used, Percy had naturally tried consuming both substances simultaneously. The elixir and the paste had mixed in his stomach without issue, but the moment he added his own mana, it had all reacted violently, eliminating the potency of both materials before he'd even had the chance to draw them back to his core. That said, Percy wasn't too discouraged. He already had an idea to circumvent the reaction. He'd just need some time to work on it. If he succeeded, he could speed up his advancement even further. I guess I can delegate all my excess income into modifying the recipe over the next few months. Chapter 72. Unexpected Visitor. Tossing the empty gland aside, Percy picked the next one, carving a small incision into the soft tissue before squeezing it over the vial. A few seconds later, he threw its shriveled husk onto the pile, which contained hundreds by now, before moving on. Gone were the days when he and Mickey spent all their time hunting together on the spire. Over the past several months, Percy had focused on his alchemical endeavors, leaving the crow alone to tend to its own needs. Nowadays, they only met up once a week for Percy to retrieve the glands stashed by his familiar, handing the bird rejuvenation potions in return. Mickey suddenly cawed, capturing his attention. "There you are! Running a little late today," he grinned. He waved at the crow flying rapidly towards him, a small pouch held in its beak. Percy returned to the task at hand, emptying the last couple of glands by the time Mickey reached him. The bird landed on the dirt by his feet as the amber lines on its plumage faded. Stooping slightly, Mickey gently retrieved the linen bag and placed it on the ground. Handing a different pouch to the crow, Percy watched his familiar fly excitedly to a nearby tree, the gem vials clinking as they tumbled inside the cloth.
Having learned from his mistakes, Percy now carried even the cheaper potions in the expensive vials to prevent them from breaking. Mickey arranged his new supplies in an oversized nest as Percy opened the pouch the familiar had brought, picking another gland from the fresh batch. "Keep up the good work, buddy. I'll get you the mind mana as soon as I can." If Percy dropped everything else and merely focused on making as much money as possible, he could amass enough enlightenment potions for his friend to advance in under 2 years. However, not only would that slow down his own progress, but he also strongly suspected it wouldn't even be the quickest way. He had a hunch he could make a lot more money once he figured out how to profit from the cyan paste. Of course, there were a few obstacles to overcome. First, he couldn't sell it in its raw form, as that would risk other people figuring out how to reproduce it. After all, the only thing one needed was a pure affinity, which was extremely common on Remior. In fact, Percy was surprised nobody had discovered the usefulness of the powder before. His guess was that it took too much effort for people under blue to crystallize their mana. They were unlikely to stumble upon the spell by mistake. As for those above, they were already too fixated on their ways by the time they reached blue, that even if they accidentally condensed their mana, they wouldn't necessarily realize the implications. The natives in that world had probably tried everything they could to alleviate their poisoning, stumbling upon this secret out of sheer desperation. Or luck. But people weren't dumb. If Percy sold the paste directly, it wouldn't take them long to figure it out. Consequently, he'd have to incorporate it inside of his elixirs before profiting off it. The next issue was finding a suitable location for his experiments. He couldn't work on the new recipe in the public labs, so he'd have to come clean to Orin. Percy greatly respected his old mentor, but he also had no idea how the alchemist would react to such a revolutionary discovery. Finally, even if everything went well, he'd still have to find a proper avenue to sell the product safely and secretly. After all, he wouldn't be able to create too much of the improved elixir by himself. If knowledge of it leaked and he couldn't meet the demand, the divine order would skin him alive for the recipe. Oh well, if I mess things up, I'll just publicize it and wash my hands of the mess. It wouldn't be ideal, as he'd be giving up on his advantage, but it would be better than losing his life. Unlike his other secrets, he could claim he had just stumbled upon crystallization by accident. It wasn't nearly as exotic as a second core or circulation, so he wouldn't have to spill the beans on his bloodline. It's such a pain keeping so many secrets, he grimaced. At least nobody came to ask me about the missing guy. I suppose it's safe to assume I got away with it. Bidding his familiar farewell, Percy returned to the settlement. On the way to Freddy's, he tossed a quick glance at the spot where Nisha's stand used to be. It had already changed hands multiple times, the current owner being a yellow core with a life affinity, offering cheap healing services. As for Nisha, she had rented a stone building a long time ago, opening a proper gambling den. It was quite impressive, too. Based on what Percy had heard, the guild charged a lot more when leasing buildings for commercial reasons than they did for accommodation. Not that there was a shortage or anything, but the intentional premium was designed to discourage small business owners from renting buildings they didn't really need. In any case, it only proved how much money the girl was making.
Percy was confident she was even wealthier than him, despite his recent success. Good for her, he shrugged. At least the new owner of the stand had spent a lot more effort on the sign.
Oh, hi, Percy. Freddy greeted him with a smile, which quickly morphed into a mischievous grin. I thought it was your time of the month again. Percy snorted. His friend had been teasing him about his cloning days for a while now. In hindsight, he should have realized that altering his schedule for a few days per month would lead to misunderstandings. Not that he could do much about it now. It was simply the most convenient timing to send out his clones, taking into account the average length of his trips and the impact they had on his main body. In the end, he'd given up, simply playing into the joke. "No, my period is next week," he shot back. They stared at each other silently for a couple of seconds. Freddie was the first to burst into laughter, Percy joining him a moment later. "There you go, man." The plump guy handed him the steaming snack, Percy paying him back in return. He held the honey roll with both hands, as if it was the most precious treasure, biting a huge chunk out of it. He closed his eyes to savor it, sighing happily as the crispy dough blended with the warm honey in his mouth. "If I hadn't watched you eat them every night for the past 2 years, I'd have thought it was your first one," Freddie said. "Haven't you grown sick of them yet?" "Never," Percy protested in shock a few seconds later, but only after swallowing. The two chatted for a while longer. It was mostly Freddie gossiping, really, as Percy didn't have too much to talk about, since he tended to spend most of his days holed up in a lab. In the end, he waved his friend goodbye, but not before buying a second honey roll to take home. Part of it was to make a statement, while the rest was just because the things were that damn good. It was late by the time he reached his place.
Shockingly, he saw a woman in green standing outside his door as he drew near.
"The hell?"
Percy paled. He never got visitors, so his mind instantly went to the worst-case scenario.
"Don't tell me I've jinxed myself again."
Part of him wanted to run, but it would only make things worse. Maybe she was here for something else. "Hello? How may I help you?" he asked, trying to sound calm. It was only now the woman seemed to notice him. "Are you Percival Avalon?" she asked, prompting him to swallow hard. Better calm down. Even if they learned about the missing guy, how would they link it to me after a year? In the end, he just nodded silently. The woman didn't say anything either, approaching him instead. She placed her hand in her pocket, searching for something. Right when Percy expected her to pull out a pair of handcuffs, she took out an envelope instead, handing it to him. "It's a letter from your house," she said. Turning smoothly, she left without even waiting for the reply. Percy watched her walk down his porch, his mouth agape. "Seriously? Couldn't you just slide it under my door? You almost gave me a heart attack." It wasn't until a few minutes later that he had calmed down enough to look at the sender's name. Elaine Avalon. Chapter 73. House Tantalus. Entering his room, Percy gobbled up his honey roll swiftly before taking a quick shower. Only after he was done with the day's chores did he allow himself to sink into his bed, finally taking the letter out of its envelope. Talk about going all out, he chuckled. The penmanship was immaculate, and the light indigo paper smelled of lavender. His cousin had clearly poured a lot of effort into the missive. "Dear Percy, I hope this letter finds you well. No, really. You left without even saying goodbye and haven't bothered writing in over 2 years. We aren't even sure you made it to the guild safely. So, if you are reading this, thank Phoebe.
But also please know you are a massive jerk." Ouch. Elaine's scathing words stung, but Percy couldn't exactly argue against them. At the very least, he should have let her and Baldy know he was all right. "Well, it's not like you wrote me either." He decided to contact them more frequently from now on, diving back to the letter. "Now that we got that out of the way, I wanted to bring you up to date on our house's news. One of my missions ended really badly right around the time you left. Our cousin, Elaine, passed away. That said, I don't want you to worry about me. Things were a little rough for a while, but I'm doing much better now.
I managed to upgrade my whip spell, and I recently perfected those dance moves you showed me too. Oh, and my mother is expecting. I'm going to be a sister in a few months. Percy nodded. He didn't really know Elaine that well, but he could tell his death still weighed heavily on Elaine's conscience. I should ask Baldy about the details the next time we meet. Either way, the rest of his cousin's news was much more positive. The dance moves she mentioned were obviously code for circulation. Percy wasn't sure how secure these letters were, but Elaine clearly wasn't willing to take any chances, which suited him just fine. That meant she had at least 2 refined spells listed in her status now. That ought to have made her a force to be reckoned with. Even without a bloodline, he doubted any noble their age would be a match for her. However, the letter wasn't over yet. Broadly speaking, things have been peaceful around here, although House Tantalus is beginning to stir up trouble again. They've already messed with a few of our people out on missions. Thankfully, they haven't done anything too drastic yet, but Grandpa thinks it's only a matter of time before they escalate. House Tantalus. Percy gritted his teeth. Those were the same people who'd attacked them when he was young, the ones who'd killed his parents. He didn't know what exactly the deal was between the 2 houses. It seemed to be a complicated mix of an old grudge, territorial disputes, and also some drama around their bloodlines. But yeah, it didn't take a genius to figure out why Elaine had decided to contact him all of a sudden. So, I just wanted to warn you against traveling by yourself anytime soon. Definitely not to our house, but also in general. Ever since that god's announcement, all the noble families have gone crazy. Commoners too, actually. From what I hear, a lot of people are turning into bandits, hoping to kidnap somebody important to trade for one of the petals. This was in line with Oren's speculations. Well, it's not like I was planning to leave soon. There should still be over 3 years left until the lotus blooms. Besides, I can get an escort back if I need it. Elaine's next words corroborated his suspicions. That's not to say you shouldn't visit. According to Grandpa, you'll be safe if you travel with the guild's envoys. Nobody in their right mind would attack them. Due to the widespread need for elixirs, most noble houses had frequent dealings with the alchemists. Percy knew his own family needed thousands of doses per month, so a group of blue cores was given the job of delivering them 3 times a year. No bandit group had the power to mess with such a force. In theory, a rival house could, but none of them were dumb enough to try. Attacking the guild's people was tantamount to declaring war on all of Remier. Sadly, the next delivery had been months away back when Mickey had advanced, so Percy had chosen to take the risk rather than waiting. Returning to the letter, Percy quickly noted it contained some more coded messages. Finally, we'd like to know how you're doing. Have you been able to dive into alchemy yet? Grandpa has been feeling guilty we couldn't give you the elixirs you wanted back home. He says he'll figure out a way to convince the rest of the family if you still need them. Also, he said he'll take some time off his schedule to brew your favorite tea if you want. In any case, make sure to keep in touch this time. Lots of love, Elaine. My favorite tea, huh? Percy grinned. Naturally, he had nothing of the sort. Baldy was clearly talking about the petals. He should have realized Percy would want one, and he was subtly telling him that he'd try to make it happen. Still, it won't be easy for him. If it was that simple, Percy wouldn't have needed to travel all the way to the Alchemists' Guild for elixirs, not to mention something as miraculous as the petals. But Archibald obviously understood this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he didn't want his grandson to miss it. Percy felt a fuzzy sensation in his chest. Having people who genuinely cared for him was a novel feeling, though it did exacerbate his guilt over not contacting them sooner. That said, I'm not as helpless as I used to be. His relatives' intentions were good,
but they had no idea how much he had progressed over the past 2 years. He wasn't powerful enough to travel around the world freely, but he could still handle the average bandit group in a direct confrontation. If he ran into someone like Rick and his goons again, he was confident he could beat them without relying on his familiar or resorting to a sneak attack this time. Percy could brew his own elixirs too, although he had yet to find a way to do it away from the guild. The nectar wasn't exported outside the fungal spire, so he'd lose his main source of income once he left. Still, if he succeeded in creating a wasp familiar, he could fix that too. Even when it came to the petals, he already had something in mind. I can trade circulation for it. It wasn't perfect, but offering the technique would be easier than exchanging it for elixirs. While a petal was more valuable, it was also a single-use consumable.
He just had to convince one of the 3 recipients to part with it. It was better than handing the spell to everyone in his house's management and getting them to keep giving him elixir forever. In the latter case, he'd also have to reveal his second core, and his secrets were more likely to leak the more people he told. Galahad will probably get one. The man had a lightning affinity, which could be elevated to acid with the petal. His status in the family was the highest, too. Still, as much of a prick as he was, he'd probably recognize that circulation would help him more, especially if Percy managed to figure the final step of the technique. If not him, one of the other 2 will agree for sure. There was also the matter of the cyan powder. Getting another violet core sooner would be massive for his family, though Percy would rather not spend the next 70 years of his life feeding his uncle the cyan paste twice a day. At least I have options now. He also had plenty of time to decide. Shrugging, he quickly searched through his cupboards for something to write with, eager to get back to his cousin. He did manage to find a quill and a half-empty bottle of ink. Remnants from the previous owner of the house, obviously, as he'd never bought any. Percy confirmed the ink was still usable when he realized he didn't have anything to write on. I mean, I could write on the back of Elaine's letter. He smiled wryly, shooting the idea down. There was definitely enough space, but it would be crass of him. Don't do it, Percy. Don't be a Nisha. Let's just buy some paper tomorrow. Chapter 74. Gabe. The state of his latest host shocked Percy. On one hand, he'd spent way too long searching for a body, so he'd had no choice but to compromise. This person's condition was much worse than he'd like. However, as broken as it was still one of the strongest souls any of his clones had come across. Probably a sapient, also a higher grade than usual. Knowing that a good first impression was half the battle, he wasn't in a hurry to reach out. Instead, he took a moment, deliberating how to best introduce himself, unwilling to spook an otherwise promising host. Though he never got the chance. The stranger spoke first. Wow, sending ghosts now. You guys are getting really creative. This wasn't among the reactions Percy was expecting, but he didn't sense any hostility, which was a good sign. I'm not a ghost, just a soul clone, he explained. What's the difference? His host asked. Percy would have creased his brow if he had one. While he'd never thought of his clones like that, they were invisible, incorporeal, and could possess bodies. Functionally, they did fit with what he imagined a ghost to be. Okay, I can see why you'd call me that. Still, I should clarify that I wasn't sent by whoever you think sent me. Oh, really? The spirit sounded amused. Are you not here to uncover the magical secrets of this world? The response left Percy stumped. All right, you got me again. But how could you possibly know that? I've only been to a few places so far. Rather remote, too. Do you often get visited by foreign souls? He asked. Souls, no. That's why I was surprised by your approach. But lots of people want a piece of our world.
Sadly for them, infiltrating this place is impossible. Or, well, it used to be, I suppose, his host explained. The spirit's admission made Percy want to rub his hands. This was shaping into quite the treasure trove already. A powerful host he could communicate with, and a rich world coveted by all. But their body was deteriorating fast, and this person seemed suspicious of him. Look, I admit you got me figured out. I guess I'm a ghost, strictly speaking. And I'm also here in search of knowledge to make myself stronger. However, I'm not some powerful god, nor is there any organization behind me.
I'm just a random guy with an orange core, wandering blindly around the universe and picking up whatever crumbs I find. My point is, I couldn't really do too much damage to your world, even if I wanted to, he said before hurriedly adding, which I don't. His host sent him something akin to a mental shrug. I'm sorry. I may have inadvertently given you the impression I care. The truth is, I have no loyalty to this place. Even if you were sent by our enemies to hurt us, I wouldn't give a shit. Percy was surprised once more. He wasn't the most altruistic person either, but he wouldn't be so indifferent if an outsider tried to use him to take down Remier. Still, his host's callousness made him easy to work with. All right, then perhaps we can strike a deal. I'll patch your soul up for a while, and you'll let me learn whatever I can in that time. A pang of laughter rang in their shared consciousness, but it sounded hollow. That's a great start, but it seems to me you're getting the better end of the bargain, the spirit protested. How so? I'll still be dead in a couple of days. Meanwhile, you get to return home, enjoying your gains for the rest of your life. Percy remained silent for a few seconds. It was true his offer was lopsided, but he couldn't help it. Look, as I mentioned, you're not the first person I've possessed. Sadly, I can't fix you permanently. The most I can do is hold your broken soul together for a while. Then there's nothing in it for me. Do I look like a charity? They appeared to be at an impasse. So, are we going to waste this? Can't you think of a way to make it work? Percy asked again, unwilling to lose this chance. Well, I know how to fix my body, at least. But it won't be easy. Plus, it's basically squandering an otherwise valuable opportunity. Originally, I was hoping to use it for something else. Do you think that's enough to save me? Percy considered it for a few moments. Despite what his new host might believe, he wasn't exactly an expert on souls. Everything he knew were just bits and pieces he'd discovered by accident. Still, he took this seriously. Technically, he could lie to get what he wanted, but deceiving a dying person didn't sit well with him. Honestly, I don't know, he ultimately said. I've never managed to heal my hosts' bodies before, so I have no idea what that does to their soul. At a minimum, it should slow down its degradation, buying us more time. As for anything beyond that, I can only promise to do my best to help you. The spirit didn't reply right away, taking a few minutes to contemplate Percy's offer. Eventually, he probably realized this was the best he was going to get. Fair enough. Name's Gabriel, by the way. Friends call me Gabe, though. Or, well, they would, if I had any. Percy felt the natural resistance of his host disappear, allowing him to move more freely in the damaged vessel. Seeing that their condition was critical, he stretched his soul wisp, touching as many fragments as he could without delay. Only then did he release some of the stashed mana, letting it flow to the cracks and gluing himself to Gabe. Having already sent out over 30 clones, Percy was a bit of a veteran. He'd grown somewhat proficient at patching his hosts up efficiently, so he didn't need to use all his mana right away. The rest he kept for later, in case Gabe needed a follow-up treatment. "Percy," he replied. Finally able to tap into the body's senses, a bizarre sight greeted him. He found himself lying face up in a spacious room, its ceiling as high as its sides were long. It appeared to be a dark gray cube over 50 meters wide, entirely made of a smooth metal. Bright runes covered every surface, their combined glow more than sufficient to illuminate the place. The symbols were smaller, denser, and far more intricate than anything he'd seen before, joined together with all sorts of geometric shapes and curved lines. If this magical script could be likened to a detailed painting from a talented artist, then everything they had back on Remior, including the glyphs in the Alchemist's Guild, were nothing more than a toddler's scribbles.
Ah, shit.
Shifting a little made him wince, the pain breaking him out of his daze. It hurt all over, though this wasn't his first rodeo. Soon he filtered out the unpleasant sensation while gazing down at his body. What exactly are we? Some kind of man-shaped jellyfish? While Gabe was vaguely humanoid, his flesh was transparent. Through their skin, Percy found an assortment of strange organs decorating the interior of their torso. A pale, sphere-like thing pulsed rhythmically like a heart in their chest, lying directly behind the bright blue star burning in their sternum. Percy didn't know what affinity it was, but a quick activation of mana sense revealed the core was at green. As for the rest of the squirming organs, their colors varied from turquoise to deep purple, and Percy couldn't name any of them if his life depended on it. He also had 4 limbs, his favorite number to have, but they all ended in just 3 digits. Workable, I guess. More concerning was the lack of clothes, other than a pair of brown shorts, and the numerous cuts all over their body, all oozing a clear, viscous liquid. Please tell me that isn't your blood. Seemingly oblivious to the novelty of his guest's situation, Gabe didn't even register his words, clearly impatient to get himself healed. Without even giving Percy a chance to read his new status, he voiced a command. Cube, restart the Swarm Challenge. Green level. User ID 004527945512. Authorization granted. Restarting Swarm Challenge. Green level. The user has already cleared Wave 5. Do you wish to resume at Wave 6? Warning. Wave 6 contains elite enemies. A soulless voice boomed from all around them. Yes, Gabe said, not missing a beat. Choice confirmed. Wave begins in 18 writs. Whoa, slow down, man, Percy protested. Shouldn't you bring me up to speed before diving into a challenge? Gabe shrugged. What for? You said it yourself. Your main body is only at orange. Unless you've possessed another green core with a fire affinity in the past, you won't be much help. Just let me handle this. Besides, time is too precious, and waiting is only going to worsen my condition. Wave begins in 12 writs. Percy wasn't sure how long a writ was. He estimated it was a little longer than a second, which meant they were running out of time. Fast. At least tell me you can handle this. Wave begins in 6 writs. Probably. I was this close last time, but the attacks from the mini-bosses caught me by surprise. The injuries will make it harder, though. Gabe's response didn't sound particularly reassuring, but Percy had no choice but to trust him. Wave begins. May your challenge be successful. Chapter 75. Wings. A strange gelatinous liquid oozed out of the walls, the black droplets of sludge pooling at their base. Bulky appendages rose from the tar-like substance, solidifying and making metallic groans as they pushed up off the floor.
An army of obsidian golems slowly took shape, pulling themselves out of the oozing swamp, each one as tall as a man. Their surface features became increasingly defined with every passing second, a series of shallow indentations forming rapidly until they were illuminated by a dim yellow color once complete. "Holy shit! How many do we need to fight at once?" Percy asked. He lost count after 30. The dark liquid continued pouring down the sides of the cube, showing no sign of stopping anytime soon. "The small ones aren't a problem. Those at green are the issue," Gabe replied.
As if on cue, Percy noticed a few larger silhouettes coming to life a couple rows back. Even while hunched over, they were twice as tall as the weaker variants, their long arms thicker than a tree's trunk. One of the giants took its first step forward, inadvertently crushing a smaller golem under its foot as a series of luminous, bright green inscriptions flared all over its smooth surface. The others soon followed, each of their strides sending a tremor through the floor. Gabe was too preoccupied to worry about them right now. The first batch of yellow golems was already attacking. As for Percy, he understood he'd only get in his host's way, so he relaxed, relying on Gabe to handle them. And handle them he did. Before the nearest golem reached them, Gabe's core lit up. As Percy watched curiously, a torrent of blue mana gushed through their transparent arms. A bright flash emerged from their palms, expanding into a fiery tornado that ground inexorably against a dozen golems, their metallic frames melting like candles under the intense heat. Seemingly unconcerned about the devastation, more of the constructs walked into the hellish flames, only to share the grim fate of their predecessors. By the time the fire died out, over 20 golems had been reduced to a second puddle, surrounding Gabe in a ring. Unlike before, a red-hot sheen coated the substance, which showed no intention of returning to life. "Meat!" Percy was ecstatic. The spell was a lot fiercer than he'd expected. Of course, it wasn't his first time seeing fire magic cast by a green core, but Gabe's flames looked different. Hotter, too. He wanted to ask his host about it. However, he suppressed his bubbling curiosity, recognizing their situation was still dire. Gabe had used up a quarter of his reserves already, while barely putting a dent in the swarm. "Now what? You won't last if you keep going like this." Percy felt their lips part into a savage grin as the ambient mana flowed towards them.
At first he thought Gabe was trying to recover a little before the next batch of golems reached them. But he soon discovered that the mana didn't enter their lungs, or whatever the equivalent organs were. Instead, it gathered on their back, the region below their shoulder blades heating up. A moment later, another blinding flash blazed through the space, a blue light reflecting off the smooth walls of the cube. "What the hell?" Judging from its intensity, Percy guessed the new spell should have completely drained their core. However, he quickly noted he was wrong. It was still at 75%, not a single drop missing compared to a second ago. By the time the light died down, he realized they were hovering a few meters off the ground, a pair of wings flapping rhythmically behind them and holding them aloft. Are they fueled entirely out of ambient mana? How is that possible? Oblivious to Percy's questions, Gabe remained hovering overhead a little longer, arrogantly staring down the golems below. Without warning, he tilted his body, flapping his wings violently and diving with great ferocity towards his enemies. He rolled in the air once, forming another fiery tornado, narrower but denser than the previous one. The blazing wings slammed down on the metallic floor, crushing and melting more of the golems, while leaving a shallow dent on the ground. Percy felt one of their ethereal appendages crumble under the rough landing, but more ambient mana rushed to repair it. Not that Gabe gave it the chance, as he leapt towards the nearest golem. Pivoting on his foot to spin, the half-formed wing sliced through the encroaching constructs like butter. Suddenly, a tall silhouette loomed over them, its shadow blanketing their vision. The first green golem. It was here. Its massive fist descended, and Gabe barely managed to fold his one remaining wing at the last second, attempting to shield their torso from the impact.
Half of it was torn off as Gabe was sent sliding back. Their bare feet burned from the friction against the metal, the blood rolling in their chest as they struggled to reclaim the breath that had been knocked out of their lungs. Still, the wing had done its job, protecting them from any serious damage. To Percy's amazement, it was already recovering, as was the other one. A wet discharge escaped their lips as Gabe wavered for a second. While his wing had endured the brunt of the blow, his previous injuries weren't doing him any favors. He regained his bearing a moment later, throwing a quick glance around the room to scan the army of golems. His gaze briefly lingered on the bigger ones, memorizing their locations. Without a second to waste, he made use of his newly repaired wings, diving back towards the smaller constructs. Over the next several minutes, he methodically took them down one after another, making sure to avoid getting close to the taller variants. Things seemed to be going well, too. He'd finished clearing out the cube without any further mishaps, leaving only the green golems standing. Luckily, they were too slow to catch up. The walls had stopped oozing sludge at some point, too. What are we going to do about those? Percy wondered. As much as their situation had improved, he guessed the challenge wouldn't be over until they destroyed the rest. Suddenly, one of the giants stepped in a pool left over from its molten brethren. The construct raised its massive arms, stretching them towards Gabe. At the same time, black tar began flowing along its bulky legs, visible bumps traveling up its body. More of the liquid accumulated in the outstretched limbs, and Percy watched them swell, bracing himself in preparation for something nasty. Gabe was clearly expecting that tactic, as he started running to a wall and circling a different golem in order to use its body as cover. But he was a moment too late. The golem's hands exploded into a rain of black needles, pelting their location in an attempt to rip them to shreds. Sparks flew wherever the sharp projectiles landed, most of them bouncing off the smooth floor, though some pierced through and lodged themselves in place. Gabe raised his flaming wing to block them, though it clearly wasn't going to last long. The burning appendage was full of holes a mere second later, and a couple of the lethal shards had opened fresh wounds on their body. Luckily, they managed to make it behind the construct a moment later, prompting the other to cease firing. Just in time, too, as the remaining two golems reached puddles of their own, preparing to join their comrade. "This was how they got me last time," Gabe explained between pants. "I didn't know they could do this, so I tried to stay airborne to buy time. I was forced to terminate the challenge as soon as they started firing. But the damage was already done." Percy shuddered mentally, picturing 4 of the golems shooting at once. In any case, it was good that they were better prepared, but that still didn't solve their immediate problem. Their cover was nothing more than another enemy. It was already slowly rotating towards them, forcing them to step back, dangerously close to the wall. They couldn't escape in any other direction, as the other 3 were waiting for an opening to shoot. And to make matters worse, another puddle lay directly in the nearest golem's path. As soon as it reached the inky spill, it would be able to unleash a barrage of its own. Inspiration struck, and Percy moved a trickle of soul mana to their eyes. Gabe raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything, allowing his guest to try whatever this was. Sadly, soul vision showed nothing.
The constructs didn't have a soul he could target. In fact, they didn't have a mana core either. Apparently, they were powered entirely through their inscriptions, drawing mana from the cube.
Any other brilliant ideas? Gabe asked.
Nope. You're the one who said to leave it to you, Percy shot back.
Whatever. I guess I'll have to hit them with everything I've got, and hope it's enough.
Percy was concerned that there were more issues to solve than just offensive power. There was also the matter of endurance. Would their mana last for all 4 of the golems? Also, how would they reach the other 3 amidst the barrage of needles after losing their cover? Despite his deepening concern, he remained quiet, reluctant to discourage his host before they even got through the first hurdle. Shrugging, Gabe ran towards the approaching golem, in a rush to intercept it before it stepped into the pool. A huge chunk of mana flowed out of his core, supplementing the ambient mana in his wings and causing them to burn even more fiercely than before. Gabe winced, and Percy felt the skin on their back blister from the heat. A moment later, Gabe stepped in front of the construct, pivoting on his foot as a white-hot wing cleaved towards the golem like a giant axe. Chapter 76. Complications. The blazing spell made a grating sound as it clashed with the golem's fist, encountering far more resistance from the green construct than from its lesser brethren. Percy felt a sharp ache in their back, the torque threatening to rip the ethereal wing to shreds. But it held somehow, digging into the golem inch by inch and slowly parting the dark metal under the burning edge. More ambient mana surged to repair the improvised axe. Sadly, the same couldn't be said about Gabe's internal mana. His core wrung completely dry. The wing gradually reverted to blue, much of its power gone. Gritting his teeth, Gabe refused to give up. With a final push, he sent the upper chunk of the golem's arm flying while delivering a diagonal slash to its torso. The axe-like wing had lost a lot of its heat and momentum, but it still managed to dig halfway through the construct's chest before crumbling into wisps of blue. Exposed, and at the golem's mercy, Percy braced for impact, fully expecting to get pounded to a pulp the very next second. Gabe must have thought the same as he closed his eyes, preparing for the worst. But nothing happened. They cautiously opened their eyes to see the golem's colossal frame still looming over them, unmoving. The green lines on its surface were already dark. "Holy shit! I thought we were done for," Percy said. His host only nodded in agreement. While they'd failed to bisect the golem as intended, the final slash had still been deep enough to put it out of commission. Yet, not giving them a chance to celebrate, the other 3 golems launched a joint round of fire, no longer concerned with the integrity of their fallen comrade. Gabe barely managed to use the golem's leg as cover, but the relentless needles were already eating into the metal. It wouldn't be long before they punched through, assuming the corpse didn't collapse on them first. "Shit! Bring the wings back! We need them!" Percy urged. Heeding his guest's advice, Gabe pulled the ambient mana once more, igniting a blue flame under his shoulders. "Now what?" Gabe asked. "Push against the golem with your hands so it doesn't topple over. Wrap your wings around the leg to slow down the damage. And start taking deep breaths. Fast!" Gabe's eyes widened in understanding as he followed the instructions. The remnants of the golem were heavy, but they only needed to support a fraction of its weight to keep it balanced. Gabe was at green, so his physical strength was just about enough. The wings barely lasted a second against the torrent of shrapnel, but Gabe kept flooding them with ambient mana to buy more time.
With their situation temporarily stable, he inhaled, sending a trickle of mana into the empty core to slowly begin refilling it. Of course, their strategy wasn't sustainable. At this rate, the leg would be eaten through, or the golem would crush them before the core was even halfway full. Percy was racking his brain for a plan,
when something changed. Suddenly, the cacophony of the metallic rain eased slightly, seemingly taking pity on their eardrums. What happened? He wondered. One of the golems must have run out of juice, Gabe guessed. Sure enough, a series of thunderous steps sent tremors through the floor as the giant started lumbering around the room in search of another puddle to use as ammunition. "This is our chance," Percy said. "Are you crazy? There are still 2 of them shooting at us. We should wait until another one taps out," Gabe protested. "What if the first one recovers by then? This might be our best shot." Percy felt their features twist into a grimace. Still, his host didn't argue back, likely agreeing with his logic. He retracted his wings, hiding them behind to let them recover, while allowing the needles to grind through the leg faster. The half-eaten limb began to buckle, shifting the golem's weight and straining their arms dangerously. Their bones creaked and groaned, threatening to break within the next few seconds. Out of time, Gabe pushed some of his newly recovered mana into the wings, turning them white once more. A powerful flap sent him halfway across the cube, well on his way to the next golem. He'd aimed for the one not shooting at them, roughly estimating its location by the sound of its steps. The other 2 quickly turned to target him, just as Gabe split his mana between the wings, using one to shield himself from the projectiles, while aiming the other downward. The golem barely raised its arm in time, but Gabe's momentum allowed him to slice right through it all the same.
His axe carved vertically into the construct, splitting its head down the middle before fizzling out at the base of its neck. And just like that, the second golem was dead. Percy and Gabe gratefully sucked in air as they sheltered behind their new cover. "Cool! Let's stick with this tactic," Percy said. Their core was empty again, but with one less golem shooting at them, they had more time. Reforming the wings, Gabe hid behind a leg, coating it in a layer of blue flames. Relieved, he inhaled. Or tried to. It was only then they realized they hadn't escaped unscathed. The adrenaline had masked the pain, but now they were forced to acknowledge the several needles that had penetrated through their defenses. Plenty were sticking out of their body, their left side resembling a porcupine. Worst of all was a shard deeply lodged in their lung, making it much harder to recover mana. Percy was momentarily unsettled by the alien taste in his mouth. The flavor was metallic, but unlike the sweet undertone of iron, it left a hint of bitterness lingering at the back of his throat. "Damn it, you have to push through it, or we're done for," he grimly told his host. They couldn't damage the remaining golems with the wings alone. Without Gabe's internal mana empowering the spell, they had no hope of cutting through the hard material. Gabe nodded. Each breath hurt, and with only one functioning lung, gathering mana took significantly longer. Still, thanks to the weakened barrage, they eventually managed to refill half their core. Percy was ecstatic when another of the golems ran out of juice, though he couldn't help but frown a moment later. His host wasn't moving. "What are you doing? Go!" he urged again. No reply. Only then did Percy notice Gabe's condition had grown critical. By now, they'd lost a ton of blood, and their vision was blurry. His host lacked the strength to execute the maneuver. "I don't think I can," the latter said weakly. While his host had made it look easy, Percy innately understood how much focus it had taken to combine the 2 sources of mana. Reshaping the wings into weapons probably required some effort too. "What if I take over the ambient mana? Can you do the rest by yourself?" he asked. He still had no idea why Gabe had this ability, but he'd observed him long enough to figure out how to keep it going. "That could work, but we won't be able to fly. It takes a lot of practice." Just focus on maintaining the wings and running towards the golem. I'll take it from there." Without missing a beat, Gabe relinquished control of the ambient mana, passing the reins to his guest. It was a somewhat novel experience for Percy, but he quickly realized it felt vaguely familiar. "It's a bit like creating my clones. Are the wings Gabe's bloodline? I thought those were exclusive to Remior." Concentrating, he shook the distracting thoughts out of his head. This wasn't the time. Gabe soon added his own mana to the wings, reshaping them into a white shield and axe as Percy sprinted towards the next target. More shards dug into the shield wing, but with only one golem shooting, the damage was more bearable. Once they reached the construct, Gabe swung the tattered wing barrier to brush its fist aside while slashing at its neck with the other one. Its head landed heavily a couple meters away as its inscriptions dimmed, making it one of their cleanest kills yet. Plopping down, Gabe rested against the leg, not even bothering to coat it with his wings. It would take the last golem ages to pierce through their cover by itself, granting them the opportunity to concentrate on recovering. Every time one of them was on the verge of passing out, the others shook him awake as they waited for the construct to exhaust the liquid pool by its feet. And finally, after what felt like forever, the golem stopped shooting. Not in a rush to exacerbate their wounds, they casually strolled towards it to deliver one last strike and end the challenge. "Wow, we actually did it," Percy said. "Are you sure we can get healed now?" "We'd better. We should be eligible for more than that," Gabe replied, falling to his knees with a ragged gasp. Suddenly, the symbols all over the room lit up as the cube started repairing itself. The remains of the golems, both the small and large variants, all liquefied, seeping into the floor. Even the shards sticking out of their body melted, trickling down their skin as more of Gabe's clear blood gushed out of the wounds. "Ugh, couldn't they be a little gentler?" Percy groaned. A few seconds later, every last drop of sludge had disappeared, and the cube's surfaces had reverted to their former condition, with no sign of the previous dents and scratches. "Congratulations! Wave 6 has been cleared! Calculating rewards!" The soulless voice was back. "Awarded credits 6,000. Current balance 28,563. Wave 6 is a special milestone. Bonus reward is available. Please voice your request. Note: bonus reward is limited to the green grade." "I want my body healed up completely," Gabe strained himself to speak. "Evaluating request." "My goal was to ask for a tome on fire magic. I'm working on improving my spell. It's such a pity to waste it on healing. Oh well. I suppose the tome won't do me much good if I'm dead," Gabe explained. However, Percy didn't pay him any attention. His mind was busy with the realization that their recovery might be riddled with complications. "Evaluation complete. The request falls well within the parameters of your reward. The excess value will be converted to credits. Accumulating life mana. Healing begins in 6 writs." Unfortunately, that announcement confirmed Percy's fears. Shit. Chapter 77. Decree. Multiple green symbols lit up underneath their feet. Together, the designs formed an intricate circle, woven out of the same script decorating the rest of the cube. Gazing up, Percy noticed a similar shape forming on the ceiling right above them, as a beautiful gem-like substance glistened in its center. The gleaming orb fell, plummeting through the air like a verdant droplet to land on their forehead. The liquid was cool to the touch, swiftly seeping into their skin. Percy felt an itch snaking down through their body as cuts and scrapes closed in its wake, the pain fading a moment later. By the time its effect was exhausted,
All the injuries above their chest had healed entirely, replacing the discomfort with a gentle chill. Only then did they look up again, witnessing a second droplet about to coalesce. However, things didn't go so smoothly this time. As the soothing sensation lingered in their torso, latching itself to some of the many wounds marring their translucent form, something else stirred inside their body.
Ah, there it is.
Percy steeled himself for what was to come. An all-too-familiar vortex awakened right around their abdomen, exerting an attractive force on the mana. At first it was weak, unable to sway the substance off its path, but it was nothing if not persistent. The pull kept intensifying, until a trickle of green mana was finally pried from the wounds. The very moment the life mana reached its new home, all hell broke loose. While the minuscule snack wasn't remotely sufficient to satiate the vortex's hunger, it was more than enough to fully whet its appetite. The force instantly quadrupled in strength, as the rest of the mana was violently snatched from its original purpose. "What's going on?" Gabe asked, only now registering that something was wrong. "Well, now we pray this cube of yours isn't cheap enough to skimp on your reward," Percy hedged, knowing there was no stopping what was about to occur.
The third droplet barely landed on their head before getting sucked right into their abdomen. To Percy's relief, the inscriptions appeared too proud to accept their loss, tossing more life mana at their patient in an attempt to outmatch their new competitor. Little did they know that it was only getting started. The new droplets were gone as soon as they landed. The inscriptions were enraged. They blinked furiously for several seconds before rapidly expanding. They didn't stop until their diameter had doubled. More mana accumulated inside the circle on the ceiling, but it didn't fall just yet. This time, it swelled, gathering more and more of the syrupy liquid into a viscous blob that expanded to fill the entire boundary of encircling runes. "Oh boy. I suggest you take a deep breath," Percy advised his host. Luckily, the hole in their lung was one of the few injuries the first couple of droplets had managed to reach. It wasn't completely healed, but it didn't hurt as much when Gabe inhaled. And he was just in time, too. The inscription finally let go of the monstrous blob, sending the mother of all droplets to rapidly enlarge in Percy's vision. It was heavy, but not enough to knock a green core off his feet. The sound was strangely muted, too, as the liquid instantly wrapped around their body, hugging it tightly. It seeped through every orifice and pore, desperate to do its job before it got consumed. But the vortex never gave it the chance. Almost as if it knew its tasty feast would end the moment the healing was complete, it stubbornly devoured every single hint of mana, much to Gabe's growing frustration. Worse still, the liquid blocked his airway, making it impossible to breathe. Gabe didn't seem to appreciate the minty taste in his mouth either, frantically clawing the bubble out of his face. Sadly for him, more flowed to replace it. "Give up. It won't stop until it's done," Percy explained. Much like the crimson fluid back in Phoebe's temple, it was far denser than anything a mortal could produce. This was clearly a god's mana. And just like before, the liquid had been in storage for who knew how long. The will of its original owner had long since dissipated, rendering it powerless to resist the gluttonous vortex. "It's a good thing. Well, assuming it leaves enough mana for you to heal afterwards," Percy said. Gabe didn't seem convinced. He kept squirming, desperate to shake the substance off. At some point, he even tried summoning his wings, but the bubble blocked the flow of ambient mana. "Conserve your breath. It's going to be over soon." It was Percy's third attempt at placating his host. Out of options, the latter finally paid attention. "How soon?" Gabe asked, panic lacing his thoughts. "Hopefully before we suffocate," Percy sighed. Resigning himself to his fate, Gabe sat cross-legged while waiting for the vortex to enjoy its meal. And indeed, the flow died down about a minute later. Freed at last, what remained of the liquid returned to its original job, though only a fraction was necessary to complete their recovery. The rest, they had to expel the old-fashioned way, as the circle on the floor drained whatever mana reached it. Before they were even done spitting out the leftovers, the cube spoke once more. Healing complete. Calculating excess value. Excess value, minus 2,432. Deducting credits. New balance, 26,131. The hell? Care to explain what the actual fuck just happened? Why did it take credits instead of adding them? What have you done? Gabe snapped. Calm down. It's because you used up way more life mana than you were meant to. I promise you, you got your money's worth. Percy felt their brow crease. How so? It's easier to show you, Percy said, pulling up his status, though he got interrupted before even reading halfway through. Gab, Percival's clone. Mana cores. Mana core 1, green, fire. Mana core 2, yellow. Wow, you never mentioned you're a Moirai, Gabe exclaimed. Oh, you've heard of them? Percy asked back. Who hasn't? Well, Mickey hadn't. Then again, the gladiator hadn't been privy to much gossip from inside his damp cell. The rest of the places Percy had visited hadn't been much better. However, this world seemed even more developed than Remior, so it wasn't too surprising that Gabe was better informed. I'm not a Moirai. I just snatched their whatever it is that gives them their second core, similar to the way I passed it over to you, he admitted eventually. You're kidding, right? His host asked. Why is it so hard to believe? Percy was starting to feel out of his depth. What was he supposed to say? You're telling me you managed to steal the Moirai's decree from right under their noses? Percy finally had a name, but no additional understanding. Decree? What's that? A wave of shock reached him through their connection. You don't even know that? It's only the highest tier of spells in the entire universe, the holy grail of magic, Gabe explained enthusiastically. He remained silent for a couple seconds before adding, learning to cast one marks the difference between a regular god and a titan. Percy's eyes widened. He'd never come across this tidbit of information in his studies. It seemed the Divine Order didn't publicize everything. Yet if that were true, then was that the secret behind the mysterious section in his status? Did it list all the decrees affecting him? One of them was what granted him the ability to view his status in the first place. Was that a decree in and of itself? Plus, Phoebe was a Titaness, and she clearly had a connection to the status and the affinity tests.
Was it her decree? What about the one granting him a bloodline? Who did that come from? All those were things he'd have to investigate when he returned to Remior. For now, his best course of action was to learn as much as possible from his host. What's so special about them anyway? He couldn't help but ask. Gabe gasped, seemingly taken aback by his casual question, almost offended even. Decrees differ from the lower tiers of magic in two major ways, he said. First, they are self-sustaining, meaning their effect persists without any conscious effort from their caster. Even if the Titan in question dies, the decree remains active. Percy was already shocked but didn't interrupt. The most important characteristic, however, is that a decree is powerful enough to affect an entire world, changing it forever. For the next few minutes, Percy pondered the implications. Indeed, all the decrees he had come across fit the criteria. Every person on Remior had access to a status and the chance to inherit a bloodline. Clearly the same was true for the Moirai, since all of them were born with a second core.
decrees were truly world-altering. "I understand," he eventually replied. But his host shook his head. "You really don't," Gabe insisted, leaning against the wall before elaborating. "Every time a new titan emerges, they grant their world a permanent advantage. Naturally, all decrees are impressive. That said, not all of them are created equal." "What do you mean?" Percy frowned. "Some aren't as rare or powerful as others. For example, we have one granting us a bloodline in this world. It basically causes us to inherit some unique ability from our parents. That's a common type. Many worlds have something similar, though the exact details may vary slightly." Percy nodded. He had already suspected Gabe's wings to be a bloodline. Unaware of his thoughts, the latter continued.
The one which lets you view information about yourself is relatively widespread too, though we don't have that here. Then I take it the Morai's decree is on the more valuable end of the spectrum? Percy asked. That's quite the understatement. You can't even fathom how many different gods have tried to recreate it. Unfortunately, the circumstances under which it came to be are almost impossible to replicate. From what I've heard, only one faction has ever come close, yet even their version is but a pale imitation, riddled with drawbacks. Once again, Percy came to appreciate just how lucky that first clone of his had been. Of all the places in the universe, it had ended up in quite the spot. He forced himself to temper his excitement before turning his attention to his host again. "Congratulations are in order, then. I thought you'd be happier with your new toy." Chapter 78. Blessing. "You mean I get to keep this after you're gone?" Gabe asked, hardly daring to breathe. "I imagine so, assuming you survive. After all, it's already taken root inside your body. Though it's hard to say for sure. I've never come this far with one of my hosts," Percy replied. Gabe frowned. "But I don't feel any different." "That's because it's still inactive. As soon as you fill it up for the first time, you'll experience an all-around improvement, not unlike a promotion. If we're lucky, it might even help us fix your soul. Its effect should be significant too, since it's only one grade lower than your first core." The realization made Percy a little envious of his new pal. Why did Gabe's second core start off at yellow, while he had to climb from the very bottom? "Are you a yellow-born by any chance?" Gabe nodded absent-mindedly, apparently lost in thought. Confirming his guess, Percy wasn't very happy. All three of his data points suggested one's second core began at the same grade as their first. Unfortunately, Mickey's would be red too. In any case, that was his main body's problem. Right now, his job was to make the most of his time here. As a thought occurred to him, he turned his attention to Gabe again. "How do you guys discover your affinity? It should be more complicated without a status or Phoebe's tests." "How else? If it's not a common element, we buy a book on rare affinities and find which one matches." Okay, that didn't sound very difficult. Percy couldn't help but wonder why they didn't have comparable books back on Remir. Then again, all the important people got tested for free. Besides, listing their grades and affinities was nothing more than a convenience. The main purpose of the status was to help them develop their spells. Curious, he pulled Gabe's information again, eager to read the rest. Gabriel, Percival's clone. Mana cores. Mana core 1, green, fire. Mana core 2, yellow, bloodline. Wings. Create a pair of wings fueled by ambient mana. Effect varies by affinity. Blessing. Blessing of heat. Produce hotter flames. Spells. Parting gift. Crude. Decrees. Phoebe's decree. Grants access to your status. Grants a bloodline. Moirai's decree.
grants a second mana core. Most of it was as expected. Percy was happy that his new understanding of decrees was reflected in his status. It might not seem like a big deal that a couple of question marks had been replaced by words, but to him, it was massive. He now knew what to search for during his travels. After all, these divine perks were some of the most valuable things he could obtain. What shocked him the most, however, was the blessing. It finally explained the odd color and increased potency of his host's flames. But that wasn't what surprised Percy. He didn't need to ask what a blessing was, as they likewise existed back on Remir. No, what left him flabbergasted was the implication about Gabe's heritage. "You're the son of a god?" It was the only way to obtain a blessing.
A god's offspring wasn't much different from a mortal's in any other ways. Their grade, affinity, and bloodline were still determined based on the same rules as everyone else's, and progressed within the same rates. Their only advantage was the chance of inheriting a blessing. For that to happen, they needed to share the affinity of their divine parent, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed. If they did get lucky enough to inherit one, it essentially allowed them to passively tap into one of the concepts their parent had mastered, permanently empowering their magic. In Gabe's case, it turned his flames hotter, but that wasn't the only blessing one could inherit from a fire god. Somebody else might have flames that spread more easily or lasted longer. Each element was associated with multiple concepts, though a mortal could only ever possess a single blessing. It's not a big deal. Nearly everyone in our world has at least one divine parent. We mortals are forbidden from procreating amongst ourselves. The revelation left Percy flabbergasted. What? Why? Gabe shrugged. I suppose it's about time I told you what sort of place you've found yourself in, since you don't seem to have the slightest clue. Welcome to the Vault of Magic, the largest artificial world in the cosmos. Artificial? Gabe sighed. Let me explain on the way to my place. It's been a long day, considering I died and everything. As Gabe walked toward one wall, a few symbols shone brighter, forming the outline of a square. By the time he reached it, a burst of steam spewed out of its edges as the thick slab of metal sank into the floor, allowing them to leave the room. The sight outside was unlike anything Percy had ever seen. They found themselves inside an even bigger cube, this one downright colossal. Its sides were so far away that they appeared blurry, the walls taller than mountains. The top of the room was closed too, the ceiling akin to a sky of gray metal. Countless inscriptions decorated the structure's surfaces like stars. Percy spotted many of the smaller cubes around him, similar to the one they'd just exited. A few people queued up in front of each, probably waiting for their turn to start a challenge. Gabe ignored them as he began walking through row after row of nondescript cubes. This place started off as a small research facility. Our founder, Metatron, was a god who abandoned his original world, having grown tired of the wars and politics. His only wish was to uncover the secrets of magic. Anything else he viewed as a distraction. Over the next few minutes, Gabe explained the vault's history to Percy. Apparently, this Metatron possessed a space affinity and was pretty good with it too. He originally hid the vault in some remote corner of the universe. Finding it was no easy task, and of the few times it was spotted, it hadn't been too difficult for him to move it elsewhere. Away from everyone, the god was free to continue his research in peace, spending countless millennia holed up in his humble abode. Eventually, something changed. At some point, Metatron grew powerful enough to finally cast a decree, making him the vault's first titan. It allowed him to grant others access to the vault, letting them open a portal to the artificial world from anywhere across the universe.
That moment marked the beginning of the vault's rapid expansion. Through the decree, it was possible to recruit more gods without compromising the world's safety. After all, they could enter it even while it was hidden or on the move. The portals were one way, too, so it was much easier to join than leave. Not that it was impossible for a god to exit if they truly desired to depart, but that was beside the point. Even then, they wouldn't necessarily know the true location of the vault, and by the time they had the chance to betray Metatron, he would have long since moved it elsewhere and revoked their access.
"It's ingenious,"
Percy said.
Yes, Gabe nodded. Giving people the ability to open a portal isn't as direct a boon as a bloodline or a second core. Not exactly what comes to mind when you think of a decree. Still, its impact is undeniable. It functioned as an extra layer of security, allowing the vault to become what it is today. Of course, that was not to say that Metatron hadn't also vetted his peers the good old way. He had to use all the means at his disposal, both mundane and magical, since many of them came from shady backgrounds. Some were criminals, exiled from their own worlds. Many were refugees with nowhere to go after their homes were destroyed or conquered. Only a few were researchers at heart, sharing his own passion for magic. "Well, that certainly explains the diversity of races here," Percy noted. On their way to his host's house, they passed people of all sorts, ranging from Gabe's own species to hulking humanoids twice his height, with 2 horns sticking out of their temples. There were even some green-skinned folks with pointy ears who barely reached his knees, scurrying about like kids. The gods didn't start having children until much later, though, Gabe explained. Through all his security measures, Metatron had perpetually ensured the vault's safety as more and more gods joined. Many of them brought new knowledge with them, helping him to upgrade and expand the artificial world, until it became the present marvel of magical technology that Percy was witnessing through Gabe's eyes. Of course, it still paled in comparison to a natural world, in both size and content. To Metatron's credit, though, they did eventually manage to implement a habitat that could support a larger population of mortals. "But that still doesn't explain why you have this weird rule about procreating," Percy said. "Huh. That's because you have yet to understand what we are to our parents." Gabe chuckled bitterly. They reached another cube, much larger than the one which had housed the challenge. Gabe pressed his hand on its surface, activating a luminous circle around it. A moment later, the metal parted like before to grant them entry. Gabe walked briskly through a relatively narrow corridor. It was wide enough for them, but Percy guessed the horned creatures would probably have to crouch to fit. Every time they came across another resident, they had to squeeze against the walls to pass each other. Percy didn't miss the faint, square indentations tightly packed along the walls, guessing they were probably doors. Several corridors and flights of stairs later, they eventually stopped before one, pressing their hand on its cold surface once more. Gabe's room was tiny. It was actually smaller than Mickey's cell on Huehue. There was a bed, barely large enough for him. Right next to it stood a toilet and a shower, with nothing but a thin glass panel to shield the rest of the room from the moisture. "We are not products of love. We aren't even treated as people. Our parents only see us as a resource for their experiments." Chapter 79. Natural Selection. Experiments? What could gods possibly gain from us mortals? Instead of gaining a better understanding, Percy found himself with more questions than when Gabe had begun. "Lots of things, actually," Gabe shrugged. "The most obvious benefit is producing more people to ascend to godhood, expanding their ranks. While the chances of any one child reaching divinity were laughably minuscule, it was ultimately a numbers game.
especially for immortal beings who could keep pumping out descendants for millennia on end. But that's just a matter of luck, isn't it? Percy asked. Gabe shook his head. It's true that a child's grade is random, which means it's not possible to control the emergence of new gods directly. However, an indirect solution is to simply have children more often.
Having more kids means you need more space to house them and more food to feed them. How is that sustainable? It's not. At least, not if you care about what happens to the failures. Percy's soul froze. Resource management was an inherent problem which all worlds had to deal with. That said, it was clearly even more pronounced in the Vault of Magic, due to its smaller size and barren environment. Consequently, only a small number of mortals could be supported, which meant the gods had to be a lot more deliberate when choosing which of their offspring to keep around. Cube. I wish to purchase 1 portion of Scythian meat. User ID 0045279455512. Gabe suddenly said, breaking the flow of their conversation. Authorization granted. 1 portion of Scythian meat is valued at 1 credit. Current balance, 26,131. Proceed with purchase? The soulless voice answered as the colorful symbols blinked along the room's walls. Yes, Gabe said. Confirmed. Deducting credits. New balance, 26,130. Delivery in 6 writs. Percy couldn't help but wonder what happened if one tried using somebody else's ID, though he seriously doubted the gods in charge had been dumb enough to overlook such a glaring loophole. A small circular hole opened in the ceiling a few seconds later, dropping an amber object onto the bed. "What's that?" Percy asked. "Lunch," Gabe said, picking it up and settling on the edge of the thin mattress. The alien snack was irregularly shaped and about as large as Gabe's fist. As his host took a bite, Percy quickly noticed its texture was rough, its taste bitter. Between this and the spoiled rodent meat he'd eaten back on Huehue, he couldn't help but reevaluate the food they had on Remior. His world might be far from perfect, but if there was one thing he couldn't complain about, it was their cuisine. Specifically, he'd yet to stumble upon anything on par with Freddy's honey rolls during his travels.
As soon as Gabe finished eating, he began circulating his mana between his sternum and stomach, in a manner very familiar to Percy. And about half an hour later, the meal's efficacy was exhausted, leaving a burning sensation lingering inside the core. "Now I'm confused. Is this your food, or is it how you cleanse your cores?" Percy asked. "Both," Gabe replied, leaning back against the wall and closing his eyes. "As you can imagine, the vault can't exactly support a diverse ecosystem, so the gods in charge had to carefully choose what flora and fauna to cultivate. They ended up importing Scythians, which are a bunch of reptiles that store beast mana in their flesh. It makes their meat both nutritious and, after some processing, suitable for core purification, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." "But isn't it expensive? What about those who can't afford the advancement?" Percy asked in protest. "They starve, making space for more people," Gabe said. Percy would have grimaced in disgust if he'd had a face. What sort of monsters would treat their children like that? "It's even worse than you think. They make us fight for our food. The challenges are the only way to earn credits, but Redborns and Orangeborns can't keep up with their needs." "Why? Do those bastards get off from watching you struggle?" "It's not for entertainment. You see, they don't just want to increase the quantity of new gods. They want to improve their quality, too." "The bloodlines?" Gabe nodded. In the context of the vault, and even Remior, one of the most important factors influencing the quality of a god was whether they had a powerful bloodline or not. After all, bloodline abilities had all sorts of weird effects,
often empowering one to do things that even other gods couldn't replicate. Percy himself was a prime example of this. So, while a bloodline wasn't a requirement for divinity, a god who had one was generally stronger than one who didn't.
Yes, we are thrown into challenges to test our bloodlines, though most people under yellow end up starving. The ones who make it the farthest are granted the honor of mating with our own parents to create the next generation of children. That way, they maximize the odds of breeding additional people with both a blessing and a powerful bloodline. On one hand, the challenges are there to motivate us, since we'd die or fail to advance without credits. On the other, there are opportunity to develop unique spells, revealing which bloodlines are worth keeping in the process and weeding out the weaklings. Percy remained silent for a while, contemplating the implications. Strictly speaking, Remior's gods weren't much better. True, they didn't treat lowborns nearly as badly, and they also didn't go around sleeping with their own children. Even so, their approach to bloodlines was more or less the same. The constant war running rampant between the noble houses was clearly something that suited the divine order. After all, it would only take Phoebe a word to stop it, since nobody would dare oppose her. In other words, permitting Remior's nobles to continue killing each other was their version of the challenges, to keep recycling the population while allowing more gods to emerge and powerful bloodlines to mutate. Yet even those at the bottom can have some semblance of a life there, Percy thought bitterly. By comparison, the Vault's deities were downright cruel, treating their own offspring as nothing but livestock. Well, as much as we all hate their guts, I guess I can't argue with the results. Gabe shrugged. Indeed, Percy's latest host was clearly one of the lucky ones, having inherited the full package. You still died, though, didn't you? He couldn't help but point out. I suppose, Gabe sighed, and his voice took on a bit of an edge. Now that you bring that up, what are we going to do about it? You did promise to help. Right. Like I said, this is a long shot. Though I guess it's been going well for us so far, Percy replied. Meaning? Meaning that healing your body did greatly slow your soul's deterioration. It's still a mess, but between your second core and my stashed mana, we have a lot more time than I previously thought. Percy felt a wave of hope inadvertently seeping through their connection, but Gabe quickly quashed it. I sense a but coming, the latter said. But it's not a permanent solution. You'll need a lot more soul mana than I have left if you're aiming for a decent shot at a complete and rapid recovery. And I suspect only a god's mana is dense enough to be stored for a long period of time, he explained. Naturally, Percy wasn't certain about that last part, but all his experiences seemed to corroborate that deduction. Seriously? Gabe was flustered, irritation and fear bleeding through their connection. And rightfully so. While life and soul affinities were both categorized as rare, the former were much more common than the latter. The Vault of Magic clearly possessed at least one god with a life affinity who was willing to donate some of his mana. However, there was no guarantee that they would have what Gabe needed. Is it impossible to get any? Percy asked. I don't know. Even if we have it, and that's a big if, it's definitely in the restricted lists. You can't buy a god's mana with credits alone. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to go through that challenge to fix my body in the first place. The only way is to get another bonus reward. So? Percy didn't understand what the problem was. It should be easier to complete another challenge now that you're healed. Gabe shook his head and groaned. You don't understand. You only earn a bonus reward every 6 waves. The swarm challenge is the one I'm best at, because my wings essentially